Hello everyone, welcome to round 8 of the 2017 US Juniors and 2017 US Juniors Girls Chess Championship held right here in the Chess Club and Scholastics Center of St. Louis. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, and we will be bringing you all the action from the penultimate round of the championships.
I think we've had a great championship in both sections this year. Very high level chess. I think that we've seen a lot of fights that have gone with a huge amount of risk. We've seen the game between Rui-Fei and Li pretty much every round go into some crazy complications. We've seen some players just show better chess than others, and I've been very happy with what we've seen here in the first 7 days.
We've had a very exciting tournament so far. We have two leaders in each section who have been Caden Traff in the junior section, who has been leading this tournament throughout this whole event, showing his class, showing why he's a grandmaster, showing why he's been grandmaster for so long, so much class, such great preparation, especially yesterday. Oh yes. And we have a great tournament in the girls section too. We have one player who's leading by a larger margin. So today I feel like it's going to be a very important round. Today, just the whole tournament might be decided in both sections. So
and especially in the girls section, as perhaps we can take a look at the standings, because I have been impressed by one player in particular.
So looking at the standings in the junior section, we have Caden Traff leading with 5.5 points, and it has become a tighter lead, as he was leading the tournament by a full point. Wander Liang chasing him with 5 points. We have Akshat Chandra and Nicholas Cheka with 4.5 points each. Rui-Fei Li, Michael Brown with 3.5 at 50%. Mika Bratton with 3 points, Andrew Tang, Bobby Liu with 2.5, and Joshua Cole is finally scoring that half a point with half a point, who now has half a point out of 7. And in the girls section, we had Akshita Gordy leading by 1.5 going into round 8, so she has 6 out of 7, a very impressive result. We have Maggie Feng and Emily Nguyen, 4.5 points, Apurva Verkut, Rachel Ulrich, and Annie Wang with 3.5 points, Talia Cervantes with 3 points, Carissa Yip with 2.5, And Arshita Esman and Agata Bakovtsev in the last 2 places with 2 points each.
We were talking about earlier in the tournament that sometimes the standings don't fully reflect what's happened on the board, especially in the case of certain players. I want to say Michael Brown in the junior section. He has had excellent chances in this event, hasn't been able to capitalize on it, lost easily against Akshat Chandra, and actually doesn't find himself too far up on the standings. Whereas Maggie Feng, I thought she's been a very solid player, has had many superior positions, and even though she's currently tied for second, I think she could be putting much more pressure on Akshita Gordy instead of the 1.5 below that she is right now.
Especially yesterday, she did have that winning position, and like in the interview after the game, she said, I was trying to bring the king, but her rook was cutting off, and I thought that was so strange. Like, you know, you had the 2 bishops, you had to use them, you had to win. And I think another player who could have had more points is definitely Akshat Chandra.
Definitely.
And as we've seen round after round, tournament after tournament, because of his poor time management, he let go of at least a full point, a half a point against Kaden Truff, and half a point against...
well, yesterday also, I mean, I think that you could say that he was much better. He was the stronger player. I think he could have put a lot more pressure, but he keeps getting into time trouble.
Yeah, and Andrew Tang, he had that winning end.
Oh, yes,
at least
Andrew Tang.
He had the winning middle game. He could have pressed more in the end game, but again, time trouble at the critical moments. He just keeps letting go at half a point, and at the end of the tournament, that's, you know, he's...
It's crucial.
Yeah,
it's
that's what matters. You have a point here, half a point there, and that makes all the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Akshat Chandra could be tied for first right now, could be even clear first right now if he had managed his time better. He's had excellent positions. He's shown very little weakness in the tournament. He's had perhaps only one game that I can think where he was actually worse was against Mika Braden in that end game. But besides that, I think he's had a very solid showing.
He has, and another player that we can say, actually I've been impressed by his wins, specifically is Rifeng Li. I think his wins have been absolutely explosive, really, like the games you can really learn a lot from, especially that piece sacrifice that he had 2 rounds ago.
It's fire on the board by Rifeng Li instead of Alexei Shirov. He's really shown his willingness to play uncompromising chess, to sacrifice pieces, to play with long-term initiatives, even though he's down material. But that also costs. It's a high-energy, demanding type of chess. Sometimes you risk too much and you find your king on e6 in a crucial game against a Wonder Liang like he did yesterday, losing what would have been perhaps a final step in a comeback in this tournament.
Yeah, so like you said yesterday, you live by the sword and you die by the sword. So we had a very really fascinating tournament so far, and today it's going to be another great day, and we have some really important games coming up, and tournament might be decided today.
Yes.
So we, once again, we have Cristian Chirila with us in the studio, and he's going to tell us all about the key matchups of the day.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back, everybody, to Day 8 of the 2017 U.S. Juniors and 2017 U.S. Junior Girls. What an exciting first 7 rounds we have here. One word that can describe this tournament is unpredictable. In the junior section, we have Kaden Truff leading with authority, as well as in the girls section, we have Akshita Gordy, who is 1.5 points ahead of the field, and she's simply dominating it. Let's look at the key matchups of today. In the junior section, we have Kaden Truff versus Joshua Kolos. This tournament can be decided today. Joshua Kolos is struggling with his form. He just scored his first half a point. And Kaden Truff, he was under pressure yesterday, but his theoretical preparation is simply impeccable, and he managed to salvage half a point, which keeps him at the top of the leaderboard. In the girls section, we have Akshita Gordy against Maggie Feng. Akshita with 6 points. She's leading this tournament by 1.5 points, but Maggie Feng is on 4.5. And if she wins today, this tournament is relaunched. This is going to be a fantastic day. We're looking forward to bringing you all the action here from the St. Louis Chess Club.
What an amazing matchup in the girls section. A must win with the black pieces here for Maggie Feng. I want to see if she brings a more enterprising attitude to the game that she has shown us in the rest of the tournament. I think she's been a little bit too cautious, too solid, and she goes all out against Akshita. Well,
but she has the black pieces, so I think that's going to be difficult to do. So we'll see which kind of approach Akshita and Kaden will take today. So our key matchups are going to be very exciting, but we do have other games going on. So let's take a look at the rest of the pairing and see what else we have in store for us. So in the junior section, we have Andrew Tang versus Mika Braden. We have Caden Trav versus Joshua Colas, our key matchup of the day. Rufeng Li versus Nicholas Cheka. And I think another really key game of the round is Akshat Chandra versus Evander Liang. Michael Brown versus Pavel Lee. In the girls section, we have Ashrita Eswaran versus Agata Bakovtsev, Dalia Cervantes versus Korea Sayip, Emily Nguyen versus Rachel Ulrich, Annie Wang versus Apurva Verkut, and Akshita Gordy versus Maggie Feng.
I think I have to absolutely agree with you. This game between Akshat Chandra and Evander Liang, tremendously important for the standings. Akshat has shown great chess, as we were talking about, and this is a little bit of a grudge match. They played in the semifinals of the Millionaire Open last year in the under 25-50 section, I believe, a section that was actually won by one of our commentators here, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila. in enterprising fashion. But they played in the semifinals. Akshat was dominant. I believe that he won that match 2-0, and I want to see what Evander is going to bring to the table today.
And I think this might be a difficult match for Akshat because, as we said, he always has this time trouble issue like after every round, and Evander is going to be very well prepared. And we have seen Akshat but spend some time in the opening. When, like every game almost, I think he spends time in the opening. So I think against a well-prepared player, that it could go either way. It'll be a lot of moves of theory that's going to help him to get to move 40 faster, or he's going to be out of book early, and that's going to make him a little uncomfortable and spend some time.
Let's not forget that for Evander, it's a must-win game. If he wants to win the tournament, he needs to keep the pressure on Cadence.
So for Akshat.
And it is for Akshat as well.
It's just a must-win game.
It's a must-win game for both of them. If they have any chance of winning the event, they still need for Caden to stumble on the last two games, but they need to give him that opportunity. They can't give him the leeway for Caden to still drop half a point and to win the tournament anyway. They need to keep the pressure up. So for both of them, it's a must-win game today. A very rough situation as they're playing pretty much one of the strongest players in the tournament, not so much in rating but in performance. I think they've had a really strong performance in this event. And another game that, even though it's perhaps not as important for the standings, at least from the white side, is Rufeng Li against Nicholas Chek. I think Nicholas has played a very strong tournament. And I think that Rufeng is going out for blood. And I want to see how he approaches this game, because he's shown us incredible chess. And I want to see if Nicholas is able to withhold the pressure. As we do have the
1v3.
Of course.
Back to basics. Back to basics.
Indeed. Rufeng, I feel Rufeng plays white every game, by the way. He plays B3, right? He's played like 4 B3s, 1 E4. Does the math add up here?
Wait, this is his fourth white.
It must be his fourth white.
No,
it has to be his fifth white.
Well, I've seen 2 B3s so far and 1 E4.
This has to be his fifth white. He finishes with black tomorrow.
Okay. Well, but in the game of Akshat and Evander, like sometimes when you have a game when both players are in a must-win situation, I feel like because it's so explosive, it eventually fizzles out into a draw.
Well, we'll take a look, definitely, as we should start with the key matchup of the day as given by our commentator, Cristian Chirila. And we have a Slav defense between Caden Trove and Joshua Colas. He goes for the more standard variation of knight c3. The move e3 has become popular. g3 has made a resurgence, I would say, in the last couple of years. And we're going to have a semi-Slav with e6. Joshua inviting the move bishop g5 that goes for absolutely chaotic complications, or the more Caden style approach, which is to put the pawn on e3, which he does almost instantly. This is his turf, to play e3 in a positional fashion, a semi-Slav that has been seen already in this tournament. I kind of trying to remember.
Again, Andrew Tang.
To Rufeng.
Was
oh
it?
Yes, it's
Rufeng was on the black side of this opening.
Oh,
and
yeah,
he
he
got
demolished.
completely demolished.
Right.
I thought he also played this against Andrew Tang in the first round.
That seems like such a long time ago. This first round you're talking about. I'll try to remember. But
when he had that nice position when he could have rerouted the knight, instead he played like g4 and g3, g4. And
that's no, that was the Queen's Gambit declined.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, because the bishop had already gotten out. Yeah.
Okay. And I think this is actually a difficult match for Joshua Colas because he hasn't been well prepared in this tournament, and we know Caden is one of the best prepared players in this entire event. So I think this part of the game is going to be very dangerous for him. So if he can get out of this alive and not much worse, then
yeah, definitely. And I think
it's one of the most important things he needs to do.
Well, I have looked at these variations recently with the quick bishop d3 and queen c2. Of course, a lot of people are taking on c4. but it's white to move, and after, he actually castled. And I think actually the more accurate move here is e5, which just gives black a isolated pawn. But the compensation given by the activity of the pieces is usually enough. I looked at this for a little bit. It's actually one of my students showed me the move e5, Turkish international master Cemil Can Ali, and
just giving all your secrets away. Not that you just yours, your students.
well, it's a known variation, and actually he goes for it. He goes for the move e5. It is a known line in this position, which is considered to be difficult to crack. It does give white a very small edge, but it is very difficult to crack for the white side.
And isolated pawn positions, I feel like, are very double-edged. As you said, piece activity, which is what you need to play against an isolated pawn, because it is a long-term weakness and something white can press forever.
And this is exactly what we're going to find. Pawn takes d5, pawn takes d5. White is pretty much forced to take on e5. At some point, he can do so before or after playing the move knight
Remember,
e5.
e4 was also a possibility.
Or he can play e4, which actually goes into theory, and I think he has played e4, which goes into theory. It's supposed to be okay for black. That does lead into a sharper version, which we found to be okay for black, but that one I'm not going to reveal completely. Let's see if Joshua knows how to do it.
Let's take a look at our other key matchup of the day. We have Akshita versus Maggie, and Maggie, as we said, could have put more pressure on Akshita by winning the game yesterday, but now I don't feel like Akshita is in a must-win situation at all.
No, I mean, a draw is a fantastic result here for Akshita. It would...
A draw guarantees a tie for first.
Yeah, and that would be on like the worst of worst case scenarios. Right. That would mean that the other player, I think Emily, has to win two in a row, that Akshita has to lose tomorrow. I mean, a lot of things have to happen that don't seem impossible, but unlikely.
Right, but when it increases the probability when you have several events that have to happen at the same time.
Right. So we have a pretty standard fianchetto line against the Dutch. I know that Maggie favors this kind of stonewall setups, d4, e6, e4, f5.
And she had this against Emily.
Yeah, I think so. And against this specific move order, I think it's almost suicidal to play the move c6, because after d5, things can go wrong very, very quickly for black. You need to play with an e5 very, very early, and this is not exactly the ideal version. But you can just play d5 immediately. There's nothing wrong with d5. And then playing c6, playing in the normal
she plays c6.
Well, as I was saying that.
So let's see if we're going to see d5.
I thought this was not good for black. Perhaps I am mistaken, and maybe I don't know my theory.
A lot of times we have seen wrong move orders in this tournament and not taking advantage of wrong move orders.
This is not the time to have a wrong move order.
Well, I think she just played something automatically.
She just played something automatically. I mean, as far as I remember, d5 was very dangerous.
So what's the idea behind d5?
Well, you prevent d5 from your opponent, and if you prepare to play d5 with c6 and d6 and you don't get to play it, your position starts to become really, really awkward.
Oh, she just played knight f3.
Yeah, I know, but here after takes, I'm threatening to take strategically, and e5 is almost forced, but then a very quick knight c3, e4. I mean, you compare this to a King's Indian. Black got a very quick f5, but I got c4 and c5 in almost instantly.
And your c4, c5 is a long-term idea, and now you just get that position where you have the c file and the d6 weakness that you're going to have. But
so
now
we'll go back to normal channels, which should have been reached by the move d5 first. But no matter, knight f3, d5, castle, and bishop d6. We have this position on the board. I see Akshita played something. Let me allow my board to fresh
knight c3.
Knight c3.
Very standard.
Yes, even though I have never been a fan of playing knight c3 so early, I always like the move b3 first.
In this position, when bishop f4 is really annoying.
Bishop f4 is also annoying, but I always like b3 first because the threat of bishop a3 is quite real. And it more or less forces black to do something about it. Or at least put the queen on e7, and the move b3 is usually more useful than the move queen e7. But okay, knight c3 is also completely playable. It's one of the many lines White has at her disposal.
And as we talked about this line before, is exchanging the dark square bishop is black. It's something black should really avoid, because once you commit your pawns on the light squares, you cannot just get rid of your dark square bishop. But even though in that game we did see that the bishop somehow ended up on g6 and ended up being a great piece, since it's such a long-term idea and such a long-term maneuver, it gives white a lot of time to play in both in the center and the queen side, but before b5 or move the knight and f3, e4.
Yeah, all you said is quite right. Here we have pretty standard position after queen c2. I don't remember, because I don't play this with black, if you can play the move knight bd7 here. I suspect that you can. Sometimes you have to watch out for pawn takes d5.
Yeah, as you mentioned, you don't want to take the e pawn, right?
You don't want to take with the c pawn or with the knight. You have to take with the e pawn always. And this, of course, gives up the pawn here on f5. Unlike some other game we were looking at here, black might have more tricks, but perhaps I am mistaken. Here you can probably just take the... Actually, you probably just can take the pawn.
Yeah, because I always have the knight e6...
Queen
I'm sorry,
e6
queen e6 check.
Yeah,
because if knight e4 try to trap my queen, I'm just going to check you and take another pawn, and then you're going to resign.
Although I'm not so sure about that. I'm kind of trying to remember my lines, because here after king h8, knight takes e4. Well, here the knight's attacking the bishop, so I can just play queen takes d6. Yeah.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to trap
Knight
the queen
f6.
with like knight
yeah,
somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But the bishop's hanging. So yeah, perhaps in this position you cannot play knight bd7, but it's not a big deal. It's a very normal line here of the stone wall, which when you are in a must-win situation, actually the stone wall is a perfectly good attempt to win against d4.
I mean, that hasn't been my experience with the stone wall. Actually, I always hated facing the g3 lines when I played the stone wall myself, because it takes away so many ideas with like queen e8, queen h5, and g5. And
yeah, absolutely.
that gives a good winning chances. Push your pawns and try to checkmate. And I think Cristian has some more updates for us.
We have some interesting development in our key matchup of the day, the crucial matchup in the junior section, the one between Tatev and Colas. In this position, e4 was played, and we know this tense structure in the center usually lead to a lot of simplification, and the game is just most of the time going to be a draw. Almost 8 out of 10 games are being a draw in this position. E takes d4 was played, knight takes d5, knight takes d5, e takes d5. This whole variation was revived, I think, in the World Championship match between Gelfand and Anand in 2013 or 2012. H6 was played, b3, knight to f6. The guys are still following main lines. Tatev actually played a very recent game in 2017 against a guy named Song, and he played the move bishop b2, knight takes d5, and in this position, in that game, he played the move bishop c4, which is following the mainline theory. But today, he came up with this very interesting, enterprising, novel idea of queen c4. And after knight b4, there are only 3 games, two of them with rook ad1, one of them with rook fd1 by Rajabov very recently, 2017. But we have a novelty on the board. In this position, Caden plays this move bishop e4. He wants to maintain the bishop on the board. This knight on b4 will become a target at some point. I'm going to take next move on d4 with the queen. I'm going to create this battery on the long diagonal, and it's obvious Joshua is out of theory, because he's thinking Tatev has 1 hour and 35 minutes on the clock, 5 minutes more than what he started with. He's definitely in his preparation. He has some novelties on tap, and this is not going to be so easy for black to simplify into a draw. The position is still very balanced, but white has the upper hand, and I think his strategy is definitely sound. No risks as white, because a Wander, who is half a point behind, has a very, very tough game against Akshay Chandra. No risk. He might keep some chances to win, and we're going to see if Joshua will be able to place the stronghold on the position and make a draw.
So this is what we're talking about, that Caden is a very dangerous opponent in opening, especially for someone with less experience like definitely. Joshua, because we cannot compare Caden's experience with Joshua's experience when it comes to tournaments like this.
No,
so actually, if we can go back a move, and I was wondering about queen d4, and then I noticed that queen d4 doesn't work after knight b4, because if I can take and force you play f6,
yeah, that looks ugly.
And then bishop c4 check, but of course black has a tactic of taking on h2 and taking advantage of that knight attacking the bishop, and now it's not defended anymore, so we end up a pawn. So bishop e4, stopping black from developing, threatening d4. Looks like a good novelty. Well,
there has to be something immediate here. The problem for black is the queen takes d4 is on tap, and that's annoying. Like if white gets queen takes d4 for free, this doesn't seem...
Yeah, like if you pass, right?
Yeah, if you pass, queen takes d4 is already very dangerous. Immediately, the things that I would start thinking of is move like rook e8.
And bishop f8.
Yeah, no. Well, you cannot take on d4, right?
Oh, you have the same tactic.
I have the same trick. Check, takes, queen takes, and I take on e4 at the end, and I'm just a pawn. So after rook e8, the thing that was scaring me though is that not necessarily is it a good thing to put the rook on e8, because after rook fe1, just defending the bishop, I still have queen takes d4 as an idea, and I'm not entirely sure if I want this tension between the rooks, because anytime that the queen moves, I have some ideas like bishop h7 check or something along those lines. So my intuition is that rook e8 is the first thing I would look at, but after rook fe1, I have to come up with some kind of idea.
There are some very, very interesting ideas which I know Caden is definitely aware of. Rook e8 is the best move in the position, not only creating some pressure on the e-file, but also preparing this move, bishop f8, to defend against the potential queen takes d4. This square on g7 is very important. Now, if you go rook fe1, d3 is very, very powerful. And the problem is that if you play a move such as a3, knight c2 comes, and I'm attacking both of your rooks. This is very, very good for black. So after rook e8, I'm going to play a move rook a to e1. And now if you play d3, a3, knight to c2, your knight is completely out of place. Now I'm simply just going to go rook d1. My queen now defends the bishop on e4. Queen d3 is coming. This is just terrible. The construction of white in the center, all the pieces attacking the king, this is just going to be very, very bad for black. So after rook e1, he has to play a move such as bishop e6, queen takes d4, bishop goes to f8, but you're giving up a pawn, and you're going to take it back, because this knight is going to take on a2. But practically, this type of decisions are not easy to make if you're not aware of the computer evaluation and the theory involved.
Yeah, Caden's forcing his opponent to find good moves in a situation where, even though the computer will find it without any problem, for a human, sometimes it's not so easy to see the long-term compensation of a pawn, or that you can give it back or take it back immediately. Something that
especially when you're surprised in the opening.
Exactly. Something that Anand and Gelfand did pretty easily in their match on the World Championship. I remember one side would just be down a pawn for what seemed like forever, knowing that they could easily take it back at some point down the road, because it was eventually unholdable.
But I think this is a good situation for Caden to be in. Of course, he knows to move rook e8. There's no way you analyze bishop e4 without rook e8. So he's going to play his next moves really quickly.
Not to mention that for Joshua, it's not so simple to find moves. As I mentioned,
rook e8 is logical.
Rook e8 is logical. I mean, that does seem quite good, because the bishop does need to retreat to it. I mean, I agree. Actually, because the bishop has to retreat to f8, you have to play rook e8. I don't see a...
Whereas rook a1 is counterintuitive.
Rook a1 is counterintuitive. It drops the pawn on a2. But he knows the computer evaluation. He's not going to risk his opponent finding the move c2, d3, and knight c2.
I thought even in this position you might try bishop e6, bishop f8, because you always have that knight c2.
Ideas?
Yeah.
Perhaps. But I mean, probably d3 already gives black an advantage, and I think that's what Christian was saying. Probably bishop e6 is okay, but d3 is probably already better for black.
No, but I mean, Caden knows this position. He's not going to play rook fe1.
He's going to play rook a1.
And I think if rook e8 happens, rook a1 is going to be a little bit surprise for black.
A little bit, but I don't think that it will be a huge surprise. You kind of figure that there was some d3 issue, and that's why your opponent didn't play it, and you don't really have to worry about it the rest of the game, because that position has passed. And then finding the move bishop e6 is also not terribly difficult, because if you don't develop, you usually lose in chess. And in this case, this is no exception. You have to bring your pieces out. Bishop e6 looks mandatory. The move queen takes d4, I have to play bishop f8. And I understand that I'm giving up a pawn on b7. But on the other hand, defending a2 is not trivial. I've finished my development. I think black should be okay, just from knowing the structures. I have played the semi-slav myself with black quite a few times. And I don't see the big issue here. I mean, I know that b7 is hanging, but if white cannot keep that pawn, then obviously black is just doing completely fine.
Yeah, because once you take on a2, you're going to take on b3, so the whole queen side is going to get exchanged,
and then we're going to lead to a draw. But he has to find that first, and there's a few things.
I think bishop e6 is definitely going to be a very difficult decision for black to make, because he also has this preventive move, bishop to f8, which looks perfectly fine. But the problem is, right now I'm just simply going to take with the knight, and all my pieces are just very, very well placed. Your bishop on c8 is going to find it difficult to find an optimal square, and simply your development is not going to be easily made. So This definitely puts whites in the driver's seat, and Caden Trough knows that. He's going to play rook e1 instantaneously, and we're going to see Joshua think for a very, very long time for the next couple of moves.
I agree with what you're saying. It just seems very unnatural to allow the knight to t4 and not allow myself a bishop move with the bishop on c8. I think that I would be very, very hesitant as black to retreat my bishop to f8, knowing that he can just take on d4 with the knight, and I cannot develop my bishop on c8. I think that even at the cost of a pawn, I would rather develop the bishop.
Yeah, it is a long-term advantage, and after a3, which is going to come, then your knight doesn't have anywhere to go, so it feels like you're going to be suffering. And I think there are some positions where you don't get to develop the c8 bishop so quickly, but then your opponent cannot really do anything, so you have enough time to do it. But here it seems like there's a lot of dynamics in the position.
Especially pressure against the king side.
Yeah, knight d4, I mean, with the knight on d4, the position looks quite dangerous because there's bishop g6 ideas also. But let's take a look at our other key matchup of the day, Rufang's game with 1b3, and let's see what territory are we in that game.
Sorry, let's look at Rufang's game.
So it was 1b3, so yeah, we should run as a pawn on b3.
All right.
So we haven't seen this structure for black in this tournament.
So b3, e5.
Ah, that's my line.
Not exactly. After knight a3, you play the move bishop e7, which is a nice little wrinkle, but the move knight a5 is definitely the main line of the position.
Oh, isn't?
Yeah, just prevents the move knight c4. Bishop e2, a6 prevents the move knight b5.
And the whole point of this is the knight on c4 is so bad, like you don't mind wasting a tempo playing bishop e6, bishop e7, and you don't even mind putting a knight on a3. Basically, you're saying knight a3 is a bad move.
Which is arguable, and I don't remember exactly how this goes, but we got this structure now. Knight on a5 will have to reroute at some point. It is actually not doing anything there anymore, although the knight on c2 is not great. I mean, you can see I would actually rather have it on c3. Position should not be particularly dangerous for black. It seems like I can play moves like rook fe8, knight to c6. Bishop on d6, I have to admit, is a little bit awkward. I would rather have it back on f8 or on g7 or somewhere else where I can push this pawn to d5. So both sides have played, because they're avoiding their opponent's ideas, have played their pieces to suboptimal squares, forcing their opponents to go to suboptimal squares. So I think that here the position is a little bit of a mess in which a lot of remaneuvering needs to be done. Probably okay for black. I don't think there's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a long strategic battle, as we have seen in a lot of the games. In the last few rounds, actually, we've seen a lot of structures. And we will go around and take a look at the rest of the games too, but for now, Christian has some more developments for us.
In the other key matchup of the day, the girls section, we have some very, very interesting things going on. In this position, after the move queen c2, which is very natural, I used to play the stone wall. And whenever I saw the queen coming to c2, bringing the action on this b1, h7 diagonal, I always played this move knight to e4 to clog this diagonal. The problem is that after the normal move knight to b7, which was played on the board, c takes d5 comes on the board, and now you can no longer take with the e-pawn. This is the one retake you wanna essay, not c takes d5, because that's just going to give white everything he wants in the position, a very stable long-term advantage. The problem is e takes d5, queen takes f5, because the bishop on c8 is no longer defending the pawn on f5, and this is just a pawn up for white. Despite the fact that my queen is a little bit trapped here, I'm just going to bring it back at any moment, and white is just going to be fine. After c takes d5 was played, we have this position on the board after knight to b5, immediately jumping, attacking the dark square bishop and trying to take advantage of the fact your dark square bishop on the queen side are quite weak. This knight on b8 is no longer going to jump to c6, so the c file is always going to be open for the next 5 to 10 moves. Bishop b8 was played, and bishop f4 immediately was played. Once again, I'm trying to soften up the dark squares on the queen side. This square on d6, this square on c7. I'm going to play rook ac1 or rook fc1. This is going to be a long-term advantage for white. Very, very unpleasant to defend as black. And I think Maggie Feng already misstepped in this game.
It's a little inexcusable, I think, for a player of 2300 caliber and as experienced as Maggie Feng is to fall for such a basic trick. Because as Christian said, it's pretty much the first thing you look at when the queen comes to c2. And she is a Stonewall player. It's not like she's essaying the Stonewall as a surprise weapon and she doesn't know the ideas. She's played the Stonewall her entire life.
Is she?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. I only seen it in this tournament, so I wasn't sure.
And well, I've seen her play it at the World Youth, so I mean,
Okay.
I know that she's played it for a couple of years at least, and which is pretty much her entire life. And after Bishop F4, it's obvious that White is better. It's obvious that the counterplay does not really exist here for the black pieces. It's obvious that the bishop on c8 is going to suffer the rest of the game. It's obvious that this rook is going to come to c1. There is nothing surprising here anymore as far as the evaluation of the position goes. Black is simply worse.
And once you take on f4, g takes, it kind of kills your counterplay.
You have no counterplay on the king side. The pawn's
Yeah.
going to go to e3. This knight's going to go to e5. This rook's going to go to c1. The knight will install itself on c7. There is no reason not to. All endgames are bad. So if you trade the queens, it's bad. If you don't trade the queens, it's bad. This position's ugly. It is an ugly position here for black already because you were forced to take with the c-pawn. When you establish this structure with these pawns, it almost always commits you to taking with the e-pawn. You cannot take with the c-pawn. You cannot take with the knight. I mean, this is pretty much the worst exchange Slav you can possibly think of. You've taken on d5 with the c-pawn, and you've put the knight on d7 instead of c6. You put the pawn on f5 for no reason, and your bishop on c8 instead of being on f5 or something normal like in the Slav is now stuck on c8. Maggie has been surprised. I don't know what happened. She's misplayed already the opening rather badly, and it's going to be difficult for her to survive, let alone think about winning a must-win situation.
I mean, okay, a lot of things can still happen, but this is everything actually I could have asked out of the opening.
Can't ask for more? You just cannot ask for more.
It's pretty much a risk-free advantage. It's
Completely
not a
risk-free,
double-edged advantage. Like that game we saw of Annie versus Emily when... I'm sorry, Akshita versus Annie when she was worse, but the position was still pretty double-edged. There were chances.
Yeah, exactly.
This one is just the kind of advantage that you can just hold on to.
Forever.
Because your opponent doesn't have counterplay.
I agree. Something has gone very, very wrong here for Maggie Feng early in the game.
Well, we'll see what happens because as we've seen, some surprising turn of events have happened in this tournament. Well, actually, here are you threatening just taking on b8 and knight a7 already?
Yes, you're threatening a pawn, and you're also threatening strategically to put the knight on c7, which traps the rook on a8. And if you give up the dark squared bishop, I mean, your position is just really, really bad. I mean, that dark squared bishop's going to control the entire board. E5 will never be achieved. But taking on f4 is also not something that's great. Black has no real choices here. You might have to take on f4. It's just ugly. It's just really ugly.
Well, we'll see how Maggie will solve her problems. Let's take a look at the rest of the game. Let's take a look at Emily's game, as because if some accident happens in this game, she's the one who has mathematically, she still has some chances.
She's playing against Rachel.
So
this looks like some kind of semi-Slav. Let's see. Yeah, it is. We have a semi-Slav similar to the game Kaden against Joshua. A6. Okay, so with an A6 twist. This is something that was actually the battleground between Anand and Gelfand in that match that Christian was mentioning. It wasn't with Queen C2 lines. Castle, castle, bishop D6. I have actually played this for black quite a few times. The reason you play bishop D6 is because after white castles, he's actually threatening the move knight takes D5. So you have to move the bishop back or play queen e7, which is
okay,
not
so
actually...
if I play like rook e8, maybe you can show us how that works.
Knight takes d5. Now if you take with the pawn, I'm simply going to take with the bishop and have up a pawn. If you take the bishop on d2, I take on f6, check. You have to retake the knight, I take your bishop and have up a pawn. And the more complicated variation comes out of taking with the knight. In which case I take c takes d5, bishop takes d2, and now instead of taking the pawn, the bishop immediately back, which is just inequality, pawn takes c6 is considered to be quite dangerous. You can keep taking things, you can take on e3, but these positions are usually considered to be, well, you cannot take on e3 because you lose a piece, sorry. Because I take on d7 and you lose both pieces. So you have to take on c6, and after queen takes d2, I'm up a pawn again.
And your position is...
And your position is terrible.
Yeah.
So for this reason, the bishop must retreat to d6.
And after castle, because bishop d2 is no longer a check.
Precisely. bishop d6, e4, and actually, as far as I remember, e4 is a little bit rushed. You're supposed to play queen c2 first in this position. Also, by the way, queen e7 is a famous game. Very recently, the game between Aronian with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen, where Aronian
the pawn sacrifice?
Yeah, the pawn sacrifice variation, where just Aronian destroys the world champion.
Wait, I thought it was the other way around. Magnus was white in that game.
Aronian destroyed the world champion. Aronian Carlsen from Norway.
Oh, from Norway.
Yes, from
I thought
Norway.
you were talking about Leuven.
No, from Norway. The Leuven game you're thinking of was an Imzo-Indian.
Okay.
Bishop d6, e4, d takes c4. And the reason that you don't want to play this so quickly with the white pieces is precisely this variation that we're going to see. You take back with the pawn and you break on e5. And white usually has better things to do than black waiting for this structure change to happen. So you don't have to actually rush the move e4. After d5, knight c5, this dark square blockade is supposed to be really, really powerful. I've actually played this specific position. I think I threw in the move c takes d5 against an international master here in America. I forgot exactly who it was. But I remember I had a really nice game, Mulier, against Mulier. And I had a really nice game, and I won pretty convincingly, precisely because the structures are not supposed to be good for the for white. It's very difficult for them to make progress, whereas for black it becomes a little easy. You eventually take on d5. Doesn't really matter how white retakes, and you put a bishop on d7, you put a rook on c8, you eventually try to push the pawn to b5. And it's supposed to be very, very, very comfortable. You can imagine already that after this structure, you can see the knight on c5 is going to be permanent, the bishop on d6 is going to be permanent, pawn on e5 can't really be bothered, and maneuvering white's pieces is not so trivial. You have to defend the pawn on e4 consistently. The knight on f3 would like to reroute to somewhere useful, as it can't really keep attacking a pawn on e5 that's going to be easily defended. And the move f4 doesn't necessarily help you, first of all, because it's very difficult to achieve after I put a queen on c7, and second, because it actually just keeps giving up dark squares. So I've always found that perhaps the object and h3 just shows you that white doesn't have a real plan. I mean, h3 simply prevents bishop g4.
What would be white's plan? Like knight e1, knight d3, maybe?
I
like
actually have no
try to play
idea.
f4 or something?
I seriously-
you have to do some kind of a break, right? Which is hard to do, actually.
Well, that's the thing. You don't have one, and that's a problem for white's position. I think objectively, white's already worse.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just very difficult to find a move here for white, because it seems like you have the space advantage and all this kind of good stuff, but
Just visual.
it's all visual. It's all visual. Once you start analyzing the position more deeply, the position of black's pieces is excellent, and her pawns are more mobile, and any pawn break is on black's side. She can decide to take on d5, she can play b5, she can play f5, and that's for her to do depending on the situation. Whereas I'm not saying white's lost or anything like that, but it's very difficult to play relative to her opponent's position. I think Emily didn't really understand the nuances of the variation, because this line with d5 I cannot recommend.
And I've seen this happen with the young players, putting the pieces on their correct squares, so to say, or making like natural moves and then finding themselves in bad position. I think we've seen this happen several times in this tournament already. But let's keep going around and
Absolutely.
let's keep going. We're in the girls section, so let's go game by game.
Lead me away.
Your choice. Dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice. We'll just go.
Close your eyes and click.
All right.
There we go.
The game I gotta be Hovtsev against
F3, 6.
Shritha Eswaran, e4, c5, knight f3, a6. We had already talked about how this is not a good variation.
We had a game. Oh, this was Joshua also trying this.
Yeah, how did that go?
Not well.
Not well.
His opponent won a queen when he shouldn't have. That's how well.
Yeah, these lines usually are just dubious for black. They're going to play a normal c3 Sicilian, but there's not necessarily true that you wanted to get into this kind of variations. After bishop g4, I thought bishop g4 wasn't particularly playable in this position because of the move queen b3. I don't know if I'm making some kind of confusion or mistake, because she's playing very fast, as Shritha is. But I thought that there was some problems, both with queen a4 check
Because you cannot block with
queen
b5.
b3. Yeah, you cannot block with b5 because I will just numb this pawn, and you cannot take back because a8 is hanging. But also the move queen b3 was actually kind of dangerous.
I thought that would make sense if your knight was already in c3. So basically you're saying after queen d7 you're just going to play knight d3, and then your knight just starts hopping around?
Which one?
Let's say queen d7,
Yeah,
you're going to play knight c3?
I don't remember if it's knight c3 or not. There are already ideas.
It's already starting to look bad, because knight c3, if I even take on f3 and go e6, you have knight a4.
Takes.
There's some immediate problems, no?
There are some immediate problems. I don't know if they're so dangerous, but black hasn't really developed. I mean, this a6 move isn't so great. I thought that this was already quite dangerous. I don't know if it was queen b3 here, or it was queen a4, or one of those moves, but I thought bishop g4 was not totally playable. I might be mistaken. The move bishop e2 really justifies black's setup, because after knight c6, castles, at least you get to trade off this bishop for the knight, which is what she does immediately, and plays e6. And at least you've closed down the position. The knight will eventually land on f5, and you have some permanent pressure against d4. It's not like black solved all her problems. Usually the space advantage is still dangerous, but relatively black's doing okay. I thought against bishop g4 you had to do something more immediate.
But this is it's like a structural battle, so if white doesn't do something immediately, this looks like an e5 advanced French, except you got rid of your bishop.
Yeah.
And, well, you just told me that strategically it's losing for white.
Yeah,
advanced French.
Strategically it's losing for white. I mean, white does have to do something very quickly. This reminds me, of course, of the game Fabiano Caruana and the Rapids against Wesley So, in which we had a very similar structure, and Fabiano had to launch an attack on the king side and use the tempi that he had to try to win. And even though he eventually did get a winning position and lost, it exemplified to me how fast a grandmaster understands that he needs to launch something on the king side. Otherwise, for the long term, he's just going to get crushed.
Yeah, and those positions are quite, like black, when black plays French, they love seeing advanced French. Like, as a French player, you're so happy to see the advanced French, and now you don't have the bishop, and yeah, it's a matter of having a good grasp on the position. And this is the second time that Ashute is playing an offbeat Sicilian. Yesterday she played e4, c5, knight f3, d6, and then d4 takes an e5 immediately, and then Carissa didn't play bishop b5.
Yeah, she's not afraid to bring surprise weapons into the game, and I think that's quite good, because a lot of these players, both in the junior and the girls section, I feel are not very well equipped to deal with slightly different move orders or slightly different ideas.
Definitely. Okay, let's keep going around. So we have Agata's game. So we have two more games. We have Annie's game and Talia's game.
All right,
Talia
let's
playing
look at
Carissa and Annie playing Purva.
Start with Annie Wang against Purva if we could.
This also looks like theory.
This looks like, yeah, this is a normal variation of the Queen's Gambit declined after bishop takes c5, queen c2, knight c6, a3. Okay, queen a5. I think we've seen this already in the tournament. Rook d1 was played, which now threatens the move b4. I don't remember the theory of this. Bishop e2. I think a6 looks slow. I don't
approve?
I don't believe on the move a6. I don't really know what that move does.
You want to take and go b5?
You don't. Usually it's very dangerous to open up this c file for the queen. But okay, we'll take a look. Castle takes, and
h6.
h6. This looks very suspicious, I gotta say, because wasting two moves with a6 and h6 in this position that's already considered to be borderline playable for black, usually because of the bishop on c8. Black is able to hold.
Listen, you're telling this to a French player. Like, a bishop on c8 to me is like a normal piece.
Yeah, but bishop on c8 is a really bad piece. And you gotta be very careful when you play these variations. Knight e4.
Okay, so right away I'm already worried about e5 and b4. No, actually b4 doesn't work here.
e5 was played, but okay, so you gotta wonder, after, for example, taking an f6, I think you're still okay, because bishop takes f6, rook d5, you have the move queen c7, which still holds on to the pawn, I think, yes. So that doesn't quite work. The bishop takes h6 sacrifice, I don't think works.
That's what I was looking at,
because
but it's bishop d7.
Pawn takes, check, bishop g7.
You don't have the next move.
And I don't, yeah, I agree.
If you had knight g5, this would be a different kind of thing.
But you don't have knight g5, and I think this sacrifice doesn't quite work. But just the fact that I'm looking at these kind of things, should worry the black pieces. Perhaps I just have to retreat the bishop. The pawn on e5 is going to be a little bit of a target, and I like the activity that I have on the bishop on c4.
But then I can play bishop g4.
Giving up the pair of bishops isn't usually something you want to do.
Oh, you can go h3.
Sometimes you just go h3, and even though my structure is a little shattered, you can imagine that this powerful bishop on c4 is controlling the a2 f7 diagonal. It's not going to have anybody to fight against it. So, you know, if you just play something like h3, it takes.
This is starting to look a little dangerous for black, because I've seen the structures before. When you have a bishop on g3, your king is very safe, and you can always use it. Play king h2, rook g1, and then all of a sudden.
I like Annie's position a little better here after e5, just bishop g3. I don't see any reason to start trading on f6. I would just let black do that. And I think that after bishop g3, white should be slightly better. I wouldn't be terribly surprised, though, if Annie finds something that I'm missing at the moment that gives her an even greater advantage.
And we've seen Purba do this kind of thing, make moves in a position where like careless moves in a position where she really should be finding something.
Yeah, because even the move here, actually, I'm thinking now, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, b4. I'm not sure why I'm doing it the fancy way instead of just playing b4 immediately.
Because I think in the other line there's knight b4
knight
coming
b4
at you.
yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, but I wasn't sure if this
I
works.
just take on a3.
But this starts to look a little...
Take bishops.
On e4.
And I take on e4.
Take on b4.
Okay, queen g6 and you resign.
That's your trick. Okay.
Well, you can imagine that if I have, you can imagine that I have two bishops attacking on the king side. It will be on the king side that I attack. And here after queen g6, of course, I use the power of these bishops, and you have to resign. I'm betting on the next couple of moves. So this already looks a little dangerous, and it just exemplifies my point. White's better developed. H6 and a6 didn't do anything, and that's why it doesn't surprise me that already in this position, black might be in some serious danger. The move queen g6 is very hard to prevent.
Right, so if you don't find this, I mean, you always have the bishop g3 like kind of bail out, and you can play for those positions, but you're tempted to find something. So we only have Chris's game left in the girls section, but in the meantime, Christian has some more updates for us.
We have some very, very interesting game in the junior section as well. The game between Akshat Chandra and Liang, it's a very, very important one. And we know that Akshat is a very avid e4 player. But in this tournament, he's starting to experience a little bit more with knight f3 and other types of setups. And in this position, we entered the main line. Queen's Indian, b6 was played, and a3 came. This is a very, very interesting move. You're preparing the move knight c3, and you want to block bishop b4 at all costs. You want to play knight to c3, then try to focus in the central squares e4 and d5, potentially if, let's say, bishop b7, knight c3, bishop e7. Now I can play a move such as queen c2, preparing the move e4, or I can even consider this move d5, block the action of the bishop, prepare the move e4, and take full control over the center. Black said, no, I'm not going to allow you to do that. I want to play for a win as well, so I'm going to immediately attack your pawn structure and take advantage of your slow development. c5 was played, d5, bishop a6, queen to b3 was played, g6, and now we're entering a completely different territory. This is going to be very similar to a Benoni structure. Black is going to take on d5, most probably knight c3, e takes d5, e takes d5, bishop to g7, and now white is going to have to make a decision. How is he going to develop the bishop on f1? Either with g3, bishop g2, but that's a bit slow, and we know the g3, bishop g2 setup against the Benoni structures is not the most optimal, because the bishop on g2 is always going to be blocked by the pawn on d5. He can also play the move e4, but now we see why this bishop on a6 is quite a good piece. Right now, bishop takes f1 will be played, and white is going to lose the right to castle. He's going to take with the king. d6 will be played, most probably g3, king g2. White is going to be a little bit slow with his development, and after g3, king g2, he's always going to have some sort of difficulties defending the light squares around his king. Nevertheless, this is going to be a very, very long strategical battle. If white manages to play g3, king g2, bishop f4, place his rooks on the central files, and prepare at the right moment the break with e5, then the structure is just going to favor him. But if black manages to create a counterplay in the meantime, Black it has a very dynamically potential position. So this is the position we currently have on the board. I'm expecting it to be quite explosive in the future moves, but we have this game against Caden Truff and Joshua Collos, and I think we left it after this novelty bishop e4. In this position, rook e8 we were discussing is the most natural move, but Joshua thought for a while, started seeing ghosts, and he played this move bishop to e7, trying to salvage this pawn on d4, at least not allow queen takes d4, because queen takes d4, queen takes d4, queen exchange, black is going to be perfectly fine. Knight takes d4 was played, knight to a6, a very, very strange move. And right now, white is simply on the driver's seat. I'm going to play rook a d1, put a lot of pressure on the d file, and we see the same construction with the bishops on the long diagonal and on the b1 h7 diagonal eyeing the king. And a maneuver such as queen d3, queen g3, move the knight away, and we're going to see exactly the same setup I got checkmated in when we were analyzing the game of Apurva. This is going to be very, very difficult for black to repeal this very powerful attack.
I have to agree with what Christian's saying. As Akshat is looking at Caden with a huge advantage already, simply very easy play that he's going to have on the center with the rooks coming in. You can imagine a bishop retreating to b1, a queen coming to d3, and you can just see that black has to be a little creative already not to lose in a few moves. With a knight on the edge of the board, with this bishop on c8 still not developed.
Still don't see a problem with that. I mean, I can understand bishop e7 kind of. You want to play bishop f6 and not get mated. Like, you have to put a bishop. You have to protect g7.
For me, playing a move like bishop e7 would be very difficult from a psychological point of view, because I know I haven't done anything wrong, and bishop e7 just gives my opponent an advantage. I was talking about the fact that I simply cannot let you play the move knight takes d4,
Right.
taking away this position here for the bishop on e6. He plays a very quick knight f5, which is a little curious to me. It does seem to force the move bishop takes f5, and he's saying, well, I'm happy with my pair of bishop advantage. I think he could have been a little greedier to keep some more pieces on the board for a little bit. But knight f5 absolutely, I think, forces the move bishop takes f5, and I think that it's going to be a really pleasant edge already here for Caden.
Yeah, you get that bishop here, and with the bishop on f5, you basically have the c file forever.
Yeah.
So you're going to put the rook on c1, rook on d1 or e1, and I think that black queen is going to be uncomfortable.
It's going to be a very difficult game there for Joshua. The pair of bishops in that variation is supposed to be a big advantage.
Yeah, in an open position, the pair of bishops. And even though we're talking about the c8 bishop, and the c8 bishop is going to you're going to get rid of the c8 bishop in one move, and you're exchanging it with a piece that's moved several times already.
Yeah.
Which is something you're not supposed to do, but given the nature of the position, the open position, and the fact that white is ahead in development, you can put the rooks in the center.
And that all being said, I still think
very problematic, I think.
Very problematic, and I still think he could have been greedier. Instead of playing knight f5 first, I really like the move rook d1 before knight f5, just to tickle the queen, bring the other rook, and then eventually you always have the idea of knight f5.
Yeah, but in this position, I think once you start bothering the queen, it's even harder because you're threatening queen g4. He played bishop f6.
Bishop.
No, he took and then played bishop f6.
He took on played bishop f6. Now the reason he didn't do that in the other move order, why he played bishop f6 first, is of course that after rook d1, black just simply has to resign. There's no way to.
No, it's still queen b6. I mean, it's the same thing.
No, queen b6 now I have rook d6.
Ah.
And this is the difference.
Yeah, okay.
Here black resigns because
Once I take on f6, it's done.
Game over. So this is what you take first. Take on f5 first, take on f5, and now you play this. Because after rook d1, you still have the option of going queen b6, the queen defends here, the bishop, and the game continues.
I'll probably play bishop e3.
Yeah, you have two ways of playing. You could actually just exchange the bishop, but after the move bishop a3, which I really like, because it keeps both bishops on the board, and it also controls this knight, the rook doesn't have great squares to go to. Actually, why is black not just lost?
You want to play bishop g6?
I want to play rook d7 next move.
Well, I'm going to play rook d8.
Then I'm going to play bishop g6, and then
queen c7.
You have queen c7.
I'm surviving.
You're surviving barely, but you are surviving. Yeah, perhaps. I wanted to play bishop a3 first, but you take on a1. That doesn't actually help me.
Well, I mean, maybe you can try something else. You can play rook d1, exchange on f6, and play bishop e4, and then rook d7.
You can absolutely always
that
do
looks
this.
very forcing.
Rook d7, bishop e4, yeah. I don't like giving up the c8 square for the rook and then allowing knight c5. Perhaps not this variation, because you see rook c8, the knight hops here.
Yeah,
and I think that
defends the
perhaps,
pawn.
yeah, all these kind of details are why I preferred to put the rook on d1 first, and only eventually try to do something. I
So
also like playing very quickly a bishop e1.
Yeah, not this idea. I like just checkmating, because here you have to play like queen b6 or queen a5.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
maybe play queen c7 here.
queen c6. Oof,
Sketchy, right?
it is very sketchy. I gotta agree.
Queen d3.
Queen d3, knight c5. I didn't like.
Maybe bishop h7.
Ooh, oh, and
Queen b1.
queen b1. I'm not sure about this construction, but I don't know. I would have preferred that to what we see on the board. After queen b6, it's clear what's better, but I'm not so sure how much better.
So he played rook d1, so we're gonna see queen b6 on the board.
Queen b6 is completely forced. Everything else
Right.
just loses.
I wonder if we have something better.
Ah.
I feel like White's position should be like a lot better, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a little better.
No, it's a little better. It's going to be a long suffering for Joshua, but he's not getting mated or anything by on that kind of.
On that knight on a6, it's not going to be joined. Once, if I keep the bishop on the diagonal, the knight on a6 just stays there.
Yeah, I agree. It is going to be an unpleasant defense here for Joshua.
Let's go to Christian for some more updates.
In the girls section, the very important game between Akshita and Maggie Feng. Akshita is just playing brilliant chess. She is taking advantage of all the important nuances in the position, as we will see in just a second. After queen b6 was played, and now I have this move, knight to c7, very natural move. I'm going to take, we're going to exchange. You're going to take a pawn. But once again, let's remember what pieces are left on the board. You have this bishop on c8, which is completely out of play. You have this knight on d7 that's not going anywhere, because whenever you're moving, I'm going to jump with the knight on e5, and I'm going to take full control over the position. This would still be very unpleasant for black. But Akshita plays this move first, a4, very smart move, because a6 comes as natural, but right now this b6 square is going to be a weakness forever, and knight c7 right now is the most natural move. Knight takes c7, queen takes c7, queen takes b2, and I can play a simple move such as e3, threatening, preparing the move knight to e5, exchange your last good piece. And now I have this extra option of at some point pushing the pawn on a5 and completely blocking your structure. Even if you move something like queen b6, try to exchange the queens, I'm going to take, put the knight to e5, and look how paralyzed your pieces are. Let's say you go, actually I think this just loses on the spot after rook takes c8. So you have to prepare it with the move rook to d8. But after a5, knight to d7, rook a b1, I am a pawn down, but your pieces are completely paralyzed. There's no way you're going to get this bishop out of c8 without losing the pawn on b7. And once you lose the pawn on b7, I'm going to withdraw this bishop on f1, and I'm going to take advantage of your other weakness that's just going to be created, the pawn on a6. This is just a very, very sad endgame for black, despite her extra material.
I gotta agree completely there with Christian. You look at the position, it's visually ugly, and it's not the only way for white to play for an advantage. Even simply retreating the knight to c3 is also good enough for a strong edge. So pretty much whatever Akshita does, she's gonna retain a very strong positional edge. You can see that she's definitely considering the move knight c7, but any other retreat with the knight I still think is also very strong.
Yeah, and I think this is everything she could have asked for.
Yes, and the tournament situation, no better opening for her. I think this is great, absolutely great here for Akshita Gordy. Coming into the penultimate round, a point and a half ahead of the field, clearly the best player so far, and she's proving it yet again with the preparation that she's having in today's game.
Definitely. I mean, this position just looks horrible.
Absolutely.
I mean, pawn here, like that one pawn is not going to make a difference in the position when you cannot move any of your pieces. But let's keep going around. So one game we haven't looked at in the girls section was Carissa's game.
Carissa
Who is
against
playing
Talia, right?
Talia, yes.
Okay. We have...
This position.
All right, let's see how we got there. This is a... I don't even know. remember how you call this, but okay, it's similar to a Rogozin, but not quite.
Rogozin-esque.
Rogozin-esque.
Yeah, but I don't know. I asked it.
Very Tatevesque approach. Castle, bishop a6, takes, queen d3, okay. And we have more or less a normal strategical battle. The bishop on c1, if it was on f4, would just give white an advantage, but black allows this precisely because the bishop is not on a good square, and it's never going to go to a good square.
And black spends a lot of time exchanging those bishops, actually.
Yeah. And we have the following structure. Here, black actually plays c5, and white has two good options. You can take on c6, which is what I think most people would have done. Take on c6 and just play against the permanent weakness of the pawn on d5. This is supposed to be very good for white. If you take on c5, well, it's also good for white, I think, but not as good as the other one. I think the other one was just better. It forces black to decide between an isolated pawn
or hanging pawn
with bishop c5 or a hanging pawn with bc5. Either way, I don't think the amount of pieces that black has as active really justifies what to do, because one of the big problems is this pawn on b5 is actually really well placed. After a simple move like bishop b2 or bishop a3, developing this knight is surprisingly not trivial. You cannot play knight b7 because I can just take the pawn off the board with knight takes d5. There's no tactical problem with it.
Because e7's hanging with a check and f6 is hanging with a check.
Everything's hanging with the check. So, but that doesn't actually change anything whether you take with the bishop or the pawn.
I want to take with the bishop because, okay, one advantage I do have, I traded my bad bishop in a isolated pawn position.
That's true, but after bishop b2, I still really like.
I still don't have knight d7.
You still don't have knight d7.
Oh, so now I just can't develop the knight.
You just can't develop the knight on b8.
Is coming. Okay, this is a problem. So
this
if queen b7,
very big problem.
Queen b7, you just have rook d1, right?
I'm going to just increase the pressure on the pawn. This looks really bad for Carissa, actually. The more I see it, the more.
Now that we're making moves, it looks really bad. Because at first you make these general statements about the position.
Yeah,
once you started looking for moves, it becomes challenging.
And actually, the more I do that, the more I like the d takes c5 over the strategically general b takes c5. B takes c6. Sorry. I think the specifics of the position actually do favor the move d takes c5 because this knight on b8 is so difficult to develop. I didn't realize how bad it was until you start making a couple of moves, and then you can't develop.
You can, and we have like several games already where one of the players cannot develop, and we see how it's big trouble.
Yeah, big trouble. Yeah.
And sometimes we'll look at a position, and I think this is another thing that players struggle with. Maybe not at this level, but when you have these general statements about the position, but more forcing moves like justify breaking those rules. And, like, you don't know where to go.
And here I have to say that Talia, I think, had a good grasp on that, because b takes c6 is the general approach to the position, but d takes c5, taking advantage of the fact that the knight cannot develop, is I think is more important. Absolutely, is more important.
Right, the dynamics are more important than the long term, because the current dynamics are going to let you extend the advantage that you have in the position.
Absolutely.
So we have a lot of interesting games going on. We haven't had the chance to look at all of them, but we are going to take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we will continue the coverage of the penultimate round of the US Juniors Championship, so don't go anywhere.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here, because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because I'm gonna do it.
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously, because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
Welcome back everyone to the 2017 US Junior and US Junior Girls Chess Championship. If you're just joining us, this is already round 8 of the event and we have a very, very big day today. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm here in the studio with Alejandro Ramirez, and as we went on a break, everything just exploded in these games, and I think we have already one game that should be decisive any minute now.
It's very rare in the life of a commentator that the checkmate that we blunder on commentary
it's on the board.
actually happens on the board. As Christian, about 20 minutes ago, was blundered away a checkmate because of a cute pin. And that's exactly what we have in the game between Annie Wang and Apurva Virkut. An hour and 10 minutes into the game, we have exactly this position reached exactly the way that we were expecting with an early b4. This is obviously a very powerful sacrifice because of the way that Black has played, wasting so many tempi. I'm not entirely, well, I am entirely sure what she missed. She missed queen g6, but even then, this position is very dangerous for Black, and the move queen g6 just absolutely kills her opponent. The game is completely over. She hasn't resigned.
Yeah, you cannot stop checkmate.
Can't stop
it's
checkmate.
Literally over.
It's mate in 2. You cannot do anything about that, about queen takes g7. Because of the pin on the king, obviously the game is over. I think Apurva has played, I started the tournament with some decent games, but the last 3-4 rounds have been utterly bad. I mean, her game against Talia,
that was horrible.
That was terrible. This game is not much better. She did not even survive to move 20, and losing after an hour shouldn't happen.
Unless your opponent has some amazing preparation in some crazy line.
And even then, you know, but here after queen g6, I mean, it's just a very basic checkmate. We're just literally waiting for her to extend her hand and resign. I mean, there's nothing she can do about it.
Well, at least she can know that our grandmaster also blundered this checkmate. But
of course, we're
not playing, so we can blunder anything we want. So.
We're talking cheek. I mean, we are analyzing 10 different games. We're barely glancing at all of them. When you're putting your heart and soul, and there it is.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're just looking at the games like we're going one by one. It's very easy for us to blunder things. So
and she laughs.
Just to justify what we're doing here.
She laughs, but I mean, it's a painful defeat here for Apurva, honestly, after queen g6.
And we had another game that's going quite insane. So Emily Wen game we left off, you gave this long explanation about how Black is better, long-term advantage, White doesn't have anything, and now we're looking at this position where White is just up a pawn with the 2 bishops.
Yeah, h3.
So let's see what happened.
h3 happened, and then b5 immediately, which is perhaps a bit rushed. I usually like to take and then play b5, because I don't like giving my opponent the ability to simplify the position with d takes c6.
And to get the d file. Or
and get the d5 square or something along those lines. So bishop g5 was played, knight f d7, pawn takes c6, queen takes c6, c takes b5, and I think that Rachel completely blundered.
And we've seen her blunder. This is the 3rd blunder I'm seeing from her.
Yeah, I think that's her big weakness is tactics. And after
and very basic tactics, like one move tactics, not like a long-term calculation. Miss the move 10, it's like move 1, you miss something, move 2.
And after queen c4, she's just down a pawn. Emily has a very powerful move at her disposal right now, the move bishop b3.
Yeah, this is the move we're looking at, and we didn't see anything for White. I'm sorry, for Black, because you cannot take, and because the queen cannot go. Well, actually, I can take on e4 here. That's what we missed.
Ah, we're taking on e4. So perhaps the game is not quite over. But still, after bishop, something has gone wrong. The evaluation has completely changed. It's White that's playing for the initiative. She has, the very worst case scenario, the 2 bishops. And on the best case scenario, she has the 2 bishops and a pawn in a winning position. So a tough break here for Rachel, who's still playing very fast, but blundering, just blundering. And I think that this game's exploded, but it's not the only one. I believe that...
yeah, Christian has some more updates for us.
Blunders all over the place, and in one of the most important game of the day, Caden Truff and Joshua Collas. In this position, we were just considering Caden as having a very stable long-term advantage due to the bishop pair, but this happened, rook fd8, and in this position he just forgot the fact that Black actually has a threat. He's threatening to play this move, queen to a5, attacking both bishops at the same time. A move such as bishop g4, take this bishop out of the queen's action, and then potentially play the move bishop f3 to attack the pawn on b7, still maintain control over the c8, which is a very, very important square, would have maintained the advantage, preserved it. But instead of that, he played the move g3, and after queen a5, suddenly both of his bishops are under attack. This could lead to potentially one of the most explosive turn of events in this tournament we've seen so far. And in the other important game of the round, because it's very, very crucial that we keep tabs on both of them, Wander Liang is only half a point behind, and this position is turning to be quite well though for White. Knight c3 was played, bishop g7, e4, castle, and now you lost your option of actually taking on d5 and forcing forcing white to take back with the c-pawn. Bishop e2 was played. No longer I will take with the c-pawn, I will take with the e-pawn in case you take on d5. I think taking on d5 was played. I will take back with the e-pawn, and this is just going to be a very, very stable long-term advantage for white. Liang might be in trouble. He does have that option of actually catching up and even surpassing Caden Trough if Caden loses, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to take advantage of it.
Wow, what a turn of events. You can see, of course, Akshat takes with the e-pawn, no longer any reason to take with the c-pawn. Wow, and I gotta say, Caden is incredibly lucky that he's still in the game. He's not.
How exactly is he in the game?
He's not completely dead, and I think the reason, if we can go back to the analysis board, you can see that the bishops are both under attack. You cannot defend both of them, but luckily for him, the game's not completely over. He has the move bishop g6.
Okay.
And after I take on a3, I take on f7, king h8. I still have
Bishop f5 maybe?
Bishop f5, or even bishop b1, or bishop e4. And the light squares are a big problem for black. It shouldn't be enough compensation, but at least he's still in the game. He's not completely dead. But what a big blunder here from Caden, collapsing under pressure. You cannot miss a one-move tactic like this. Queen a5 attacking both bishops.
Apparently you can.
Apparently you can, and wow. Speaking of blunders, I think we have had already quite a few today, and we have a special guest with us.
We do have a special guest with us, and what a crazy round. I'm still in shock of this Caden game.
It's because not even an hour and a half in.
Right, you told me blunder. I didn't even realize Queen a5 is attacking to bishop, but that black had blundered. And blundering against someone who's been struggling this whole tournament, and it's just
it might change
handing
the entire
them
tournament.
Piece. Yeah, because no matter what happens in the Wonder Rakshot game, if Caden loses, no matter what happens there, someone is either going to catch him or pass him.
Correct. He needs to score today. He needs to pull himself back together, recover from this shock that is currently on the board. He has not playing. I think he's gathering his forces before he moves.
So speaking of shocks, we do have Annie Wang with us, coming from the victory against Abrahamyan. She's here in the studio with Christian.
With one of the very early victors of today's round after only 1 hour of play. Annie, what just happened in your game?
I think she messed up out of the opening. And
Can you explain us where you think, because we know all the way till here, knight c6, a3, this is a very topical line, queen to a5, rook to d1. You do have the option of castling long or knight d2. You have to somehow get rid of this spin. But you chose the move rook to d1, very stable. You're still keeping a small advantage. And I think, tell us what you think she confused in this position. Bishop e7 is still okay, bishop to e2.
I was really surprised when she just went a6. I was pretty sure when I was prepping that she was going to take on c4.
That is the main line.
Yeah,
bishop
take
takes
on
c4.
And then knight h5 or something like that.
Knight h5 to take advantage of the fact that you don't have h3 yet on the board, and I'm just going to capture the dark square bishop. Nevertheless, you're going to castle, knight takes f4, you're going to take with the pawn reinforcing the control over the center, and then potentially bishop b1, bishop a2, bishop b1, try to create some trouble on the king side for black. Would have led to completely normal position. But instead of that, she played the move a6.
Yeah,
Castled, very natural move. D takes c4, bishop takes c4, but the problem is she lost one tempo. Maybe it's not such a big loss of tempo, because in some lines she can go b5, but
then she went
played
h6 too, and I was like, okay. And then I just think after knight e4, I just thought I was better. And then
so what is the point of knight e4? Explain it to us, please.
I thought I wanted to stop her from going e5 to develop the bishop, just to keep her pieces trapped. So and then also after trading off the f6 knight, maybe I have bishop a2, bishop b1 ideas too.
So you're trying to eliminate the one of the strongest defender in black's position, the knight on f6, defending this important square on h7, and she played the move e5. Were you surprised when you saw this? Did you already had it all figured out?
No, I didn't think she would play e5. I was I hadn't calculated all the way through, but I didn't think it was good, so I just left it. But then she did play e5, and I was like, okay. And then, yeah, after b4, I don't think she just, like, saw queen g6 at the end. Like, she looked really confused.
To her defense, I didn't see it either. I went in exactly the same trap during our analysis.
Oh.
But I did spend maybe 30 seconds looking at the position. She spent like an hour. So queen takes a3, knight takes e5, and now this beautiful checkmate, bishop takes e5, that we've already seen it. Queen takes e4, queen b4, queen to g6. This bishop, such a powerful bishop, controlling the pawn on f7, pinning it to the king, and now there's absolutely no way to defend checkmate on g7. This must feel like a breath of fresh air for you going into the last round. What are you playing for right now? Who are you going to play next?
Rachel.
Rachel.
I just want to win, do the best I can, gain some rating points. Yeah.
Absolutely. Guys?
Well, a nice victory here for Annie, I think. It's always nice when you win so easily and you still have energy coming into the last round. An important game definitely against Rachel. I think Annie's recovering very well from her performance last year. She finished last in that tournament, and she's improved tremendously since.
And speaking of what they're playing for in this tournament, so besides winning the tournament and having the glory of winning a tournament and the qualifying spot for the US Championship, we do have quite a big prize fund in the tournament. So let's take a look at our prize fund that we have in this tournament. So in the junior section we have, for the first place, we have quite a big prize fund, $6,000 for 10 days of work, which is quite nice. For second place, we have $4,000, third place, $3,000. Fourth place, $2,000. Fifth place, $1,500. So we see four figures going down all the way to seventh place. Sixth place, $1,200. Seventh place, $1,000. Eighth place, $800. Ninth place, $600. And 10th place, $500. And in the girls section, we have, for the first place, we have $3,000. Second place, $2,000. Third place, $1,500. Fourth place, $1,000. For fifth place, we had $750, sixth place, $600, seventh place, $500, eighth place, $400, ninth place, $300, and 10th place, $250. And as we're talking about this prize fund, we also have to mention that when you win the tournament and you qualify for the US Championship, there's a guaranteed prize fund there as well. And that last place, I can't remember right now, but I know, like, if you win the tournament, like, you're winning a bonus. And the bonus,
very nice bonus
can vary, depends how you do in the championship.
It's the experience that you play in the US Championship. That's the start. Playing against some of the best players in the world. In the championship section, of course, you'll be playing against Fabiana Caruana, Wesley So, the current defending champion, Hikaru Nakamura.
Four-time US champion.
Yeah, a lot of important grandmasters also, like Alexander Onichuk, Boruja Nakobian, Ray Robson is going to be playing. I mean, you can see how important this tournament is. The prize fund is excellent. I believe that when I played, last prize was $5,000, and the prices have increased since
so we don't know what it's going to be next year. It might be even more,
maybe
hopefully.
Even more. And in the U.S. women's section, of course, we have players like Irina Krush, like Anna Satonsky, like Tatev Abrahamyan, who have
I didn't want to say my name. I was waiting for you to say it.
Who have shown that it's a very competitive tournament, also with huge prize fund. One of the most fabulous, I think, tournaments of the entire year. Everybody looks forward to playing in that tournament, and for any of the players in both events, it's an excellent experience. And we've had some amazing results from players qualifying from the US Junior in the championship itself. I remember that when Jeffrey qualified through the US Junior, he actually finished with 50% in the tournament, beating Gatakamsky on his road there. And that was an excellent performance. He won a nice 5-figure prize in that tournament. So that was pretty nice. And I know that everybody here wants to do their best, but they have the eyes on the prize.
And many of the girls in the girls section have played in the US Women's, and over the years they've made the tournament so much more competitive. Because I've played in the US Championship for many years, and the championship itself has changed so much. It used to be just a race between Anna and Irina, and like I would be up there sometimes barely keeping up. They would score ridiculous numbers, like 8.5 out of 9, 8 out of 9. It's very difficult to keep up with that. And now it's a very competitive field. We have players like Akshita, Ashrita, or Akshita and Ashrita. And we have Jennifer, who's not playing here, but she has scored a lot of upsets. I know Carissa is 2-0 against Irina, I think.
Yeah, Carissa, who has won both times against
No,
Irina.
I think this year she drew. I think it's Jennifer. It's like
Jennifer's
2-0
against Irina
everyone.
Krush, yeah.
Against Anya, yeah. And Zatanski, I believe.
And Maggie Fink also did very, very well this year. I mean, she was fighting for the top spots until the very end.
Yeah, I think she lost to Anna. She lost a crucial game, but otherwise she wasn't. She only lost to me until like round 8.
Yeah.
And she was playing really well. So we're going to see several of these players in the U.S. Women's Championship. And the prize fund here is actually quite nice too, because I played in the U.S. Junior before. I played, too many years ago. But I remember one of our conditions, first place was like $300.
Yeah, that has been...
And another condition is you have to share a room with someone, and I think USCF was covering half, which was a problem for me because I was the only girl there, and I couldn't share a room with anyone, and I didn't really have an option of doing anything else.
Well, I think...
so I think the conditions have really improved for our junior players throughout the years.
And it shows. I mean, when you improve conditions like this, when you give junior players more training camps, more ability to play in tournaments and to be rewarded for it, you can just increase the level. You just increase the level. I mean, you can see it, especially in the girls section, how competitive the tournament is, how some of these girls, because of these tournaments, because of the training camps they're being given, as you said, have bolstered the U.S. Women's Championship. They are already participating as part of the U.S. Women's Team Championship. We see that Akshita Gordy, who is here leading the tournament, destroying the field, participated as a representative of the U.S. Women's World Team Championship squad. She had a great showing in Russia. She did lose a few games, but I mean, it was her first time participating in such a high level. She's already playing people at the Grandmaster level. I'm not talking about women's Grandmasters. I'm not talking about best women players. I'm talking best of the best anywhere in the world. I mean, she was playing against the Russian squad, against the Chinese squad, and those are top-level Grandmasters.
Yeah, they have 4 Grandmasters on every board.
On every board, yeah.
Yeah, and the World Team Championship actually, I think, is the toughest tournament of the year, because it's not an Olympiad where you play down, and then you play Russia, and then you play down. It's like everyone, especially for the U.S. team, we're one of the lowest ranked ones, so we're constantly playing up.
Definitely, yeah.
And that was a very great experience, and I have to say, for so many years we didn't have a lot of up-and-coming girls, and all of a sudden all these girls, Jennifer was not playing. I'm not sure why she's not playing here, but she's definitely missed here.
Definitely.
Jennifer, Akshita, Carissa, Shrita, all of these players have, all of this generation all of a sudden it just came out of nowhere, and then I feel like they're going to be taking over very, very shortly. And Christian has some more updates with us, I believe, in Caden's game.
Not in Caden games.
I have it in front of me, that's why I thought.
I do want to bounce a few ideas off you guys. And in this position, after Rookie 8, setting up the spin on the E-file, there's one little trick that I didn't really catch early on, and that is if you go castle, I'm simply going to be able to take on D5. Despite the fact that you're going to win a pawn after knight, if you take with a pawn, I'm just simply taking on E2, and this is a clean pawn up. Knight takes D5, rook takes E2. Now, we see the rook is a little bit misplaced here. Despite the fact that it's quite active, it can be trapped at any moment with bishop E3. The problem is, right now, if you go bishop E3, I'm simply going to take on B2, and black's position is going to be dominant. But I have this nice little move, bishop to G5, to try to take advantage of my better placed pieces and of your weakness on dark squares. If you simply just move the queen to F8, I'm going to place this bishop on F6. Your pieces are underdeveloped. The rook on E2 is not feeling that safe right now because she's not focusing her attention on B2. After the exchange of the dark square bishop, all your dark squares are going to be very, very weak around the king, and that might prove to be quite problematic. So after knight d5, knight takes d5, rook takes e2, bishop g5, f6 is probably the best move, but now I can play a move such as bishop e3. We now notice that the bishop on g7 is on lock, and if you play a move such as f5, I can just go back. Once again, you're having a pawn up, but the compensation is definitely there, and I believe this is what Akshat is considering. Another option is, if he doesn't want to give up the pawn, in this position to play the move bishop e3. But whenever I see this bishop e3, I'm always afraid of sacrifices on e3, exchange sacrifices for long-term strategical advantages. After d6, I'm going to fully control the dark squares because of my bishop on g7 and the absence of your dark square bishop. I'm going to play knight d7, queen e7, rook a8, bishop h6 at the right moment, focus my attention on e3. And despite the fact that objectively maybe that's not as much compensation as practically, but from a practical point of view it's very, very difficult to play as white. And another game that I wanted to show you guys is the one between Akshita Gorti, who's just playing perfect chess so far. After knight to c7, after a6, knight to c7 was played, knight takes 7, queen takes 7, queen takes b2. This is the exact position I was following in my analysis. e3, queen b6, a5, queen takes e7, rook takes c7, and this is just, in my opinion, game over strategically. It's going to be impossible for black to play this over the board and actually salvage a half a point. Guys, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I think that the variation that you were showing initially for Akshat with short side castle and sacrificing a pawn looked suicidal to black. I mean, taking the pawn, allowing the knight to come to d5, bishop g5 with the tempo, it doesn't seem like a practical decision to me.
And in the Queen's Indian, there are several ideas when you just sacrifice a pawn. Even in this G3 alliance, like long-term advantage, but here in the short term, those dark squares look really, really bad.
Horrible. I mean, I'd be very surprised that after short castle.
Can you show me on my board? Because I don't think we have the analysis.
Well,
board.
the position you were talking about, we're just saying it looks really bad. For,
castle, knight takes d5.
Knight takes d5,
yeah,
knight
this
takes
position.
d5.
It's just our evaluation of the position. We're saying it's really bad for black.
This bishop g5 is very important. If you do not have the bishop to g5 move, then I'm just simply going to finish my development with knight c6, then my position will be perfectly fine.
It's not the hardest move to find.
I agree.
Not at all.
I completely agree, and I just believe this is what Akshat is actually focusing on right now.
Well, something that is perhaps the miracle of the miracles in
I was just thinking that too.
Akshat's
is up
actually
some time.
a lot of time, which should show how uncomfortable I wonder is in this position. The move castle is not particularly difficult to play. I mean, you have to make sure that you do have bishop g5 and some other details in the position, but it is a very obvious pawn sacrifice. The knight coming into d5, the knight on f6 is one of the few active pieces for black. And actually in this variation, the bishop on e2 is one of the biggest problems for white, because the bishop on e2 never has an active role. It's stuck behind the pawns. It doesn't really have any diagonals to go to. It's the bishop on e2 that you're eliminating by winning a pawn. So it's a piece that you would rather very gladly trade for the knight on f6. I think it's a very simple idea, but I also have to agree with what Christian is saying. Maggie is under pressure. Actually, it is playing absolutely perfectly. I wouldn't say that it's lost, but it's very close to that position at the end.
Well, strategically, it does look lost. Maybe.
Yeah. It might be. It might just be objectively lost. I mean, the position here already, black has to be very scared of certain immediate threats. I mean, the move knight g5 might sometimes just win a pawn. The knight has to be stuck on d7. She has to try something along the lines of b5. But the weird thing of the position is that after b5 doesn't actually help your position that much. Because sometimes
I think it
actually
hurts your position because I have knight g5 and you don't have rook e8 kind of moves.
Yeah.
Yeah, because then I just take one e6 and then.
But even if I play a move like rook ac1, how did b5 improve your position?
I'm going to play rook b8 and push my pawn.
Yeah, but the pawn's going to die because you have no development. So I mean, it's a very tough
What do you want me
position.
to do?
I agree. It's a very tough position here for the black side.
Right.
Meanwhile, I wanted to take back a look at the game of the day, the crucial game
Cadence
of the day.
game.
I want to see what's happened because I was pretty sure that there was no. What?
Yeah, what we predicted happened.
No, not at all.
No, we predicted bishop g6, like that whole line. So
I wasn't predicting that white's winning.
White's winning? Oh.
White is back on track.
Okay.
White is completely.
No. I mean, he played bishop g6, what we thought he was going to do. So what black, we didn't really say what black has to do in this position. So what is black's defense? Because bishop g6 is a serious threat. I'm sorry, queen g6 is a serious threat.
It's a serious threat, but I don't have to overreach. I mean, the queen g6, I can always move with king g8, and.
I didn't want to put my bishop on e4 because I wanted to have to check and just repeat the position.
Well, let's see. Bishop e4, you have to be a little careful here for black, and this is what I was talking about, that the game wasn't over. But what he has played, which is queen f8, was definitely not the right approach. After queen g6, queen g8, bishop takes b7, which I see is on the board, white is more than recovering his material after the knight moves, and the knight has to move. Yeah. Let's put it on c5. I simply take, and I have a position in which 2 rooks and 2 pawns against 2 minor pieces and a rook. Now I'm mentioning the rooks because it is important in this position that I have 2 rooks as white, which creates a lot of pressure on the opponent's position. If I simply play the move rook fe1, this queen is very passive. This bishop and the knight don't coordinate fully well.
Because of the pawn structure, it's just so perfect for white.
It's
just kind of like everything fell together for white.
Yeah, and any endgame is actually unpleasant for black. The coordination of the knight and the bishop is really bad because the knight doesn't have any anchor squares. I can always kick it around. And it's not a good knight, it's just a very bad knight. If this was a light squared bishop, the evaluation changes completely. But since it's a knight, I would rather be white in this position already. I'm not so sure, perhaps winning was an exaggeration. But
so let's go back. So what should black do? Actually, okay, I understand bishop b4, you're attacking b7, but instead of queen f8, what would you like to play?
Well, I do have to be very
Maybe we
worried.
have to resort to the engine at some point, but I'm
well,
wondering
I'm
if we can
so
find
sure.
something.
Like if I put the knight on c5, where are you going to go? Bishop f5, I guess?
This is why I didn't want my bishop on e4.
But okay, bishop f5, you have this threat at some point. Just wondering how real your threats are.
But now you have knight. Oh, you don't have knight d7. Okay, no, I'm blundering.
No, I don't
I'm blundering way too early in the day.
Yeah, I don't know. This is not so trivial. Perhaps this is not the move. Queen e7 fails to queen g6.
Let's spend a few minutes until we go to the engine, because
No,
we just
but
blunder
okay.
everything. I mean, queen g6 is a real threat. I mean, if you play... Okay, if my bishop was on f5 and I play queen g6, king g8, at the very least I have a draw.
Yeah, but okay, there has to be something here for the black side. If you're down a piece, and I cannot believe that such simple threats.
Can I just play queen e7, king g8? Or queen e7 you're going to take on e4? I'm sorry, take on b7. But you can go to that same position again.
Yeah, I have... no, you probably have to play knight c5, actually. You have to play knight c5, I think. Bishop f5. The thing is, if I'm actually scared about your threats, this is what I'm trying to wonder. Like, how real is your threat of queen g6? Let's go ultra greedy, and then I'm going to...
Take on a2.
Let's just take on a2 and see what happens. Queen
What
here, king here.
All right. So let's try to checkmate you.
But I just don't see how you're going to do so. I mean, the idea is to bring the queen back to the defense. So, for example, check here, bishop g6 threatens dangerous stuff, which, by the way, dangerous stuff is a little vague. I'm not entirely sure if you're actually going to checkmate me. But if I just take on b3, I'm going to retreat the queen to g8, and this looks like game over. I mean, you don't have any attack at all in this position.
Well, maybe I should still try bishop d5 in the other position when my queen's on g6. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I mean, I don't like this allowing knight on c5. So I don't have anything here. I have to play bishop somewhere. Maybe I should play bishop. Look, bishop e1 just doesn't make any sense, because then I don't have a check on the diagonal.
I mean, bishop e1, I just want to do the same thing. I want to play queen a6 and retreat the queen to one of the light squares in order to cover the g8 square. I think that it's risky, of course, but queen g6 is just not such a big deal. I can always play
I'm missing a piece. I need one more piece to checkmate you, but this is long gone.
It looks scary, but...
Medal time. Let's go back after knight c5. Medal time.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God. It's one of those times. For white?
All right. I'm assuming for white.
Bishop f5.
Okay.
Queen takes a2.
Okay, medal time?
This is the medal time.
All right. It has to be a rook somewhere.
Wow, is that how you solve the problems?
This is how I teach chess. I
only accept full variations.
Okay,
no
full
one
variations.
movers.
Okay, full variation. Take on d8, queen g6, king g8, rook e1.
No.
That was a nice try, though.
Thanks. Full variations.
I'm trying to figure out, and let's see how I approach this variation. I want to checkmate my opponent, and the big problem is that if I play queen g6, I always have the issue that after king g8,
resign.
The threat of black is to take on b3 and bring the queen back to the defense. So I have to be very, very quick and precise in order not to allow the queen to come back. So So I have to do...
Oh wait, can I just play queen g6 and then rook c1?
Ah, rook c1, and the idea is this bishop e6.
The idea is to make a draw.
Well, a draw is about as good as it gets here for white, and you might be right. This rook c1 move is very powerful because
To get a medal?
There you
Good
go.
job, good job.
This is why I came to work
And
today.
b6?
No.
6 would take,
Oh,
and then
sorry,
we repeat.
b6, and then
No,
this is just
take.
a draw, right? Takes here.
Let's
check.
show it. Bishop e6, king
You cannot
h8.
go
Yeah.
here. You have to go to. You cannot go here because of checkmate. You have to go to h8, but then this forces the repetition.
And we know opposite color bishops are always a draw,
Always
regardless,
a draw.
regardless of anything
so
that's going on.
perhaps after knight c5, bishop f5, I can be more clever and play the queen to a6 instead, and that at least covers the e6 square, right? So
But now I can go b4.
now you can.
I don't
go
know what b4 does, but I can go b4.
The knight is really badly placed. I really need to bring this knight back to
Now
the
I want to
defense.
take and play rook e1 and...
Yeah.
Okay, this is starting to look a little bit...
Scary?
Yeah, because your knight has to go where, a4?
Well, okay, let's, we have so many games to look at. Christian, tell us what the correct variation was for black in order to preserve an advantage. I cannot believe that...
You don't want to do this all day?
Well, I cannot believe that white actually just had a draw after bishop g6.
In what position?
Oh, well,
Like,
in the variation of the
Kenan.
game, after bishop e4.
So bishop e4, queen to f8, right?
No, no, no,
knight,
bishop-
knight to c5 was the correct move, right?
Yeah,
Bishop to f5.
and then?
I can play rook takes d1, but this is not an advantage. I don't think this is an advantage. Actually, I was going a little bit deeper into the lines, and most of the times it's just going to go
draw.
for a draw. Yeah, 0, 0, 0.
Wow, what
Rook
a
takes
way-
d1, something like queen b4, potentially quite an interesting move. And now you have to be a little bit careful, because queen g6, I'm going to go king g8, and you no longer have an attack.
Well, I wanted to play rook e1 in those positions instead of...
But the problem
No,
is
no.
that with
Oh,
the queen
yeah,
on
queen
b4, with the queen on b4, that's not possible. So what the computer was actually suggesting
King F1.
after queen to b4, a move such as h4, and then g4, and then g5. Apparently, that's my plan.
Apparently this is how chess works.
And-
you give up a piece and then you push your king
And
side
all
first.
your pieces are just restricted. They're paralyzed. You cannot move anything. So you're going to have to find a plan of yourself as black. And computer suggests this move, g4, now queen to f4. And at some point, I'm going to have to go rook e1. Your idea to control the e file. This is just some crazy lines, in my opinion. Bishop to e5, queen to g6, queen to h2. And, okay, I mean...
Okay, I mildly
This-
regret
this is
asking
not
for
how-
the
yeah, this is
I
not how chess
mildly
works.
regret asking for the computer
So
evaluation.
Kaden is going to come here and be like, oh yeah, I saw this line when I played g3 and I thought the position was complicated, so I decided to go for it.
But queen,
definitely gonna happen.
queen takes a2, which is the most natural way to play that position. At least forces white to find the draw with queen g6, king g8, rook c1. So I think Joshua should have went for that variation, even if he wouldn't have seen all these complications.
Well, because the current position that we have of the board after the move rook fe1 is very obviously better for white. I mean,
if Kaden wins this game, it's going to be ridiculous, I think.
no,
After
but
blundering a piece.
he is going to win. I mean, he is that much better. This position is super dangerous for black. White's play is so easy. Endgames are bad. Trading rooks is really, really bad for black in this position.
You're going to lose the a7 pawn, I think, if you trade rook.
If you if you trade rooks, you lose a7, and then the endgame is trivial. Even playing a move like queen h7 is not so easy because I have moves like rook e8 immediately.
But
I have queen f7. He's played the move rook to f8, and he's already a little bit lucky that I don't have an immediate penetration on the 7th rank.
But you do have the threat of just doubling on the e-file, right?
Yeah, even a simple move like rook e2, just follow it up with rook e1.
Like rook e2, at some point you want to play before the knight is...
I can even think of before immediately.
yeah, I'm in this position.
Position's
But that
terrible.
kind of implies that the original position was so good, even if you blunder a piece, you still have chances.
Well, we were talking about it. The black's position was very suspicious.
Right,
I
because
mean,
you had the
he
two
did-
bishops in an open position.
Yeah, and I think Kaden is clearly in the driver's seat here. I'll be very surprised if Joshua is able to defend such a difficult position.
I mean, this game is just crazy. I mean, I'm looking at this game, I realize like I don't understand anything about chess. Just give a blunder a piece, and then you're still fine. A few moves later, you're winning, and I mean, I guess anything can happen in chess, and I can understand Caden blundering because you have a good position. You think like your opponent doesn't have anything, basically, right? Just kind of
yeah, but Joshua
you kind of let go.
Joshua just didn't put in the effort to calculate variations. He still has an hour, and they've played almost 30 moves, so he's not going to be anywhere near time trouble. He could have spent 15, 20 minutes trying to sit down and figure out what the better variations were, because as soon as I see this position, I immediately rejected it. There is no way I would allow myself to get into this position with black.
Yeah, but for Joshua, I think at this point he just wants this tournament to be over with. I mean, you can.
And that's the psychological difference,
right.
And I think that Caden, in some ways, is a little lucky of how Joshua has handled the rest of the tournament, because sometimes you're in the mindset that I just want this tournament over with. I don't want to spend killing myself over this tournament. I just want it to finish. Because if Joshua had a better attitude towards the position, I think he would have found that he didn't have that much to fear, and then Caden would have had to at least force the draw.
And maybe we can ask him after the game, and because like when you have like half out of 7, like what difference does it make if you finish with 1 or you finish with 1.5? I mean, maybe a few rating points here and there.
He's 2 points away from 9th place, so I mean.
No, but I'm saying like for you mentally, or like how much time do you want to spend on this? And I mean, you can salvage some rating points, but you know, at that point, I think you're just mentally done with the tournament.
But he does have that chance of influencing the whole standing, and that should be enough of a driver's mentality.
I don't think so. I mean, when I play a close tournament, I really don't care who I'm playing against, who's winning, who's not. Sometimes I've literally been in tournaments, round-robin tournaments, but I don't even know who first place is because I'm so focused on my own event.
And how
badly I'm doing.
Yeah. I didn't want to say it myself, so I just stopped myself there. Yeah, but this position I agree, like rook d6, rook e2 before, like all these moves just look bad. Maybe let's go back and take a look at Maggie versus Maggie, see if we have some developments, because that game is very crucial. So we see some moves that have happened.
Rook d8, which
you want to move your knight.
Yeah. Well, knight g5 was played, obviously attacking the pawn on e6.
So knight f8, I'm assuming?
Knight f8 is possible, but again, after rook c1, I'm not sure what you're going to play. Knight f7 is not an immediate threat, because you have rook d7, but you can start to see how there are certain variations where that might actually just win immediately. Knight f8 might be forced, though. I mean, playing knight f6 is also possible, but it looks a little... Actually, knight f6 is probably also possible. At least the pawn on e6 is defended by the bishop, and I don't see any way to win immediately.
Maybe I can play bishop d7. I cannot play bishop b5. That's the problem.
Well, just the move rook c1 is good, I think.
Okay, maybe h6. Like, I give you the pawn.
I could regain a pawn with knight f7. I'm not sure I really want to do so.
Which pawn are you regaining?
Knight f7, you have to play rook d7, and I take on h6. Take on h6, and I'm not, as I said, I'm not sure I want to do this, because now I've traded all of black's pieces. So
I don't think you want to do this at all. I don't think you want to be left with a bishop.
I don't want to be.
Yeah, you want to be left with a knight.
Yeah, so I agree. Rook c1 after knight f6 looks logical. I can also play rook b1 because it prevents both bishop d7 and rook d7. So I like rook b1, I like rook c1. If you scare out my knight from g5, I can always just put it back on f3 and then put it on e5.
Yeah, but I wanted to give up a pawn and... Okay, make a move here. Well, now that I told you I'm going to give up a pawn, you're going to play rook b1.
It is it is a logical move.
And at some point you have to do something probably with your g2 bishop, right? Or just going to leave it there and always threaten something?
I'm just going to put it on f1 eventually.
Right.
It discourages you from playing, giving up the b7
and yeah, I can never do something like rook b8 because it's just going to come around and take it. Yeah, I mean, this position looks devastating.
Yeah, it looks just so difficult to play.
But again, it has to be won, and like...
definitely. The
game... Like, I don't like if she plays a line that you played, I think would be a big mistake. Yeah. Giving up, leaving yourself with a bishop because the bishop cannot penetrate.
There will be some tempting variations that are just a mistake. Yeah. I agree with that.
So she has to keep, she has to not worry about the material and keep playing the way she was playing and just playing for the long-term advantage, playing, I mean, taking into account the fact that black just cannot move, so you don't want to let go of that. So if you are going to let go of that, you need to gain
something substantial.
Right, either two rooks on the 7 or some material, and that's the only reason I think white should give up anything.
Right.
Do we have a move in Akshat's game?
I think in that position there is one variation worth mentioning. I think knight b8 could be very resilient if it would work, but unfortunately I don't think it would work. Knight b8 with the idea to go knight to c6, plant the knight on c6, attack the pawn on a5, force these rooks to stay on the a file to defend this guy, but I think knight f7 is just winning, and after rook to f8.
And the difference is if you play rook d7 right here.
Now oh yes, yes. If black goes rook d7, then I just take on c8, king takes f7, and the problem is this knight on b8, the rook on e8, the knight on b8 is pinned on the 8th rank. This is just game over. I'm going to play rook b1 or even rook c1, rook c7 at the right moment. This pin on the 8th rank is going to be forever, and there's just game over.
Right, and the line you were showing with rook f8, what would happen there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so after rook f8, we just go knight e5, and now we control the square on c6.
Yeah,
and that's just
this position is very sad. It's just very sad.
Even as a French player, I have to say.
Yeah.
Do we have anything in Akshat's game? Probably no.
Definitely we have to look at it, because no, we
Is that
do.
the game? Oh.
Akshat, he castled, which I
Look at
thought
that.
was incredibly logical.
Right.
d6, and now the move rook e1. This takes away the sting from any knight takes d5 type of ideas. I was considering playing bishop f4 first, but then maybe you take on d5. Okay, so rook e1 just takes the idea out of knight takes d5. It no longer works. I expect that black has to develop to play knight bd7 or something along these lines. And black always has to be worried that after bishop f4, you have to defend this pawn on d6 somehow. You don't necessarily want to play a knight to e5, because taking and taking leaves a good version of this passed pawn on d5. Black will be worried about white playing bishop b3, queen c2, and b4, and breaking open the queen side. Whereas there's no easy way to really defend this pawn. It's a very targetable weakness.
Looks like a very good Benoni for white, right?
It's a dream Benoni. This is, I think,
because the bishop on a6 is just so misplaced. Because you play bishop a6 to force the queen on b3, which is misplaced, but in the long term, it's easier to fix the queen than the bishop. So black should have done something more immediate, like take on d5 and exchange the bishop, like in that, like Christian was mentioning. Yeah, something a little more forcing. And there are some other variations where you take ED, CD, and you get into King's Indian types of positions.
It's an uncomfortable position here for a wonder. I think that Akshat has won the opening duel, and he has emerged with a slight edge.
And more time on the clock.
Amazing. The dream.
This is everything Akshat could have asked for. And we have seen him spoil several positions where he had the advantage, and because of the time management. So maybe today he's trying really hard to manage his time better.
Definitely.
Do we have? We haven't looked at most of the games in the junior section, so we have looked at 3 games. So let's take a look at Andrew Tang and Michael Brown before we take our next break.
Let's take a look at Michael Brown against Bove Liu.
And he said yesterday that so Bove Liu qualified by winning the U.S. Junior Open Championship, and he is the lowest rated player. And if we look, he's lower rated than I think some of the girls in the girls section.
Yeah, he's lower rated than Maggie.
So they didn't pick him over the girls like he's playing here because he won the tournament and he qualified.
Right. So, well, let's see. We have this position. Michael Brown with the white pieces seems to have a nagging edge in the position, and perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps it is just a clear advantage. Because after the move knight f5, I'm not sure what you're going to play. If you take on f5 and I take on d5,
this is like a dream Michael Brown position, I think.
Oh my god, yeah. This pawn on b6 is weak. You don't want to play b5.
The pawn on a6 is weak.
Because knight a5, knight c6. The pawn here is weak. I'm threatening queen b7 in certain variations. Rook d1 is also coming. f5 is currently
And if you
hanging.
play g6, oh.
If
I mean, you probably have to play g6, right? How else are you going to defend that?
Well, g6, rook d1 might just lose a pawn, because I'm going to play queen b7 on the next move if you move the knight.
Yeah, this is very problematic. And Michael was saying he's playing one of the lowest rated players, so he's going to try to score some points. And he has like very generally good attitude about this tournament.
Yeah, after knight f5, I mean, I am threatening things like knight d6. I can just take your e7 bishop off the board and play with a pair of bishops.
And then blunder one of them. This is hard to do here.
No, yeah, but this looks really bad for Bove. I mean, the more I look at it, the more I have difficulties defending a lot of my key squares. He would love to play just bishop f6 and solve all his problems, but after simply the trade and knight here, I'm going to take one of your bishops away, and that looks really bad. I could even start calculating variations and see if knight d6 immediately works. It probably does. And after bishop takes b2, takes here.
Too much work.
Queen
We're going to
c7.
blunder something.
I don't think so. I think we'll be fine. And the knight back to c4. This looks really ugly.
Yeah, you have that beautiful g2 bishop. On
The g2 bishop is a monster.
Just a long-term advantage.
And it can always trade it in for an isolated pawn. This looks bad for Bove, I think.
And let's take a look at Andrew's game.
Andrew Tang is playing Mika Bratton. This one is a little more difficult to evaluate until I count the pawns. And then I realized I was one. Up one.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I forget. You know, when you first look at a position, you just assume it's
material's even.
Yes,
but material's not even.
Okay, but let's see how we got here. So what opening is this?
What is this? What is going on? This d4 c3 nonsense again, which is not very recommendable, but it's been working out for Andrew.
You're off the pawn out of the opening.
Yeah, there you go. e5. It seems like black has a perfectly playable position here. Very aggressive with the move c5 as well. e4. Okay. I'm not so sure about e4. I don't like closing the center without necessity because it allows this kind of things like c4. Might not be the end of the world, but I wasn't a big fan of the move e4. Takes g5, and now he has some trouble defending the pawn on e4. As you can see, there's always going to be this target on e4 for white to play against. This is just the reason I didn't like the move e4. I think it was a little rushed.
That's the pawn that disappeared, right?
I'm assuming that this is the pawn that disappeared.
So
he gains a pair of bishops, but as you can see...
Can I take on d4?
You can, but I'm not so sure you want to allow this knight to come to d5. You're a little scared of now potential weaknesses. I'm not sure how this happened. Potential weaknesses on the king side. You can imagine the queen coming to h5 with a very strong initiative. So bishop e7 takes on d5, knight f6, knight takes e4, and currently white sits pretty with an extra pawn. And after queen f3, probably an extra pawn in a winning position, because the idea of bishop e3 is really, really annoying, as is sometimes the idea of queen f5 and trying to exploit the weak diagonal. It seems like Andrew here has the pawn and the compensation.
And twice as much time on his clock, 28 minutes versus 56 minutes.
Something went horribly wrong for Mika.
Yeah, I think he plays these structures and then kind of throws off his opponent, which is a good approach.
Well, it worked today.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, and that's
today.
why we see so many London systems, right? Like playing systems or
yeah,
trying to avoid theory just to get some kind of a playing position and let your opponent figure out what to do.
All right, so Mika here is on a very difficult situation, down a pawn against Andrew Tang, who has also a huge time advantage and a better position. After queen f3.
Was it queen f3 played?
Yeah, queen f3 was played, and I think that there are so many dangerous things going on in the position for black that it's hard to believe that he will survive. Bishop b3 immediately is a huge threat. You don't want to take on d4 ever, because after rook d1, you can already see all of the threats down.
Oh, we have a result in court. I think we have a result. Oh, we have something.
Yeah, we do. Oh, we do have a result. That is very surprising to me.
Already? What happened? Looks like white changed. What is happening?
They agreed to a draw?
They agreed to a draw in this position, guys. After knight... Yes, after knight to e8... Sorry. Knight g5, knight f6 was played, rook a to c1, knight to e8.
Oh, that's a big mistake.
And it seems like the rook is almost trapped on the 7th rank after king f8, rook f7, king g8. Now I'm threatening to play the move h6. The knight goes away and the rook on f7 becomes defenseless. Rook to e7 is almost forced. King to f8, rook f7, king to g8, rook e7, king to f8. And the game was drawn. This is not a bad result.
No.
But
given she's guaranteed tie for first now.
Well, she might just outright win the tournament if Emily doesn't convert her position.
But either way, she's guaranteed tie for first at least.
Yes.
Regardless of what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good result for her. I think from the position she could have tried for more. Definitely could have tried for more. But the result is good.
I think she blundered.
I think she just blundered, because after rook d8, knight g5, knight f6, she forgot about the move knight e8 trapping.
Well, can I just go back, or?
Well, you can't. I don't know if you want to go back, because if you go back, I have bishop d7.
Oh, okay. So
and now I'm developing.
Bishop d7, bishop c6,
and
h6.
Now h6, and I'm developing. I think that's why rook b1, as I originally said.
So what if rook knight e8 now?
And
the rook on c1 or c2.
Ah, okay.
Or rook
so
c2 looks better, yeah.
Right.
And now you cannot develop, because of rook takes b7. Yeah, I think she just misplayed it, but I think she came into the game knowing that a draw is an excellent result. I can't really blame her for going for this, even though one wants to see the winner push. But nowadays at the top level, it's very common that if you have a lead in the
Wesley
tournament,
So-esque approach.
or like Rajabov, who in the Geneva Grand Prix, with a half-point advantage over the rest of the field, drew his final game with the white pieces in 9 minutes. And everybody else also drew, so he won the tournament.
But like we were saying, at a higher level, like that's
That's true.
I mean, the randomness factor is a little lower than here.
We're going to have to ask Akshita what her approach was to today's game, but
I think she just blundered. Like, I don't think she came in thinking, like, I want to make a draw today. I think she just blundered this.
well, draw does favor her anyway.
Right.
So Maggie is unable to win the tournament. She's a full point and a half below Akshita. It is the only chance for Akshita not to win this event is for Emily Nguyen to win today, win tomorrow, and for Akshita to lose tomorrow.
And Akshita is playing Purva tomorrow.
Who has shown a very questionable chess in the last few rounds.
But again,
Anything
I
can
mean,
happen.
like we're looking at Joshua Collis versus Caden Truff, questionable chess, so to say, and we see this kind of blunder, so I think anything can happen. And Akshita should be black tomorrow, I believe.
That would make sense.
Actually, what color was a Purva today?
Black.
Purva was black and
Purva
Akshita
was
was
black,
white.
so
Okay,
yeah.
so that makes sense. Yeah, but even so, I don't expect this kind of blunders from Akshita. I mean, I wasn't expecting it from Caden either, but here we are, so...
Well, so that is a crucial game. Let's take a look at what's going on between Emily and Rachel. White has 4 little ones, and black has 3 little ones.
And you have the two...
And you have the 2 bishops and the better
bishops.
coordination, and this king is actually a little bit unsafe. This position might just be winning.
I mean, it looks very winning.
I mean, it's 2 bishops, and black's coordination is lacking. A lot of work to be done, but it should be a win.
I mean, yesterday was it Emily's game yesterday versus a Purva, up a pawn, down a pawn, up a pawn,
Yeah.
down a pawn, and then a draw at the end. So yeah, a draw would just make Gordy the winner of the tournament, but it looks like Emily should convert this.
She should. She's taking advantage of a blunder that Rachel had, just
Really bad
dropping a
blunder.
pawn for no reason. And yeah, definitely Rachel is against the wall here. She's got the advantage of having a lot of extra time, but it's a simplified situation, and it's hard to imagine either side really blundering anything.
Well, shouldn't make statements like this. I mean, we didn't see anything blunder in like the
Yeah,
Candid games. I
that's true.
just cannot get over that.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's a tough blunder to believe happened from a player that has been so dominant in the tournament.
Kind of well, I cannot say understandable, but like when you just don't think your opponent has any
Yeah, any counterpoint.
any moves, and you have to keep in mind that in chess you can't, like, you always have to be a little tense. You can
Yeah.
never just fully
Relax.
And we have 2 results so far, and both of them in the girls section. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't say we're gonna have an early day, but we're not, because we have Akshat playing, and we do have Akshita with us, who's not guaranteed for a guaranteed tie for first, regardless of anything that happens. And she's in the studio with Christian.
With Akshita Gordy, the leader of the girls section, after a very, very important result, guaranteeing at least a tiebreak for first place. Akshita, take us through the game, take us through the strategy before the game, and your mentality going on in today's game.
Well, I didn't really want a job, but I wasn't like, if I got a job, I wouldn't really mind either. So she plays the tone well. I saw that she plays that, and I kind of didn't know too much until some point, but so I knew up to like Queen C2, Knight BD7,
Which is a mistake.
Oh.
In general, Knight BD7 clogging this diagonal and the defense of the F5 pawn by the bishop on C8 is simply a mistake. Black should play the move Knight E4
Yeah,
first.
then I play Rook B1 here.
Rook to B1, and this is just the main line.
Yeah.
Main line theory, yes. But she played this move Knight BD7. Did you expect it?
I mean, I didn't really know what she was going to play, so not really, but I don't think really.
And he took the very good decision of taking on D5. Now she cannot take with the E pawn because Queen takes F5, C takes E5, Knight B5. And we thought at this juncture in the game that you are almost strategically winning.
But after Queen B6, I wasn't sure if what I should have done.
I think what you did was very
Okay.
good. What was the point of a4? Explain it to us a little bit.
Well, I was gonna play knight c7, so anyway I thought that maybe if I have my pawn on a4, it's better. So anyway, because a6 is not very important, so a4 and a6 seemed like a good way to play knight c7.
Create another weakness in black's position, potentially the square on b6. Knight to c7 was played, and we reached this important position.
Well, I should play rook b1.
Rook a to b1, yes. The point being that
Oh.
if she goes knight e8, you can just withdraw your rook somewhere, c5, c3, c2, anywhere, and now she doesn't have the move bishop to d7 because rook takes b7.
Could you play knight d6 instead?
Knight d6, but now I think bishop f1.
I saw this word, but I thought knight e8 and knight d6. Oh, I don't really think about bishop f1.
Bishop to d7, and now you can go rook to b6 because the pawn on e6 is still unprotected.
So what if she plays h6 instead?
After bishop f1,
Yeah, and then I just retreat?
retreat. And now if she goes here, I think you're once again going to penetrate on b6. Once again, we see the importance of this pawn on a6, the extra square on the b file, the b6.
Bishop b5?
Knight to e5. The problem is your black's position is just very, very passive. He doesn't have a way to make any sort of progress.
Oh.
So this is better for you.
Oh
but,
yeah, I didn't see the idea of bishop f1.
but after rook ac1, knight
yeah,
to
this
e8,
one's pretty.
and this is just a force draw. You're now leading by 1.5 points. As of now, Emily is still playing. Who are you playing tomorrow?
Apurva.
So tomorrow is going to be the decisive match, guys, with the potential winner of the 2017 US Girls Juniors, Akshita Gorti.
She didn't want to draw, but she didn't see how to make progress. I think Maggie defended as well as she could in a very difficult position, and she's guaranteed a tie for first place. And
So we might have tie breaks tomorrow.
there's always the possibility, especially depending on what happens in the junior section, where we would have definitely had tie breaks that Joshua won his game. But
So let's take a look what's going on in that Kaden game.
yeah, we always have to keep an eye out on. The knight has happily hopped to f7, which I'm not sure why. Let's see, we left
Wait,
it
how
off.
did you even get there from c5?
That's a great question. After rook e8, rook e2 looked normal, knight e6, and now the knight wants to go to d4. Kaden doesn't want to deal with this, plays the move queen g4. Knight g5, kicks the knight back, knight f7, and here's what I was talking about, that the knight doesn't have any anchor squares. Well, that hasn't changed. The knight is it's very difficult to play the knight anywhere because it doesn't have any solid squares where you can just latch onto and just be strong for the rest of the game. A move here like queen e6 strikes me as very dangerous for black. The move knight d8 is simply too passive.
I mean, I'm just going to exchange put a rook on
queens,
d7,
put a
right?
rook on d7, and this pawn is going to be gobbled up pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean,
after
either that
which-
or you're going to allow another rook on d7 probably.
Yeah, I think queen e6 is just very strong in this position. It prevents the only idea that black has, which is knight e5, and it also prevents rook e8, after which I just really don't know what he's going to do. The queen e6 looks almost crushing.
We have a very tense round,
Definitely.
and we have two results right now in the girls section. One
Yeah.
of them very, very important for the standings. We do have Akshita Gordi now guaranteed first. Guaranteed. I keep saying guaranteed tie. So I think this. I mean, guaranteed first. I think this is going to happen. So guaranteed tie for first place. So all the pressure is Emmeline one.
Yes.
But I mean, she just has to do
What she can.
Yeah, and just play her game and see if things will turn out well for her. And in the boys section, we have that Kaden game. If Kaden loses or draws, then we have another important match, which is Akshat and the Wonder. So there's three games we're really going to keep an eye on.
Definitely.
But we still have a lot of tournament left to play, a lot of games going. We still have a lot of interesting rounds, so we do want to keep an eye on every game. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we're going to continue looking at all these games. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, this is round 8 of the 2017 U.S. Junior and 2017 U.S. Junior Girls Chess Championship. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Alejandro Ramirez, and we're just coming back from our break. And as we left for our break, we had an interview with Akshita Gordy, who is now guaranteed to tie at least a tie for first place in the girls section. She just made a draw with Maggie Fang, who was one of her closest rival, but now she's 1.5 points ahead of her. So now it is up to Emily Nguyen to win both of her games today and tomorrow to at least have a chance to maybe tie for first place with Akshita, given if she loses tomorrow. And in the junior section, we had that crazy game of Caden Trapp where he blundered a piece and somehow his position was good enough to still have a fighting chance, and now he's actually has a winning position. But we do have a lot of interesting game going on, and one of our favorite players in this tournament is Rui Feng Li, who's playing really phenomenal chess, playing really interesting games. And we had the position where he once again played 1b3, and now we have a really double-edged, or actually this looks good for white, the position that I just saw. But let's see how we get there.
Yeah, we left this off a long time ago after knight d2, bishop b7, and then d4 eventually happened. I thought that Nicholas was going to close down the game with the move e4, get a little bit of advantage of space. They could special advantage that this knight cannot really go anywhere. I wasn't so fond of taking on d4 twice, because after knight e3, knight f5 becomes a serious idea. Even here, I think the move knight takes d4 was also in the air.
Kind of justifying.
Yeah,
I don't see too.
Absolutely. So a lot of moves happened, which I wasn't very happy about for Nicholas Cheka. This bishop on b2 is now open. This knight on a5 is out of place, and this knight with c2, which we were very critical of, can now very easily reroute. Now, after bishop g6, knight e5 was a very logical move here, eliminating the light squared bishop or the dark squared bishop with bishop takes e5. And here you can see that this is going to be a problem for the rest of the game.
Yes, because if you took on d3, that position just looks, leaving the knight on e5 is just so bad because you just don't have moves.
Yeah, so d6. The knight eventually rerouted, but you can see especially the power of the bishop.
And I see the c6 square for the knight.
Yeah, and then g4 came. After g4 comes, the g5 idea is very strong because this is one of the few defenders of the diagonal. g4 is not risky at all for white because look at the total domination that he has on the position. Knight h7, knight b4, you already see this knight jumping onto c6. This looks absolutely atrocious for black.
And you want to go from b4 not to allow knight e5.
Correct. And here after queen e2, knight hf6, I think that Nicholas thought that he had the move
rook e8.
Rook e8, but rook e8 actually runs into...
This looks like mate at
check.
some point,
Yeah,
somewhere.
almost very close to mate. Check on e8, on e7. You cannot play the king up to h7 because after queen e3, I have this idea of queen h3.
You still have... No, now I can't take on g4. I think.
No, you can't, because after check here, I take on d7.
Oh, my horsey.
And that's game over. And if you play the king to h8, you have run into a g5. The knight moves wherever it feels like, and knight g6 check wins the game because the e8 rook is undefended. He did it the other way around. After knight c6, he played king h8 first. But now after g5, you don't have the option of playing rook e8.
Once again,
because even easier, I just take on f6.
Yeah.
Take on e2, take on g7, and I win a full rook. So that's the end of the game. So the
rook and a piece.
Yes. So the knight has to remove to self to h5. But after f4, you can see that black is simply lacking moves. You cannot put the rook on e8. That means the e file is completely white. So the knight on c6 locks the queen side. The bishop is always going to be a permanent fixture attacking the king. this is completely winning for white. There's just not even close. Queen c8 was played, and we have a few more moves, but this is just a matter.
Queen d8 and f5.
Yeah, this is just a matter of quick technique. The pawn is eventually going to take on g6. Black is zeroing out on 0 moves, and this should not last very long. Yeah, this should not last very long.
And we know this is not the kind of position that Rufeng is going to let go.
No, this is just over.
I like the way he played. It feels like he created like little by little, it's just position improved like tremendously.
He made it seem very easy, honestly. This game, he just seems like he completely outclassed his opponent, who has been playing really fast. Rufeng is considerably down on the clock. But
I think Nicholas is one of the few players who's playing really fast.
Yeah, but it's not helping him
the
here.
Anti-Akshat.
Okay. And I think this is just game over. I mean, we have a few more moves. I think takes on here, Queen e6, and I think this is pretty much resignable. There's a couple of pretty variations. You don't have knight f8 because of checkmate.
Black, white has to be careful of, and that is after the forced queen to e8 to defend everything around the king. Right now, black actually has a small little threat, and that is to play knight to c5. My plan as white would be to go rook f1, rook f7, and force resignation. So first I have to play this b4 move, defend any sort of knight c5 attacking the queen and disrupting my pieces. Rook f1, rook f7, you simply cannot defend against that. This is game over.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much. And a nice little trick is that if you put the knight on f4 attacking my queen, I actually don't have to move it. I could just play the move rook e3.
That's very pretty.
And then I mean, you cannot take the queen because that's just checkmate on h3. No, the game is completely over. I think I expect resignation within a few more moves.
I have to say I really enjoyed Rufeng's wins in this tournament.
They're very clean.
Well, some of them, they're very clean. Some of them have been more double-edged. This one just looks very straightforward. Yeah. And Queen e8 was played, so we're expecting him to play b4.
But even something else just probably is also winning. I mean, I cannot believe b4 is the only winning move here.
Probably not. But we will let Rufeng figure that out. He's in a comfortable position. I mean, he's down on time, but they made 32 moves.
Yeah.
So he's not down on time. So one game I want to go back to is Ashrita's game, and we had that French-like structure where we say, well...
We have a draw.
That was a draw.
But I wanted to see what happened, because we were saying that white has to have something very forcing to not be worse, and it feels like she also felt the urgency in the position, and she had to force a draw. Actually, I like this position a lot better than
something went a little wrong here for black, and I cannot for the life of me understand the move bishop takes e7.
Yeah, why would you? Oh, because bishop e92, you're afraid knight f5 and losing that d4 pawn?
I don't really care if I lose the d4 pawn. That bishop on f6 is monstrous. You just leave it there. Right?
Long-term compensation. Cannot finish my sentences.
No, I would never ever have traded this bishop on f6. All right.
I mean, this is just a great French.
Yeah. Now I'm not so sure whether rook went to f8 or e8, but
she wants to play f6.
Not sure why you want to play f6, but we got this position, and sensing the danger strategically of the position, Agata forces the draw with the move knight h5, takes check, and because of the threat of bishop d8, I don't think she's in time to lift one of her rooks up.
I mean, you don't. It takes you like 2 moves. You have to take bishop h5 and then lift the rook, so it's going to take a while to do that.
Well, it's just one move, right? If the bishop didn't exist, I would just win, right?
Well,
just play rook d3. Right. But the bishop exists, so it's in the middle of everything, and I suppose that...
If it was a cadence game, the bishop wouldn't exist.
Wow. All right, so this looks...
It's nice to be critical.
It looks like a draw.
It's nice when you're not playing and you can make those comments. And then when you play, you realize how hard chess is.
No, but this is obviously just a draw. I don't see any way to bring the rook in. So that's a draw between Ashrita and Agata. Well, that's 3 results
in the girls section.
Yeah, and it seems like there's going to be one game that's going to go on for a very long time, as Emily Nguyen is currently fighting against Rachel Ulrich, and she is up a pawn. I'm not so convinced that this was the best that could have happened, because I really liked my pair of bishops. I wouldn't have wanted to trade it away. It's very important in certain scenarios, if you're playing for a win, that you have the pair of bishops. Actually, a very recent Grandmaster game, the following unusual structure happened. Basically, white had only these 3 pawns against only these 3 pawns, and 2 bishops against 2 knights. That was it. That was the only thing on the position. And the two bishops demolished the knights.
Really?
Not even close.
Oh.
It was two bishops. Two bishops
On
are
one side of the
on
board.
one side of the board. Not even close.
But the bishop versus knight on one side of the board.
Bishop versus knight is different than two bishops versus two knights. Absolutely.
Wow.
And
Whose game was this?
I forgot. But it was a high level, very high level, like 26,
Like a
2700.
Like Ramirez or
No,
Chirila?
like actual chess games. And after we have this position, I think that Rachel has pretty serious chances to survive. I mean, she
If
can.
you exchange queens and bishops, right?
You
Going
can-
to rook endgame.
Yeah, you can go into the rook endgame, and if you go into the rook endgame, I mean, the position is just a draw. So, real chances to survive here for Rachel. But remember that Emily needs her win to keep any chances alive of winning the tournament. She will need to win here, win tomorrow, and hope Akshita loses tomorrow against Apurva.
Yeah, but we have to take two things into account. Younger players that really misplay endgame, as we said yesterday. And I think every time you take 100 points away from rating, it's like if you take 2,600, you go down to 2,300. That really changes how endgames are handled.
Yeah, that's true.
Especially rook endgames, because rook endgames are so tricky in general.
All right, let's take a look at.
Well,
what
actually,
else.
we have another interview with us. We have
Okay.
Agata, who had a very up and down tournament, so she's in the studio with Christian.
With Agata Bikavtsev, after a very tense strategical battle, Agata, you've been playing very, very bad this tournament. You're struggling, but today it seemed like you got the upper hand, at least strategically. Take us through the game.
I know I wasn't ready for that opening. I just know like e4 is 5 knight of 3. I know a6. I once played a game with d4. I think it was bad, and like I got crushed or something.
In
I know
general-
that d4 is not supposed to be a good move here.
Because
yeah,
she
something
just
like that.
does e5 and then she basically wins a tempo, I think, because d5 is going to come from one move. But you played c3, c4 is also,
Yeah,
I
I
think,
don't know. I didn't
an
know any
option.
theory here. I just knew that maybe play it with c3 and try something different.
And you guys reached this position. Did you know anything about this position?
I didn't know anything after c3.
I think Alejandro was mentioning queen b3 might be better for white after bishop f3. Obviously, queen takes b7, that's just winning. But queen c7 seems to maintain the balance. You play the move bishop e2, very natural moves. And we reached this position in which it seemed like you took control over the dark squares around her king. How did you feel at this point after rook to g8?
I don't know. I just want to protect my d4 pawn at this point. I thought that it'd probably be holdable here at first. I was worried that I'd lose it, but I don't know. After this, I just play queen, take on e7, play queen d2.
So you took on e7, you decided to give away your big, very important weapon on f6 to salvage this pawn on d4.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about it, but after knight f5, I don't see how I'm supposed to. Yeah, I wasn't exactly. I didn't really like this that much.
Maybe play for the initiative, but indeed she's just going to take the pawn, potentially play bishop e7, king to f8. It seemed like her king is quite safe. So after bishop e7, knight e2, and we've reached this position. What was your train of thought at this moment? You were happy with the draw?
Well, after knight e2, they're just going to prepare like f6. They can play like rook e7, prepare f6, and then I'm just going to end up, all my pieces are stuck protecting this, and they're just going to get f6 and takes, rook takes, eventually have threats, and all my pieces are tied down here. So I didn't really see. I wasn't I thought that I would just have a worse position.
And
I didn't really see what kind of moves I would have.
And you decided to take the draw, stop the bleeding. Who do you have in the last game?
I have Maggie.
Maggie, thanks. So very tough opponent. Good luck tomorrow.
you.
Guys, Agata Bikavtsev.
I think a solid draw there, a well-evaluated final position, because I do have to agree with her. If she didn't go for this draw, it seemed like she was just going to be in an inferior situation.
And I think we have more moves in the roofing game.
Yeah, actually this little trick. After knight e7, queen d8, f5, we had this
This is
position.
what you mentioned, right?
And I was mentioning, he played bishop d4, which also stops the move knight c5. Not as clear-cut, because I still can play knight c5, and you will have to give up the bishop. But still, the remaining pieces are so crushing. I'm going to play rook f1, f7 anyway. Fearing that, he went knight f4. Now, I was mentioning the move rook e3, but actually the move rook e4 is just much better, because it's a tempo against the knight. Obviously, the queen is still taboo, as it was on the previous variation, because of checkmate on the h-file. So knight h5, and rook h4, and this is just game over. I'm
Excuse me.
threatening.
It's on rook h5 and g6 and.
I'm
queen
sure.
f5.
I'm sure that's winning. Yeah. Yeah, that's mate. So rook h5 is a threat of mate. There's really nothing he can do about it, though. The game is just over.
Yeah, because again, you literally cannot move any pieces. You cannot play queen f8 to 6 hangs. Knight f8 doesn't help you.
You can't move anything.
So knight c5, I think, only move, and then let's see if our mate works or we're blundering.
Oh, definitely it works. Check here, king h8, only move. Queen f5, and that's just checkmate after queen takes h5 on the next move.
I wanted to play queen f6, but I think it doesn't work.
Queen f6?
Yeah. You have queen f8.
Wow.
But then queen g5 still winning.
Still winning because of checkmate on h6.
There you go.
Well, that would be the fancy way of doing things absolutely unnecessary, but it works.
Right.
It works.
I mean, if you can't play that, why not?
Well, we'll see. Rook h4, he might just resign, honestly, because black has no moves.
So another nice game from Rufingli, very
crushing.
A lot cleaner than, well, I cannot call the other games not clean, but this was just so one-sided, whereas the other games were more dynamic.
Totally. Let's take a look at the Caden game, because we always have to keep an eye on it.
So we see a pair of rooks has disappeared, but that hasn't really solved Brock's problem because the king is still like forever not safe.
Yeah, queen takes d8, and I cannot take on f7 because check wins white's rook. So that's the reason king h2 was played. Although the move queen e8 I suspect is winning.
But I think king h2 is better. I think you're winning at least the pawn because what do you do?
Yeah, but king h2 maintains the tension. I can always trade the queens if I feel like it. And finding a move is not easy. Again, this knight is in a very bad position.
You have to do like knight d6.
But knight d6, rook d2.
And then bishop e7 and bishop f8.
All right, then we might have to do that.
I don't say anything else because...
otherwise, I'm going to come here and capture
well,
this
first of all, you cannot move your knight anywhere.
Yeah, the knight's just stuck. Then
yeah, if king g8 or rook c8, it just wins the game, basically.
No, it's still a very dangerous position here for Joshua Kolas. I don't know, rook d8... Let's see, do you have anything better? I thought rook d7 was just a much better move, by the way. Because you cannot take on d7 without losing material.
But I think the problem is knight e5.
Here?
Yeah.
Then if I...
And if I take, you have some kind of counter?
Queen d5.
Looks
a bit dangerous.
Yeah, we should not allow things like that.
Perhaps we shouldn't allow. So what he does is probably then better than what I thought. King h2, and now I
like king h2 allowed.
Yeah.
Nice prophylactic move and...
No, this
killing
really
counterplay, because one of the key things for white to do is not to allow any kind of counterplay.
No, I think this is still really bad for black.
Well, black doesn't really have any sort of counterplay, and that's one thing that you need to avoid. Give your opponent counterplay in this type of very simple positions. I'm just going to push my pawns on the queen side, try to create the passed pawn, and at the right moment exchange the queens. Your pieces are still going to be blocked, and it's going to be very, very difficult to defend that endgame with a passed pawn on the queen side for white and the potential second passed pawn on the king side coming along the way. This is just, it looks very, very bad for black.
Yeah, I have to agree. Let's take a look at the Akshat game, because that is also key for the standings.
So we have 3 games going. Akshat's game, Caden's game, and Emily's game. So
absolutely.
Those are the ones. But we're still going to look at all the rest of the games, because we do have some good positions.
Well, finally, Akshat has caught up to his usual style. He currently has only 13 minutes for 24 moves. So he is back on track, about 30 seconds per move.
We're so critical here.
So we have a position in which black's obviously worse. The bishop on b7 is bad. There isn't any counterplay that I can see of immediately, but it's far from over. He has a very solid position. The bishop on d3 is not great. It's a bishop that doesn't really do very much. Also, the knight on f3 isn't doing very much either. It needs to be rerouted to do something more useful. So black's very solid. He's defending the only weakness he has in the position, which is the pawn on d6. For this reason, action needs to create something on another side of the board. Usually this means the king side, because it's easier for white to transfer over pieces to that side of the board. It's not trivial. This is still a position that white is definitely better.
How are you going to create a weakness on
h3, g4,
yeah,
king g2.
Yeah, this is usually the idea. h3, king g2, h4, h5, and just push. And just take in consideration black's ideas, not allow something like a6, b5, not allow queen d7, rook e8, trying to trade off a couple of rooks. You don't want to trade any more pieces than you have to.
Maybe the d3 bishop for a knight.
That would be the dream. Unfortunately,
But,
it's not so easy to do.
Both knights are in the dark squares.
Yeah.
So we had one more game. I think it was Andrew Tank that he was up a pawn and he had a very nice position.
Yeah, let me find that game against Mika Braden.
Yeah, we saw this queen f3 move, which is where we left off on move 20.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that he has a way to unpin himself. But let's take a look at what
It's a
happened.
big assumption.
I make those once in a while. Rook e7 was played. Rook a d1, defending the pawn. Okay. Takes, queen d5. I'm not sure
He
about...
wanted that bishop b3 move, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's allowed black so much counterplay. The rook on d1 isn't doing very much. That's why he brings it again to b1, but it feels like he's lost a couple of tempi. Rook e8, rook b5, queen d8 is currently the position we have on the board. Unfortunately for Andrew, he's kind of pinned himself down a little bit. You can see the knight on e4 doesn't have any moves because of the pin down on the e file. I can probably just play rook e3 though. I don't see that black has any threats.
Well, queen a8.
Rook e3, queen a8. I think I still am in time, and I gotta calculate
d5.
to play the move d5. Taking advantage of the fact that bishop takes d5, rook takes d5, queen takes d5.
And we do have a result in a rook
Knight
game.
e6 check. Oh yeah, without doubt.
Let's see how it finished. If it was resignation and we have more moves. So how did this happen?
Well,
Pieces disappeared.
he gave up the knight, but that doesn't change the evaluation of the attack. Bishop takes d5, takes, rook takes, here check. And now if king h8, queen f5, queen takes e7, queen takes h5, and you get mated on h8. That's game over.
This is we saw this.
Yeah. And if king h6, which happened in the game, then simply h4, and now the king is completely corralled, and there is no good way of preventing the move knight f5 with subsequent mate. Even if you give up the queen, you still get mated. So this was just game over, and Rifeng won a crushing victory.
Yes, a really nice game.
And I think that's slashes Nicola's hopes of winning the tournament.
Yeah, completely. Because let's see. So in the standings, we had Nicholas had 4.5 points. So no matter what I mean, okay, yeah, crazy things would need to happen.
Yeah, he had to win. He had to win today.
Yeah, because we have 5 points playing against 4.5. So even if Kaden loses, we would have a new leader or co-leader there. So that's not going to happen.
All right.
Do we have anything else in the Kaden game? Or we're in the same position?
I think Kaden has a few more moves. Of course, the game of the day.
While you're looking for that, we do have Rufeng Lee in the studio with Christian to talk about his really beautiful win today.
Great.
After an explosive victory, Rufeng Lee, Rufeng, you've been struggling in this tournament, but your wins are just simply impeccable. Take us through the game. You've once again played b3. So guys, if you're trying to learn 1b3, study Rufeng's games. Take us through the game, Rufeng.
I didn't know what he was doing with b6, because usually he should play c5. That's pretty well-known theory. And then knight c6, bishop c7, d5, and black's okay.
Okay.
After b6, somehow, like after d4, pawn takes, I think white's already better.
Because of?
Center, and also after d5, his bishop on b7 is kind of bad.
And your bishop on b2 just explodes on the long diagonal. Rook f8 was played, bishop d3, bishop to e4, rook e1. We thought already you're taking full control over the game in this position. Queen d8, d5, very powerful move to open up long diagonal. Now the knight on f6 is in a bit of trouble. Bishop g6, knight to e5. And what was another critical moment in the game that you felt maybe he could have done something better?
I'm not sure about him, but I was thinking more on move 23. I wasn't so sure if g4 was a great idea or not, because it weakens the king, but after what he did, he kind of wasted some time with knight h7, knight hf6. Then I completely dominated the king side.
Well, we definitely enjoyed g4. This is true to your style, very aggressive, very unnatural, enterprising chess. Knight to b4, and very nice maneuver, knight to c6, knight to e7. This knight from c2 completely triples down its value at least, and the king is going to be in huge trouble. Very nice end to the game. Who do you have left?
Josh Coles.
Joshua Colos. So tomorrow another opportunity to strike another victory. Good luck with that, guys. Rufeng.
No, very pretty victories we've had here from Rufeng. Today was crushing against Andrew Tang, was crushing, and that beautiful game he played against Bobby Liu, really showing the class of player that he is. He's a very scary competitor, and has shown great chess, but he started off a little bit too slow.
I like what he says, like, I don't know what my opponent was doing. And then he's like, I don't know about him, and maybe I could have played better. So it really tells you how good his position was.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at another game we haven't looked at in a while. Michael Brown playing versus Bobby Liu, and we left off with that White was doing better after that knight f5 move, so we have a lot of developments in that game.
Yeah, knight f5, and here I was thinking you can play knight d6 immediately. He decides to do it this way and then play knight d6, which is also a very logical approach. Rook c7, e4, knight e7, and now he takes his time. Instead of playing e5 or knight takes b7 immediately, he likes his knights where they are. He plays them with queen e2 first.
Taking advantage of the fact that b5, I can just always take on b7, right? And you're committed to putting the pawn on b5, which is something you really don't want to do.
That's psychologically something that seems right, but after b5 he might have overextended himself a little bit. I have to calculate the tactics now. Rook fd1, taking advantage that taking on c4 simply loses a pawn to knight takes b7, and I'm going to be able to corral this pawn on c4 without too many issues. So instead, he plays bishop d5, a very clever move. As the knights now have to lose their communication.
Okay, so I'm going to take on d5.
Take on d5 was played, and then take on d5.
So now I can take on f7, and I still feel my position's nice.
I think White's position is awesome, but at least he's surviving for now. Taking on f7 is the very least.
Yeah, I have, like, I want more out of this position. I don't know if it's there.
I don't know. Okay, so I'm threatening to simply take on c4, of course, or take with the pawn.
Well, you're going to take with the pawn. Well, I'll probably b pawn.
Probably the b-pawn if I'm
yeah, you don't want to.
Which is still not solving Black's problems. Even if I do take with the b-pawn and just play knight takes c4, White is still clearly better in that position. So, I mean, pretty much anything that Michael does gives him a better situation, but I think the move knight takes f7 is by far the best. But I wouldn't be surprised the engine finds something in this position, because it looks a little suspicious for Black.
Guys, what more do you want from Michael? He's playing almost an impeccable game.
No, he's playing great.
You cannot get too greedy.
We always want more.
And after knight f7, he's completely winning. Rook takes f7, knight to e5, and we have this nice maneuver on tap: knight to d3, knight to c5, targeting the pawn on a6 and the square on e6. And this position is just completely game over. I will get control over the c file of the only open file. One of the two open files. I have control over the e file. The bishop is so dominant on g2, and in any endgame, if you start moving this pawn, I have this inclusion of bishop b7 attacking the pawn on a6 and b5. This is just almost game over if he finds this nice maneuver, knight to d3, knight to c5, which I don't think is going to be very difficult for Michael to find.
Well, he didn't play that. He played knight takes b5, which I was also considering to be quite strong, because after pawn takes b5, any move with the knight, especially to a5, you're targeting d5, you're targeting b5. It's not as clean as knight takes f7, but I also think this is a huge advantage for White.
It definitely is, but I have to say I don't like this. I definitely like opening up the king and leaving the weakness on a6 there, because I'm going to go grab it at some point. There's absolutely no way you're going to be able to defend it for the rest of the game. Dominant knight on c5 in the variation I was just showing. Knight on a6 still winning, but knight on f7, I think it was much superior.
Much superior, but still this is fine, I think.
I think he thinks he's going to get the b5 pawn somehow. He probably thinks b5 pawn is harder to defend.
Honestly, he's probably right. I don't see how you defend this pawn.
Because, like, I always have bishop f1. And
you always have this bishop f1 move, and you're going to be targeting the b5 pawn again.
No, rook c5, yeah.
This is very difficult for Black. It doesn't matter what you do.
So did he play, so that's what we have.
Yeah, he played knight a5, of course. The knight belongs in that position, and then you can reroute it to c5 at some point if I need to. This is a very difficult position for Bove.
And he has 28 minutes to 7 minutes.
That's also a big advantage.
A lot of moves.
That helps.
Moves.
That certainly helps.
So his opponent's going to play an increment, and this is the kind of position where it's very easy to fall apart. So we only have one result in the junior section?
That would be the win by Rufeng Li against Nicholas Chek, and I think all the other games are still going on.
Is there a game we haven't looked at in a while?
I think we've covered pretty much everything in the junior, at least recently.
Okay. Do we have anything in the Caden game? We had some new moves. I think Joshua played Queen
let's
D3.
look at the Caden Trough game because I really don't understand what Caden is doing. I simply don't understand why he's not taking the theoretical way and just exchange the queens. Shift the game into an endgame, and this is just going to be an easy, well, fairly accessible technical win. Instead of that, after Queen D3, he plays this move Queen C8 on the right path, King to H7, and now Queen C2 would have seemed, for me at least, to be the optimal way of dealing with the position. Queen takes C2, Rook takes C2, and once again, your pieces are very far from the defense on the pawn on A7. I'm just simply going to push them. There's absolutely no counterplay. Instead of that, he played the move Rook to E3, which still maintains a huge advantage, but leaving the queens on the board, I don't think is the wise decision. With the queen, the knight, they're quite close to the king. If the knight comes to E5, then you're going to have some problems with knight G4, knight to F3, the lack of support on the light squares for white. I think Rook E3 is just simply not the practical decision. I do want to exchange the queens and take this game into an endgame.
I think he thinks his opponent's king is worse than his, and he wants to keep queens on the board, at least exchange queens in a position where he's going to win another pawn, or in the best kind of scenario. Because here the queen has to stay on the diagonal, right? You cannot get off the diagonal.
Well, you can play Queen D5, which still defends.
I mean, I can still play Queen E6. Like, I can always force the exchange of queens. Like, you cannot escape this. No, but this doesn't work. What if I check you on C2? Are you going to play G6?
So I'm going to go Queen G6.
Queen G6 in this position?
Yeah.
Yeah, but here Queen E6.
Queen where?
E6.
Well,
like,
if I want to trade queens, I mean.
But I mean, like, I can just
whenever.
shuffle around. Like, I don't have to rush. Or maybe I could play. No, I don't want to play Queen E6 and allow you. Like, you're.
So your theory is that he has all the time in the world to trade queens if he felt like it.
I feel like he wants to do it in the best case scenario, and he either thinks his opponent's king is worse than his, or also that he can trade queens whenever he wants to, so he can shuffle around as much as he wants.
Out of curiosity, what was the problem with just Queen C7? You have a move like Queen F5?
Maybe H5, Knight H6, Knight G4.
That is a ambitious approach, Cristiano.
I agree.
Okay, this is actually not so bad for black. I mean, once I get the knight to G4, and the king's going to be suffering a little bit. I don't want to give this counterplay with the queen still on the board.
This
with
is
the
very unnecessary.
It's very unnecessary. I have to agree that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do
trading
this.
off the pieces.
I want to play Queen E6. I want to play Queen E6. I want my pieces on the light square, and
yeah, trade queens. Just trade queens. I have to agree with what Christian has said. Just trade the queens off the board.
So a move was played.
Queen G6.
Queen G6. So I would think Queen E6. I mean, but if you're not in a rush and you can do whenever, why wouldn't you like bother your opponent a little bit?
Because the rook endgame against the 2 minor piece is such an easy win.
Well, for example, if you go Queen E6 right now, I'm going to go Bishop D4. And I'm going to have a much superior endgame than the ones with Queen C2, Rook takes C2, because Queen takes G6, King takes G6, and my King is much closer to the center. You're going to have to play something like Rook E2, then I can put my Knight to E5, King goes to F5. I have all my pieces kind of used for the same goal, and that is try to disrupt your Rook and the King's coming to the center. So I feel my pieces are definitely on the right squares right now as black. Compared to the previous variation.
It's a very big difference, I think. With the king and the knight so close to the center, I think that definitely Caden is playing an impractical way. I think just trading off the queens when the king was all the way back on H7, immediately threatening the A7 pawn. I'm talking specifically about this position just a couple of moves ago, where check here, Queen C2 forces absolutely the move Queen takes C2, Rook takes C2, and I gotta say this idea of Rook C7 is just coming very, very quickly on the board. You have to play at some point Bishop D4, but you can also now imagine I just play King G2, the Rook comes to C7, I play B4, A4, A5, create a pass pawn on that side of the board.
I think you also could have traded on E4 and then you're threading Rook A4 in that final position instead of Queen C. Where was the Queen? Where was the Queen here?
You could also trade
queen,
check like this, right?
Yeah, this is what I wanted to do, and now I'm threatening Rook A4, so now you have to make some kind of a defensive move.
This was even better. This was even better, even simpler, even more precise, even more technical. I think that Caden is shying away from the winning endgame. And I think this is where you notice the difference between grandmasters, because I think at 2650, 2700 grandmasters would instantly, with instinct, know that the endgame is winning.
So he did make a move. I think he played Queen C5. I think he's still playing for an attack.
And I think he needs to stop. I mean, objectively, he needs to stop attacking because at some point the pieces, if they coordinate with the queen, they can cause a great deal of harm.
So he's threatening h5, which I think is a threat.
And this position after queen c5.
Well, actually, it's not really a match.
He's taking on a7, which is probably the main threat. But yeah,
I do like Christian's idea of h5.
h5. I mean, if you take on a7 here, I'm gonna probably go through e5.
Yeah.
And then knight g4, and it's just, I don't know, perhaps knight h6 is a little more flexible since I don't have to defend.
And then you have knight f. If I play king g2, you have knight f5, take on h4 with a check.
Yeah, that's just actually, black would be completely back in the game if he does this. So after this, I have to deal with this check. My king doesn't have that many good squares. I always have to be worried about some sacrifice on h4. I think that after h5, the game becomes less trivial than it was some time ago. No real problems with time pressure for either player, as we are already on move 38, playing quite quickly. So that's not really going to be an issue, but the technical aspect of the game, I don't think is being handled very well from Caden. I think that trade of queens you were mentioning with queen e8, queen e4, the endgame is hopeless.
Yeah, I mean, h5 actually looks like it's going to turn the tide.
At least it will make the game more complicated. I don't know if it'll go as far as turning the tide, but it will make the game much more complicated than Caden needed it to be.
Well, turn the tide in a way it's no longer technical win.
Yeah, it's no longer
technical win. Some complication, which is something you don't want to allow when you have complete control of the position. This is exactly what you want to avoid. And you have, like, we have different kind of conversions. Sometimes you do have to allow counterplay, and you calculate out a line, forcing line.
But sometimes you don't.
Yeah, that's how you win, and this is not one of those times. This is the times you don't want to allow your opponent any counterplay. Yeah. And I believe we have some more developments from Christian.
Huge development in the girls section. We have Emily Nguyen against Ulrich. This position is just simply a draw. Rachel managed to salvage this game, and we will have a new champion in the girls section, and that is Akshita Gorti. I don't see this going any other way but a draw. If you take, this is 3 versus 2. My king is active, is not cut anywhere on the queen side. Rook is active. There's absolutely no chance this could potentially go other way but a draw. We will have a new champion in the 2017 US Girls Juniors.
Well, with 1 round to spare, which is so special.
I don't think this is going to be such an easy draw.
Well, it should be, but we'll see if it happens.
Well, okay, if you play g4, you exchange more pawns, then maybe.
It's actually helping black.
Right, but if you had 3 versus 2, I mean, I understand everything you're saying is correct, but again, you're talking about less experienced players, lower rated players.
Because if you want to keep the unbalance, you will have to take with the f-pawn. The problem is your king is cut on the 3rd rank, and then I'm going to play king e6.
I'm not arguing against the objective evaluation of the position. I'm just saying you have to take into account like younger players and like less experience in the endgame. Like we've seen so many, like we said that endgame that Talia or Rachel was winning yesterday, and then one move it turned into a draw.
Well,
which was not hard to calculate.
Let's remember also, yeah, Talia against Emily.
And if we go even to US championship, no, if you take US Women's Championship, and I've seen Anishuk now to hold 3 versus 2, which is more complicated than this. But like, I think 3 versus 2 is a little more complicated. But now it's going to be 2 versus 1, which is quite easy.
Yeah, this is actually
play g5 maybe.
Here, g5?
And we're going to have 1 versus 0. And the thing is, you're stuck with a g-pawn, so I can just go all the way to g8, right?
Why is this? Why am I allowing f5?
Why are you allowing f5?
Why am I allowing f5?
I mean,
you're just trying to be fancy.
I mean,
this is how you lose.
It's still a draw, but I would never allow this. I mean, just take on e5, have some technique.
That's true.
Queen, rook takes, and then king f7, and then this is just dead draw. A lot of the pawn endgames are drawn, but you don't even have to calculate. But you have to calculate the rook and just avoid the trades, and it's just an easy draw.
g4 was very surprising to me.
I mean, the problem is that if you don't play g4, it's going to be difficult to make any progress. That being said, with all that being said, I still wouldn't have played g4. I would have tried to do something, anything, keep the tension.
Yeah.
One of the nice things about this kind of endgame is you can play endlessly.
Exactly, like that's where we still lack of experience.
How do you keep the tension?
You're making it sound like you're threatening in this position.
I'm threatening to take on e5.
I mean, I can just. You don't mind if I? Yeah, I'm not going to take with the pawn.
No, you're not going to take with the pawn.
Maybe I can take on f6, play rook a3, and then I understand like I don't have anything immediately, but maybe I can try to play for a little bit.
Well, it's a moot point. I think that once g4 has been plunked in the position, Rachel should hold this without too many troubles.
No.
I mean, this is just no material. There's no way to make progress for white. All right, let's take a look at some other games and see what's going on.
So this will basically decide the girls' championship.
That will decide the girls' championship.
Wow,
I think that's going to be
nice
Ishida.
To win with round to spare.
That's always nice.
Yeah.
Now that I know, I would know. I can't remember the last time I won a tournament like that.
Either.
Have I ever won a tournament like that? That's the question.
I can't remember the last time I won a tournament.
All right. Well,
on that note,
let's go to, I guess, Carissa's game. We haven't seen in some time against Talia. I think Carissa has really been struggling this tournament. We left it off all the way back here. We really like the idea of d takes c5, and the struggles of the knight on b8 are real. She played this queen to g4, which I'm not entirely sure what it does.
It's active.
There's activity and there's fake activity. This really looks like fake activity.
Yeah, but if you can scare your opponent, then...
Well, there's one strategy for you. Knight f4. And then, okay, she developed the knight, but you
this is not a pretty way.
She just loses a pawn. There's no compensation.
That bishop on b2. Oh my god, if you have to play king h8 against the bishop on b2, that's...
No, this is a very scary position for black. And she picks up another pawn, queen g8, and...
Talia is playing really well. I mean, I think she's quite underrated.
I agree. I mean, she trains a lot. I mean, she's one of those players that definitely trains a lot of chess. I know that she works with the Susan Polgar Institute of Chess Excellence, and she plays consistently at the St. Louis Chess Club, which you can tell improves her level. I remember that only a year or so ago she was barely 1800, and in a year she's climbed more than 200, 250 rating points, and she's
I wish I could do that.
And she's showing that she can do even better than that. I mean, she's just completely killing Carissa here. She's up 2 pawns, and there's zero compensation.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with that. And I think we take a look at every single game. And we're going to have approach time trouble very, very soon. So we definitely want to be here for that. So now we're going to take a break now. So please don't go anywhere as we are approaching the most critical part of the game. And we'll be back to cover everything that is going to happen.
You could fly to Venice or Paris, or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides, upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides, houses full of magic, some with butterflies, gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, this is round 8 of the 2017 U.S. Junior and 2017 U.S. Junior Girls Chess Championship. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. And as we left off, we already had several results in both the Junior and the Girls Championship. And now we're approaching time trouble, so we're expecting a lot of events happening here, and maybe even several results. So one crucial game that we still have going on is Kate and Trav's game, and I believe we have a lot of developments in that game. Maybe we should take a look at that game first.
Definitely, although we do have already, I believe, a result
We have
in
a
the
result?
next couple of moves between Emily Gwen and Rachel Ulrich, as Black has managed to win a pawn, as you cannot actually defend the pawn on f4 here in this position. So here, after the move rook a4, you can see that this pawn on f4 is currently being attacked, and there is just no way you can defend it if you play rook f6.
So we're going to have a winner.
So this is it. This is the winner between of the girls section. Akshita Gordy will be crowned the winner with a full round to spare, dominant performance, 1.5 points
ahead of the field.
Wow,
There's very impressive result for her.
Yeah, rook d7 was played. That doesn't actually help her position, and the king is just going to retreat. Doesn't really matter where, and still you cannot defend the pawn on
So I have to say it again. We're critical of Maggie yesterday, and I have to be very critical of Emily today.
Yes,
this was very sloppy way of handling this position.
Yeah, she was not necessarily at any point completely winning, but she had an extra pawn. She could push on forever, and instead of that, she allows her.
So if we go back to that point where she offered the exchange of bishop and explain why this is such a wrong approach.
All right.
The game is officially over, so we do have a winner in the girls' championship. Actually, the Gordy, a very deserving winner, playing really great chess, really proving that she was the one to win this tournament after a few rounds. Even though she wasn't the leader throughout, she did beat Emily. She took that lead and she kept it throughout.
Never let it go.
Very deserving champion.
Well, this endgame was very disappointing for me. The one that I have currently on my analysis board has the bishop b3. Black should be trying to go into a heavy piece endgame. That means if you go into a 4 versus 3 with rooks or with queens, that is a draw. White cannot afford to trade that much. She has to keep at least, I would say, a rook and a bishop to keep pressing in your opponent. The endgame is probably holdable here for Black, no matter which pieces.
But you still have to be practical as well. And it's counterintuitive because you have material we're told you need to exchange. Actually, it's not counterintuitive at this level at all. Like, you need to keep like some material to
be able to press.
Yeah, and you play b3 and then you try to play a queen on c7 and just play this forever, like as long as you can.
Yeah, bishop b7 here, for example, the most logical thing to do is just to trade the queens, because I don't think you can avoid that, and play the move f3. This controls the bishop on b7. I'm going to push my king all the way to e3, g4, h4. I'm going to really put pressure on my opponent, expand all of my pawns, and make the position a little bit more difficult for her to play. Instead, she plays the move bishop d5, trades all the wrong pieces, and this is a trivial endgame after g6, e5, especially after the move e5, by the way, h5, because white has allowed black the perfect setup of the pawns, and the rest is just
the rest
technique.
was very easy, and really just basically not making any effort and handing the championship to Akshita. And we can talk about this endgame forever for versus 3, but Christian has very important developments for us.
Huge developments in the game of the day between Caden Truff and Joshua Collas. Caden Truff, I've been saying it for a long time, he's mishandling his advantage. He should have forced the queen swap, and he had the opportunity to do so many times. In this position, we were left after queen to g6, queen to c5 was played, one of the moves you guys were mentioning, and h5 by Joshua was played, trying to bring the knight to g4, which is exactly what happened. Queen takes a7. Caden is getting a little bit greedy, a little bit sloppy with his judgment. Knight h6, rook f3, knight to g4. This is the position after king g2. This is the position we have on the board. But I'm going to play this simple move, queen to e4, gain control over the long diagonal, pin your rook. This is a very nasty pin. And after queen a4, try to get out of it. I will go queen to b7, queen to e4. No, sorry. Queen to e4, queen takes e4, queen to f4, knight to e5. You're simply going to be tied down, and you're going to have to try to pull the brakes and find equality. Probably something like queen f5. I can go king h6, or I can go king g8, and now you're starting to go for the perpetual. I cannot go to f8 because queen takes c5, and I think this endgame is actually quite good for white because of these two passers here, king e4, f4, potentially still a draw, but I think white is playing for the win. Joshua is definitely not going to go for this. He's going to go king to h7, queen to f5, and we're going to have a draw that will potentially relaunch this tournament, and it could lead to a tiebreak if Awander wins his game against Akshay Chandra. This is huge.
Well, out of curiosity, in that line that you were giving us, Christian, since you still have it on the board, why couldn't I just push my pawns there with a4? You said you didn't like going into the endgame,
In what
right?
position?
The one that you have on the board, king h6, for example, a4.
Well, I'm going to take on f3, and then I'm not going to exchange the queens.
That's the key difference, right? You don't want to exchange the queens, just keep them on the board.
No.
That's just going to be an easy draw, I have to agree.
Yeah, Caden cannot be happy about this. Like, he blundered, he got such a huge break, he got a winning position, and then now he's
giving it all back. Actually, the quality of today's games in both sections I felt, something left to be desired.
It's the pressure.
I think it is the pressure. You get tired. It is the penultimate round, but I have to be quite critical of the quality of the game that we've seen today in both sections.
No, I completely agree, and especially in this game, I understand one blunder in a tournament because it was his only time he blundered, but then you turn the whole game around and you're still
and then
just
the
completely
technique.
misplayed. So it feels like today his whole game is off.
Yeah, I think
like
he hasn't been able to find his stride after that blunder. Yeah, he won. The position.
Like he found what he had to. Like at that point, he had to find something. But in the rest of his technique, is just really lackluster.
Yeah, very sloppy here from Caden Truff.
And we do have an interview with Emily Nguyen, who drew her game, basically allowing Akshita to win the tournament. Clinch the event. And she's in the studio with Christian.
With one player that definitely must be disappointed after today's result. Emily, tell us what happened in the game. It seemed like you had it all in your hands, you had control over the position, and then you just allowed a very easy technical draw in the end game without much fight. Take us through the game.
Yeah, I thought I just won a pawn, and I was just much better. But
At about what move?
After queen takes d6. Yeah, and then after queen c4, I'm not sure if rook fc1 was the best move.
It seems like it is the best move.
And then after take, queen takes.
Did you consider maybe knight takes c5 in this position?
Yeah, I thought it would transpose.
Knight takes c5, maybe queen takes a2. This transposes. Or maybe I can take on c5. No, take on e5 seems pretty good. But she no longer has the move queen e6 to try to force the queen exchange, which is very, very crucial to the assessment. Because now you have two bishops, the rook, and the queens on the board. And it seems like this is going to be a much more difficult defense for her. Rook to a2, queen to a2, knight e5, queen to e6. And Did you feel like you had any other alternatives around?
Yeah, I thought
around
about
the endgame?
taking the queen, but I thought I would lose the bishop pair. Yeah, and bishop takes like bishop e3, rook c8. Yeah, I have to go like bishop d3 or something sooner. And I wasn't sure if this was a win.
But at least you keep the bishop pair, though.
Yeah.
So this could potentially lead to a win. Also, maybe even rook to d1. And at least you keep some more imbalance in the position. You have the bishop against the knight. I still think technically this is a draw, but it's far from the end. So after that, it felt like you gave it away a little bit too easy. Who do you have left?
Carissa.
Carissa tomorrow. So right now you're playing for second place. It's going to be a very difficult game. What is your strategy going into that round?
Just try not to mess it up.
Try not to mess it up, guys.
Well, that's pretty good advice. I think Kaden could use some of that. We do have a result while we had this interview with Emily. Andrew Tang, in a position that we had already for a very long time, being given as winning for him, has converted his advantage. Mika Braden simply did not come to the board with the best of preparations. He found himself in trouble from the very opening. And the presence of the opposite colored bishops here in this position with the bishop on b3, targeting f7, and an eventual trade of pieces on e4, which I find a little bit questionable. But he was worried about knight d6.
Why couldn't I take on g4?
You don't want to take on g4 because I don't see who's protecting this knight.
Oh, sorry.
You're keeping that queen on f4 to attack the pawn on f7. Bishop takes, rook takes. Obviously, the rook cannot be captured because of checkmate on f7. But after queen c7, this position with the opposite colored bishops and the initiative and an extra pawn is a pretty simple win.
And here you want to keep as many pieces as possible on the board, your heavy pieces, because opposite colored bishops, and you have the initiative, and to have winning chances, you need to have other pieces on the board.
And Andrew did not hesitate on conversion. This is a nice little tactical detail. You cannot take on f7 because queen takes c7. Now the rook is pinned.
And then if you take the queen, I have rook e7.
Yes. So this is just game over. This is too many pawns, and Mika resigned in a completely hopeless situation. A clean win from Andrew that has had a disappointing event, but at least he makes a little bit of a comeback today.
Yeah, I mean, every win is nice in a tournament. And once again, we do want, I want to congratulate actually Corey in a very deserving win.
Yeah.
Completely dominating the tournament, so she won the $3,000. She qualified to the U.S. Women's Championship. She actually didn't qualify this year, even though I think her rating at this point is high enough to qualify by rating.
Yeah, she's
but
had
she
a
already
good
clinched
year.
the spot, so regardless of what happens the rest of the year. So she has that spot, she has the title, she has the $3,000.
Yeah,
so it has been a good 10 days for her. And
definitely.
And she's a very deserving winner because she definitely played the best chess in the tournament. Took all the chances that were given her, didn't... The only time she messed up a position was today, and it was already irrelevant. So very deserving winner, and many congratulations from us to her.
Definitely.
And we do have Andrew with us in the studio to talk about his game with Cristian.
One of the most talented bullet players on the planet, Andrew Tang. Andrew, you've had a very rough event so far, but today you played a very smooth game, nice conversion. Take us through it.
Yeah, so I decided to play this reverse bishop g4 setup like I did against Awander again. But then he played the exact same thing Awander did, so I decided to play this setup with bishop d3 and knight e2. And it ends up looking kind of like a reversed French often, because they usually play e4. But he didn't really seem to be familiar with the position. And I was already pretty optimistic after I played c4, but I'm not sure if I'm better. Because,
Absolutely, we thought e4 was a very rash decision by him. We didn't like closing up the center, and after that f3 ideas to break it off, or c4 as you mentioned, as you played in the game, just simply winning the pawn on e4. It seemed very, very strange for us. E4, bishop c2, b6, c4, yes.
Right, so key is that I take back with the pawn to not give his knight any squares on c5 or e5, and then after he played g5 and knight h5, I thought, okay, I'm close to winning, but because after knight c3, I think I'm basically winning the pawn on d5 because whenever he takes the pawn on d4, if he does, I always have this discovered attack with knight d takes e4.
Well, I think I have.
Oh
he
yeah,
has to
after
take on g3 first
taking,
because the knight on h5 was under attack, and if he takes on d4 now.
Yeah, so knight d takes e4, and he probably has to take my knight, or else he loses d5, and I take back with the knight, and it's gonna be even material, but his king side is just completely, destroyed, and I don't know. I think
his king is most probably going to get checkmated sometime soon.
The way he played, though, I mean, I think I basically just won a pawn, and he doesn't have very much compensation.
Did you feel you lost control at any moment?
Maybe I shouldn't have played rook a1, but that was about it. Because, bishop b3 was better, not allowing him to play queen d5 after playing knight takes e3 like in the game, which gave him that annoying pin along the long diagonal.
Mm-hmm. Taking the
but
important control.
It should still be winning. Just, it took, a while.
Well,
it's
it
not
took a
so
while,
easy.
But it was still the same result. You bounced back with a nice win. Who do you have tomorrow?
I have Bovey.
Bovey Liu, a very interesting game to follow.
Yep.
Guys, tomorrow he's going to try to bring his A game and finish strong in this powerful event.
Definitely, and we should take a look at what's going on in the Akshat game against the Wonder Liang. They are very, very low on time, and this is starting to become a little
they're
crazy.
playing on increment.
They're playing on increment. They still have 11 moves to play each.
30 seconds versus 1 minute.
Yeah, 30 seconds against 1 minute, and things are getting crazy because here, after the move h4, we're not going to really delve into what happened, but after bishop e2, this knight on h5 starts to suffer a little bit.
Okay, so if I go knight g7...
we'll probably have to return and look at what happened because I want to focus on what's going on the board. H6, and then the move knight e6 was played, and things are heating up in this position. I like Akshat's position a lot.
Dropping your pen when you have no time doesn't help you.
No, it doesn't. But here, I mean, after knight takes e6, which is pretty much forced, pawn takes e6, you cannot take with the queen because you just lose to bishop h5 or bishop f3. You have to take with the bishop. But now I have ideas of eventually putting a knight on d5. Even the move immediately knight d5 looks very, very strong in this position.
How about bishop to f3 with the idea rook takes e6?
Yeah, I was thinking of bishop f3, then you force the move rook e8 because
bishop c6.
Bishop c6, rook e7. Ooh, rook e7, I have bishop takes
d6.
d6. Whoa.
Wait, you have what? Oh, bishop, there's a bishop on h2.
There's bishop on h2.
I forgot about that
guy. This guy's hiding while he's taking on d6. Wait, how do you defend? If bishop
don't.
Oh, this is winning. Yeah, but again, no time.
Bishop f3 is just winning.
Yeah,
it's not such a difficult tactic to see, and I think the only defense in that position is rook defense. Bishop c6, knight to g7.
But now you're down on exchange.
You're giving the exchange. This is just going to be should be a very easy technical win. And even with low time control, the material is limited. You do not have any counterplay, active counterplay as black, and this should be a win for Akshat.
Definitely, he needs to find this move bishop f3. Not the only tempting way.
No, he went 95. No. See, no time. Like this is.
But it was. I think knight d5 is still extremely strong.
Yeah,
guys.
but not completely winning. So I go queen f7. I'm assuming only move, right? Take a knight f4 even looks good.
But
I know what he calculated. Bishop takes h5.
Takes knight c7.
Rook takes e6.
Oh, and then you have check at the end.
Knight c7.
Yeah. Oh, I'm threatening the rook and check. You can't defend everything.
No.
That's winning.
So let's see if black maybe take on d5 first.
No, but okay, if you
then
take on
bishop
d5.
takes g6 and queen takes g6, queen takes d5, and you once again lose the rook on a8. So
I think knight d5 is also very good, guys. I'm not sure what's going on. It's a free piece as far as I can see. I mean, okay, the knight on a8 is going to be a little bit stuck, but
oh, we're missing queen e4.
Oh.
We're missing queen. We're missing a lot of tactics, guys.
It's okay. We're not playing, so
this is not okay. Take, and now bishop takes d6. How would you assess this position with the better structure, the better pieces, but very limited material?
Very dangerous for black.
I would say it's dangerous.
Very dangerous
because
for black.
That king is not going to be happy. Okay, what was played? Queen f7.
Queen
only
f7,
move.
yeah.
But this is not
But
as
I wasn't
easy.
sure. If I take on
takes
h5, I was more tempted to play knight c7 immediately. queen takes c7 and just play this position with pieces still on the board after rook takes c6. Perhaps I'm overestimating the position. Perhaps the move queen f7 still holds. But I don't know. I mean, queen d5 looks dangerous. I'm going to take on a d6. I'm going to have rook g6 as a threat. Visually, this looks very dangerous as still.
Yeah,
for,
I mean, that king is just
the
permanent
king in
weakness.
GA looks very, very weak.
And we have one more result. Dalia did beat Carissa, so the girls section is actually over very
really?
early today. But this happens every day, so we're gonna have one game we're gonna keep looking at. So
yeah, okay.
Carissa
We'll go back to that game, which
right.
I thought was quite crushing. He is gonna play rook takes e6, perhaps also
he
missing
did
queen e4.
Or maybe he's just going for
Maybe
that
he's just
position.
going for it, yeah.
I mean, you want to. I mean, it's not just about finding a move. Like, you have to play. Like, he's playing a line, he's making up a lot of moves, so he has to make time control.
He does. So, I mean, it's still a very dangerous position
Yeah.
here, because after knight takes a8, which is, well, he has to find queen e4, which is not very difficult to do. So, once
we didn't find it.
We didn't find it, but once you have this position on the board and you're playing on inertia, and this is the only game you're focusing on, you should be able to find queen e4 without a problem. Everything else loses a piece. You have to play it. You have to play queen e4.
And after queen e4, you don't have f3.
Well, f3 queen c6, I'm not sure it actually
Yeah, you
helps
don't even want to check, right?
Yeah,
because I was thinking maybe if you check, I go queen d5, and then I start taking, and...
No, he has to find queen e4. Takes, this is normal. And then a nice and very pleasant choice between taking on h5 and taking on d6. I think they both give white a very strong advantage. It's still a game that could end with basically two results.
So queen e4 was played, then has to be played.
Yeah, again, they can end with two results. Either Akshat wins a better pawn structure,
or he doesn't,
or he's gonna draw. I mean, there's no way Wonder has any chance of winning such a position.
So, wow. So this tournament is still wide open, because
Definitely.
the Kid and Truffle game where we left off. Yeah, we have the same position we're analyzing actually.
Yeah, it was the line that here our grandmaster Cristian Chirila was giving. We're gonna still focus on this position for a little bit
because we have no time on the
have
clock.
no
So
time
everything
on the
we're
clock.
saying is happening. So now he has the decision to take on h5 on d6. So he has some time to think about this.
They lack precision, and that bothers me.
Because they have no time.
Exactly, and that's their practical mistake in this position. I mean, 96, brilliant play up to this point, brilliant. But 95 just, it seems to me like it spoils it. I mean, bishop f3 is such an easy win, and I'm sure he saw it. Why wouldn't you calculate it? He played knight d5 very, very quickly. He still had maybe 1 minute left when he played the move knight d5. You need to stop, think, calculate bishop f3, because this just simply wins material, a lot of material.
Bishop f3 was completely winning.
But you were mentioning that in time trouble he doesn't play the best chess.
He does not. You can see this over and over again. He just does not.
Yeah, I think you either have to not get in time trouble, or you become so good in time trouble you just see tactics so well.
Like Grishchuk.
He's not Grishchuk.
He's not Grishchuk. Only Grishchuk is Grishchuk.
Yeah, Grishchuk just gets away with this. But
he is the only one.
I mean, I do appreciate that approach at trying to find the truth in every position and trying to find the best move, but it's just not practical. And then if you look at it, how many games you give away and how many times you lose because you play too fast. If you take that into
account, compared to the 1/2 point you miraculously get once in a while because of precise play. Yeah, I mean, he's losing too much precision. He has taken on h5.
He just blunder.
Oh no, he took on h5?
Queen to h5, queen to e4. How are you going to put, how are you going to exert pressure on me?
Well, check, I always can just move the king.
Bishop g7?
Oh, so
I don't even have to do it.
Can I take on d6?
Yes, and I'm going to take on c4.
Oh no. And you have queen f7.
We're just going to exchange pawn for pawn, and it's just going to end up in a draw.
A big loss it would be here for Akshat Chandra, who needed the win badly today. He had it in his hands, and instead it seems like it's going to peter out to a draw. The move queen e4 has been played on the board. Not a difficult move to find at all.
No, it's like an only move.
Wow.
What else are you going to play?
Another disappointing result for Akshat. We've seen it time and time again this tournament.
And time is the keyword in Akshat's games.
Winning positions.
How would you assess this result for Caden? Is this a positive result for Caden or not? Who would you rather have behind you breathing down your neck?
So
Wonder or Akshat?
Well, that's a big question. I mean,
let's see who they have left.
Who do they have left? Because
so
Wonder will finish the tournament with white.
Akshat has Nicholas and Wonder has Michael Brown. I mean, they both have really difficult pairings.
They have tough pairings. I mean, but Wonder plays the white pieces, which is, I think, a big deal. I think you would rather have Akshat play Nicholas with black than Wonder against Michael Brown with white. It's just the color difference. I think that's the only thing that changes my evaluation. I think this is. I think Caden would prefer, if his game does actually end in a draw, and we still have to see if that's the case, would prefer for Akshat to win because he faces the last round with the black pieces. That's the only difference.
But he is playing the lowest rated player. But again, wait, who is he playing? No, he's playing Mika. I thought he was playing Bobby.
No, he's playing Mika, which is still Caden has everything to play for. He wins the tournament.
Did you know Mika loses his second game of the tournament?
Wait,
he lost one game and he has all draws.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it in front of me. He has all draws. He lost one game to a Wonder, and he lost to Andrew Tankos.
He's a solid player.
Yeah.
Mika is a solid player.
Well,
and
I didn't realize this result.
It's not going to be easy to beat him with black.
No.
He's not Rui Feng Li who wins or loses.
No.
He is definitely a different type of player.
Yeah, so this tournament is still wide open. I mean, we can't have
anything can happen.
Anyone. Well, if so, we're expecting a draw here. So we're gonna have Caden probably still leading. Caden might lose, right? That position looked very sketchy. Let's go see what happens.
Let's see what's happened in Caden's game. It is the matchup of today. Christian was talking specifically about this variation with the queen on e4 and retreating it to b7. Queen on e8 is on the board. It's attacking the pawn on h5. It's black to move in this position.
So, but if you go 95 and I take on h5, I don't have to take the draw, right? I can play queen f5, and I mean I have a million pawns. Like I cannot lose with white. Oh, but you're not going to exchange queens.
You're not going to exchange queens, but with so many pawns, I don't think it's so trivial to defend this position. I don't think you should give up the pawn. I mean, if there's a way to keep it, I would definitely go for that.
Can I go g6?
I don't see the problem.
Wait, this is not the position.
That's because the position is like this.
Okay. I was like, what? I cannot defend the rook. It's just winning.
G6. I don't see any checks that would help white. Remember that there's still this lethal pin.
I can still make a draw.
You can make a draw. I'm sure you can make a draw in many ways, but
I think I have king h3 here, and force a draw. And I have a perpetual because you cannot block with the bishop.
That is rather pretty, unnecessary but pretty. That you cannot actually block.
Unnecessary but pretty is like the theme of this game.
You get another medal. You get another medal.
This is my second of the day.
Alejandro, you gotta catch up.
I think I'm gonna take his medals from him at this point.
Wait, but after g6, I have to find king h3?
Because
I was thinking I could just play queen e6, and I'm attacking your bishop.
Right.
I don't think.
Okay, so I go bishop g7.
But now, now I have queen e2 or several other ways to defend the rook. I mean, white's not in any danger, I think.
I wasn't implying that's an only move. I was saying if you want to, you can force a draw, like depending on the tournament situation. The problem is like 5.5 is playing 4.5, so he's not in a situation that his rivals both will lose. One of them is going to catch up. So let's see if anything's going on in. Did we reach time control in another game?
No, of course not. They're the slowest players ever.
No,
they did. Finally, they did. And after bishop takes d6, he didn't take on c4, which I thought was more natural. He played check, king h2, and queen takes f2. Now he's threatening the pawn on h4.
He's threatening a perpetual at least.
He's threatening at least a perpetual, but his king is pretty weak. So after the move bishop g3, we're going to have to recalculate. Take on b2. I can take on f5. It should be fine to take on f2, I think. We got to calculate a little bit to be sure. Bishop. Yeah, it should be fine.
So I think we reached time control in every position. Can we quickly look at Michael Brown, see if we have a result? We do have Talia, but I want to make sure we don't miss anything in time trouble.
Michael Brown has reached time control. He's up a piece and 2 pawns, which is usually a good sign for your position.
Usually. But judging by today's games, not always. I mean, this is game over.
That's game over.
You cannot even take on c5, I have queen 8. So we'll reach time control, so I think it's going to slow down. The players are going to take their time. So we do have Talia, who beat Carissa Yip, who was coming back but stumbled and lost today to Talia. And she's going to talk about her game with Christian.
Talia Cervantes, after a very, very powerful performance today against Carissa. Talia, we were really mesmerized by the way you converted your advantage. Take us through the game.
In the opening, I wasn't exactly sure how should I play. Should I give my bishop on d3?
Is this the first time you're surprised in the opening? Because your opening preparation was quite good after this.
It's been going well, yeah.
And you mean in this position?
No, after bishop a6.
That would be move number?
Move 8. Right, I wasn't exactly sure. I was thinking about bishop b1 or bishop c2, and then do kind of like the same thing I did with that cheetah, a3, b4, and b5. But I thought bishop a6, queen d3, and a3, b4 all with a tempo, and then threatening b5. And I thought my bishop on c1 wouldn't have a problem because I can do a4, bishop a3, or b2, depends on how black plays.
She played the move c5. Were you surprised by this early break in the center?
It was one of the moves I was considering because it's also difficult to play for black. And I thought it would be fine for me because of the lack of development.
And this, you took on c5 take. The problem is, right now she has this isolated pawn, and also all her pieces on the queen side are completely out of the game, and it's going to be very difficult to take them back because knight d7 always, knight takes d5 is on tap. So you play the move bishop b2, queen to g4. She was trying to create some sort of inexistent attack on the king side. You didn't even flinch. h3, queen g5, rook a d1. What was another critical moment you would like to share with us?
Probably after when I went queen e4. Instead of queen e4, I was also thinking about queen c3, because if I don't get the queen out of the way, I might be in trouble. I was thinking also about queen c3, and then my threat is probably f4, knight e7, knight f5. Because of the queen is defending currently the pawn on g7 and is just overcharged, knight e7, it's taboo. You cannot take it because queen takes g7. So probably a move such as king h8 must be played, but still your position is very dominant. You did play the move queen e4, which maintains a large advantage. King to h8, knight to f4, and everything went just smooth for you throughout the game. How would you assess your performance in this tournament so far? I think in almost every game I have had nice positions. Maybe not better, but good positions. And I think after the rest day I have been playing much better, and I have been able to convert the better positions I have. Congratulations and good luck in the last round. Guys, Talia Cervantes, one of the pleasant surprises of this event.
It's always nice to come into your first round robin of this strength and be able to recover from a tough start. I think that she had a lot of missed opportunities, as we do see finally a result that Michael Brown, of course, he was up a lot of material. That leaves us with the pleasant two last games of the day being the decisive results for the standings, as we will keep an eye out on the game between Caden Trove and Joshua Colas, as well as Akshat Chandra against Awonder Liang. I think we're going to have one game very soon. I'm assuming Caden, is he going to take the perpetual? Does he have anything better? Well, it's very unlikely that he has something better at this moment. As you can see on the analysis board, the move knight e5 is completely unavoidable. What he could do is just check on h8 and give a perpetual, as you were mentioning. But the endgame of 3 pawns against a piece, as long as the queens are still on the board, is just completely hopeless. You cannot push your pawns without the bishop just collecting them. You're actually you're actually going to lose certain endgames where you overpush. He's not going to overpush. He knows the tournament situation. He knows Wander is not going to win that endgame, and he knows that he's going to go into the last round half a point lead. If he makes a draw, I think he's going to take the perpetual in the next couple of minutes. It's not like he has a lot of choices, honestly. I mean, regardless, you cannot be happy with this game. This guy's a very poor quality game. I'll be flat out about it. I mean, blundering in the opening, he was very lucky that he had a saving resource. Then Joshua wasn't able to keep the pressure, actually gave the game away in 2 or 3 moves. And then Caden's technique was absolutely atrocious in the end game. And despite winning a pawn, he's messed up his position entirely. He has a pin down this diagonal that he cannot do anything about. A completely winning position he obtained, and he completely destroyed it by not exchanging queens, which we talked about 3 hours ago. That exchanging queens was crucial to the advance of the position. That only really leaves us with the game between Akshat Chandra and Awonder Liang. They have reached time control, and Akshat has played the move Bishop G3.
So I'm assuming Queen B3 is almost forced. You cannot defend both against Bishop B5 and hang on to your pawn.
Yeah, you're threatening.
Oh, you have Queen D4 actually.
Queen D4, you threaten this guy, but Queen B2 to me looks like the most natural.
That's a
move.
pawn you want to take.
Yeah, you want to take this pawn. You are a little scared, like, for example, Queen F5. That any bishop endgame here is a little scary because Bishop B8, you can collect the pawns on the queen side, but we're pretty far from that. And after Queen F8, Queen F5.
Do you have a better way of taking the pawn? Maybe with Queen E6, I can take it with checks?
Maybe, yes. You might be correct about that. Yeah, you want to take it with check if I can, right? Still, I would say that Awonder is in a little bit of danger.
But nothing like before.
Nothing like before, where he was just completely losing.
I mean, Akshat really needs to do something about his time trouble. There's just no way around it.
It's cost him so many rating points, honestly, and this is not an exception.
And this is probably not the first tournament where he hasn't won or hasn't missed so many opportunities because of his time management. Because I know this is not the first time he's getting in this kind of time trouble.
No, he has a little certain fame around him the way that Krischuk does, but at least Krischuk, when he's in time trouble, he finds every perfect move.
Yeah. Not everyone is Krischuk.
Not everybody's Krischuk.
And we do have the standings for the girls section as the round is actually over. So let's take a look and see what's going on. And we know that actually the Gordy did win the tournament, but we also have still have prizes and some rating points to play for. So we do have actually the Gordy dominating with 6.5, followed by Maggie Fink and Emily Nguyen, and I feel like this has been throughout the tournament. With they have 5 points, Annie Wenk 4.5 points, Rachel Ulrich and Talia Cervantes with 4 points, Apurva Virk with 3.5, Carissa Yip, Ashrita Esran, and Agata Bukovtsev all with 2.5 points.
Yeah, definitely a disappointing tournament there for Carissa. You can see that she is one of the highest rated players, but she was unable to find her form. Also, I think Apurva played a really bad tournament, especially the second half. Was, to me, disastrous. I mean, the way that she's been playing, the way that she played today against Annie Wang.
Against Talia, she played very, very poorly.
Yeah, against Talia, the same. And Talia, who is one of the newcomers to the tournament, I think she's shown great chess. I think that she's capable of so much more as soon as she polishes many mistakes that she had, especially near the beginning of the tournament, where she was unable to convert against Agata in the first round, or unable to convert against Emily in not completely winning opposite colored bishop endgame. And I think if she polishes a couple of mistakes, she will. She has shown that she worked really hard,
here, right.
And she belongs definitely.
She was a wild card, I believe.
She was a wild card. She's the local girl. She lives here in St. Louis, but she shows that she can play with them without any hindrance. And I think also Rachel has shown that as soon as she fixes her tactics,
yeah, her tactical mistakes are very striking to me. Like I've never seen someone blunder like one move tactics so many times in a tournament.
No, me neither.
Like in one game you can do that. Like when you're completely no, not even once. Like several times when you're completely off, you just don't see tactics. But in a tournament, like I haven't seen this kind of blunders.
I have to agree with you. I think that Rachel really needs to work on her tactics. But when she fixes them, she brought a lot of preparation. I really liked that Botvinnik system that she played. She was very, very well prepared in it. And I see that her positional sense is on spot, but her tactics really needs work.
And her preparation has been really good too.
Preparation has been great.
Yeah, we've seen some really great preparation in this tournament. We've seen some players who play systems like Rufeng, who plays 1b3, but other players, especially Kaden, we've seen some really good preparation from him. Even today's preparation, I think, was really good.
Yes, I think so.
He got just a great position. Like he played that position where his opponent, the pressure was on his opponent to find that critical continuation to maintain equality.
Yeah, and Kaden obtained a really nice edge.
Yeah, yet here we are.
Yet here we are, where Kaden is suffering. He knows that there is no way to prevent the move knight e5.
Yeah, but he has a perpetual, so he can just sit there and take his time and see what's going on. Has he moved? No, it's his move.
He moved something. Why is the queen on?
No, he played queen e8, king h6. So this is the position we had.
Okay.
So his opponent didn't play knight e5, like king
he's
h6,
still
so he has the chance to take the perpetual.
Yeah, he's still thinking about it. There's not a lot of options. I mean, honestly,
I think he's just beating himself up at this point.
I don't blame him.
Well, in the meantime, we have another winner, Michael Brown, who won a very nice game without completely outplaying his opponent. He's here in the studio with Cristian.
With one of the victors of today, a bit of a topsy-turvy event for you. You've been winning a lot of games against the low-rated. You are struggling with the top-rated as of now, but tomorrow is going to be a very interesting game between you and Awander. We're looking forward to that.
Sure.
But first, take us through today's victory.
Yeah, so I played Catalan last game and it worked out well, so I thought I'd try it again.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. So I had prepped this knight d2 idea against bishop b4. It was just kind of this, I didn't want to play bishop d2. I've actually played this line with black.
Bishop d2 is the main line, but then a5, c5,
Yeah.
queen is, there's so many ways black
I beat Boris Avrukh with a5, actually.
You as black?
With me as black, yeah. In fact, I like to claim that was one of his, he's known for, I think he's Mr. 1d4, so that was a really nice win.
We were calling it the Bible, the 1d4 Bible.
Yeah, exactly.
2-3 years ago when it launched.
Yeah.
Knight to d2.
So I thought knight d2 would throw him off. Yeah, he said he was out of book probably around move 8 when I played b3, which is kind of a rare move, but it was played by Meyer when he played Ho Yifan in the Grenki Chess Classic. And it worked out well. Ho played knight bd7, they played queen, and then like bishop b2, queen e7, and then it was like knight e5, and eventually Meyer played knight d3, e3, rook c1, rook e1. He got a very nice position. He lost the game eventually, but he was killing Ho Yifan before she.
And it seems this bishop on b4, despite its active position, it seems to be a little bit misplaced because knight d3 is coming with tempo, a3 potentially with tempo.
Yeah.
At some point, if you give it away, then bishop Erda is going to be a long-lasting advantage for you.
Right. And the thing is, yeah, you want d6 kind of like a safety square. So when he played c5, I was very surprised because goodbye, the safety square. So c5, I just developed normally. I was kind of surprised when he played knight bd7. Yeah, I thought knight bd7. He probably missed that once I take d5, if he takes the bishop, I have knight c6 with a very pleasant position. Because he's forced to play bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6. And maybe I missed something, but I thought this was just a pleasant position.
No,
the
this
two
definitely
bishops.
looks like a long-term advantage, the bishop pair open center.
Yeah.
He took with the knight, but now you had you played rook c1. His pieces are a little bit misplaced. Once again, this bishop on b4, despite its active position, not such a great piece. And rook c8 was played, knight to c4. And what was the next critical moment, in your opinion?
I think here, knight f5. Knight f5, when I played knight f5 was very critical. That I had to make sure all the lines worked. But the point is, obviously, if he takes, I play bishop takes d5, and the center gets busted open, and his weak queenside pawns will decide it, as well as the f5 pawn.
These two pawns.
Yeah. So he has to avoid this, but then I get a knight on d6, and I knew from then on that I'd be pushing the entire game. Usually knight on d6 spells disaster.
And one more important moment in this position. We were considering knight f7 as being the better move.
As was I.
Take us through the thought process that made you choose knight takes b5, which is still completely winning.
Yeah, knight takes f7 I thought is also a possibility. I just kind of was a little wary that I opened up the f-file, and I thought his rook on f8 is not doing anything. So when I play knight takes f7, his rook gets, all of a sudden, if he gets 94 in, then he's got two pieces automatically attacking f2. So I just figured, let's let his rook on f8 kind of stay there a little bit more and just play on the queen side, because the b5 pawn, when I play knight takes b5, is very weak. So.
And after that, you converted quite accurately. Michael, you've pulled out consecutive wins. Tomorrow you're facing Awander Liang, and you could potentially disrupt the final standings. What is your strategy going into tomorrow's game?
I think it's going to be same as always. It's like I think in the early rounds, sometimes the results weren't there, but I think when I'm playing later, these last two rounds have been really good, where I kind of just stick to my game plan, and the results are, sometimes you have some bad ones, sometimes you have some good ones. So I'm really excited for tomorrow's game as well. That'll be a fun one.
We are definitely excited as well, guys. Michael Brown, always a positive attitude.
Well, definitely. I think he's had a topsy-turvy tournament, but the last two games really have shown what class of player that he is. It's not surprising that he's been in top GMs, that he had recently scored a GM norm himself, and he's well on his path to becoming a Grandmaster.
Yeah, I like the level-headed attitude that, as we said, like a lot of times when you're working hard in chess and results aren't there, it's very frustrating. But knowing that your level of play is there, and we know that like class is forever, but form is temporary.
Yes.
So sometimes when your class is there, and he's like a very classical player, and he's a very solid player, and sometimes your form is off, and you can play good games and have misses. So it's good to always have that attitude that I'm a good player, I'm capable of playing it, and sometimes I just have misses. So do we have anything in Caden?
We had a couple of repetitions in the Caden game.
I'm really worried, guys.
About what?
I'm worried that he's not going to take the draw and something really bad is going to happen, because whenever you start thinking for so long, you want not to take that draw, you know, so we'll see, but I'm starting to have some nightmares about this game.
Wow.
Yeah. For
I didn't know you
Caden.
were
For
so
Caden.
attached.
For Caden.
But look on the bright side, we might have a playoff tomorrow.
That would be absolutely fantastic. No better way to finish a tournament. Playoffs are always, to me, the most exciting way to finish, like two strong players fighting it off at the very last battle. I think that tomorrow's round starts a little bit earlier to give room for those potential tie breaks. We will be starting at 11 a.m. as opposed to 1 p.m. that is the normal starting time. And if we do have tie breaks, it will be tomorrow at 5 p.m. We'll be bringing you, the three of us, the live coverage here from the St. Louis Chess Club if needed, because we still have a lot of game left, both here if Caden decides not to go for the perpetual, and especially in Akshad's position where anything can still happen, although I believe that Akshad is the one pushing for the win.
Right, but either way, Caden is going to be at 6 points, and Akshad will be, one of them will be at 5.5. So it's going to be very, very close either way.
Absolutely.
So
remember, Caden is playing with the black
clinching.
pieces tomorrow against somebody that is extremely solid, Mika Braden, who's only lost 2 games in the entire tournament. He has drawn all the other games, a very solid player with the white pieces. And if Caden wants to clinch the tournament, he's probably going to have to win tomorrow.
And Michael Brown, also a very solid player. So tomorrow's, today will be crucial, and it was crucial for the girls section, and it's crucial for us going into tomorrow. So we're going to let Caden take a little bit of a think, and I feel like at this point he's just beating himself up. He's not really considering anything. So we're going to let him do that while we take a little bit of a break, and we'll be right back, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Chess.com. Chess.com is social. Now you can play chess with your friends whenever you want, whether that's middle of the day or middle of the night. You can get instantly matched up with one of over 5 million other members from around the world. You play live games in real time, turn-based games at your convenience, or tournaments with anyone at any time. Chess.com is mobile. You can play online from your computer, or you can play on the go from your tablet or your smartphone. No matter where you go, whether you're at work, grabbing a bite to eat, or you're just enjoying some time at the park, your games are there with you, and keeping multiple chess games going has never been easier. Chess.com is for learning. Don't just play chess, get better. The best chess training resources have never been more accessible. Learn essential chess strategy quickly and easily with the extremely popular Tactics Trainer tool. Improve your game in ways you didn't know were possible with training videos by chess masters. And regardless of where you're at now, take your game to the next level with multiple simple-to-use training tools. Chess.com is for everyone. Over 250 million chess games have been played on Chess.com. And it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com is the place to play and learn chess. So, create your free account now and see what Chess.com is for you.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, this is round 8 of the 2017 US Junior and 2017 US Junior Girls Chess Championship. We're actually done with the girls section, and as we're coming back, we do have a very important result for our standing. Caden Truff took a draw in a position that was, we felt like at this point he already has to make a draw.
Yeah.
So this depending on what happens in the Akshat the Wonder game, this is going to completely change the standings.
Yeah, it might.
Going into the last round.
We still have one crucial game with us, as Akshat is probably on the pressing side against the Wonder Liang, but he's getting through his favorite time pressure scenarios, and we'll see what happens in that game where everything could happen.
And while we wait for Akshat to move, we do definitely want to hear Caden's thoughts, and he's here in the studio with Christian to talk about his game and how he's doing in the tournament.
We're still the leader of the tournament, Caden Truff. Caden, this was a topsy-turvy game, a bit shaky at times, but take us through the game and give us your insight on the critical moments.
Yeah, so the opening, I guess he surprised me a little bit with just kind of this Slav setup. He played it against me last October, so that was also, I mean, because usually you don't play the same thing. So he doesn't usually play this, and he had already played it against me, so I kind of thought, well...
He surprised you, but you uncorked like a novelty at move 20.
Yeah, I still kind of looked at it enough to have an idea just in case he played it, because, okay, he already showed he'll play it against me. So yeah, and then, yeah, so he went for kind of this key line, and if white doesn't really know what they're doing and black does, this can fizzle out like super quickly. And you kind of see after h6, here comes the first critical moment, because after knight takes d4, I haven't looked in the line, but you have some, like, I want to say it was queen h4 here.
Most probably.
Knight f3, yeah, something like queen h5, and then I think theory is something like bishop h7, queen f5. And white's been able to win a few games, but it's not because it's better there. So this kind of becomes a critical moment, and my philosophy kind of for the Slav type positions is, if you don't know what to do, just play b3. And so, and this b3 move is kind of helped me in quite a few positions. This one I've played twice in games, and I always kind of don't play it exactly
quite a recent
right.
Game, right? 2017.
Yeah, so I just played it in actually my last tournament, and I didn't quite play it right. Didn't get the position I want. So I looked at it and I'm like, this time, I'm gonna remember it and what I wanted to play. And so that was queen c4.
Bishop c4.
Well, just what I wanted to play was Queen C4, and I've played a couple different things here, but I thought Queen C4 was the most challenging, and now Bishop E4.
This is a novelty.
Yeah.
I think everybody either plays, well, there are only 3 games in this position, either Rook AD1 or Rook FD1. But you came prepared with this novelty Bishop E4. Take us through the lines.
I thought practically it's very good. The most important line is here, and it's important Rook AE1 because after Rook FE1 you have this D3 move, and the problem is Knight C2 is forking the rooks after something like A3. So it's important to play Rook AE1. And now, if I remember, it's Bishop E6, take here. And then after Bishop E1, I think it's take somewhere here. I think take. White's just going to get a better endgame. 2 bishops. Okay, weak pawn. Technically, it should be a draw, but okay, there's plenty of play here.
And he also has to get to this position.
Yeah, and he has to get to this position. And I mean, if you really look at the moves, especially, I think Bishop E6 is kind of difficult to find. And okay, in the game he didn't find this line.
He played the move Bishop E7, and he went Knight takes D4, Knight to A6. This came almost as a shock to us, just withdrawing the knight back and allowing you to place your rooks on the open files, create potentially an attack on the king side, all your pieces focused on that side. This looked really, really grim for him. At this moment.
I was feeling, just excellent here. I thought everything was going my way from what I could have hoped from this opening. So Knight F5,
Bishop F6, Rook AD1, and a critical moment in here.
Yeah, So what happened here is I spent a lot of time calculating both Bishop G6 and Bishop E4, both of which Queen A5 is not a problem. And then I'm like, well, maybe I could just play something like G3 first, and then kind of think about Bishop E4, Bishop G6. So that's what I did. I played G3, and then all of a sudden he's just like Queen A5. I'm like,
did you saw it immediately after you played G3?
I still didn't see it. Like my head is still in Bishop E4, Bishop G6 lands. Like I'm not realizing at all that Queen A5. I obviously didn't realize it till it was on the board.
What were you thinking when you saw this move on the board?
I was
your first thought before you started calculating anything precisely.
I was just frustrated. Kind of with myself. I think overall I've been calculating pretty well, and this was one of the first just like things that most days would take me just a few seconds to see, and obviously I just missed it. I quickly felt like of all things I could have missed, it was okay because I felt like I have at least like Bishop E4, take on B7, and here I kind of thought it's not what I wanted, but it's not losing. So to over just kind of miss something like Queen A5 and to not be losing is okay. And then okay, maybe I wanted to just try and make things still complicated, and spent quite a lot of time on Bishop G6. Here I just my thought during the game was maybe you should play Rook E8, but this line is just because there's so I wasn't fully sure what to do here except Queen G6, take, and it's kind of the same position, but I haven't taken on B7. When I saw Queen F8, I felt pretty happy. I didn't know the actual evaluation, but I thought I should be slightly better here.
No, absolutely. And you played the move Queen to G6, Queen to G8. You decided to keep the queens on the board. Did you keep them just because you thought you were going to have some sort of attack going on?
I thought I wanted to keep the pressure, and I thought kind of later in the game maybe I could trade queens when it was a little more optimal for me. I didn't didn't think it would be that much of an issue if I like really wanted to pursue it, because you know my queen's on g6, like he has to feel the pressure and stuff. So yeah, here.
We thought everything was going smoothly, but then okay, we exchanged the first pair of rooks, and right now we felt that you do have to trade queens. In general, we want to eliminate as many pieces off the board whenever we have this imbalance between the rook and the two pieces. And we thought you were going to go for queen e8, queen takes c8, rook takes c8, king h7, something, rook a8, and then try to push your pawns and win a technical endgame. What was your evaluation?
I mean, here I was having a hard time fully deciding how good this was. I mean, you always kind of, in the long run, you say, well, it might be a draw. I don't know. And I thought with king h2, kind of in the moment, I was just curious what he should have played in. And in all honesty, I think it's okay, but maybe after queen d3, then queen e8, queen e4. Just because, you know, here, you know, maybe it feels just a little bit better. You know, my rook's in the center of the board.
You're also having a clear threat.
Yeah, I have rook
a4,
and you know, if a5, maybe I just quickly play a3, b4, create a pass pawn. Here, I think was kind of one of the main moments where I'm like, yeah, I probably should have traded queens.
And then you didn't trade queens, and then after queen g6, queen c5, h5. We were discussing in the studio that your position is still objectively winning, but from a practical point of view, seeing this idea of knight h6, knight f5, or knight h6, knight g4, is starting to become a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, and I thought h5 was really good. But the thing here, okay, I mean, you know, talking about still objectively being, I mean, maybe I should still just play rook e2. The problem is, I spent time here calculating queen a7, and if you follow the game, I saw this position, and you know, calculating back on queen takes a7, and I thought queen d7, which, yeah, queen takes f3, and I was looking at this, and I'm like, oh, maybe, you know, now I have some check, and maybe I'll take on h5. But then, yeah, as you pointed out, just queen takes f3, and you know, this line that I thought I had when I played queen takes a7, all of a sudden it's just, yeah, it's 95.
This is just game over.
Yeah, and so that's kind of at the point. I mean, I knew taking on a7 would be risky, but I mean, I thought I had calculated it well, and realized here, wait a second, no, let's not do a queen a5 and play queen d7 here. And I mean, I probably still, instead of queen takes a7, should have just tried to trade queens, play like rook e2, queen c2, go into this endgame, try and grind it out. But yeah, it was just, I got a little greedy and didn't quite calculate it perfectly. So.
Well, you're still leading the event, going into the final round. Tomorrow you're playing
Mika.
Bratton. Is going to be a very, very exciting game. What is your strategy? You're playing black.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to play solidly. I mean, looking at the Axe Shadow Wonder game.
Actually, let's give that a quick look, because we haven't really... Who would you prefer to either make a draw or a win?
Yeah, I mean, I think you always prefer white here, because in the end, I always have repetition. Like, I mean, unless white goes completely crazy, it kind of feels like white's the one controlling whether we play on or whether we just agree to a draw. So, I mean, overall, I think this is okay, and, you know, something to consider in the next game, because, you know, tomorrow, I imagine, unless Akshat loses this, which I definitely don't think he will, I'll have a half-point lead still. So, you know, a drawing guarantees, like, at least some sort of a playoff, whereas losing maybe opens the door. So it's still, I mean, I thought today I had a really good approach. Like, I had a solid opening, got a solid advantage, and then just made a mistake. But I think if I take that same approach into tomorrow and just don't make that mistake, maybe I draw, maybe I can pull off the win and clinch it right then and there. So
an objective and a practical approach to tomorrow's game. Guys, Caden Trough, the leader of the junior section.
He has been a very practical player here throughout the event, only taking that really big risk against Michael Brown. But besides that, he's shown some solid chess. He cannot be terribly happy with today's game. It was a little bit too topsy-turvy.
Sloppy.
Too very sloppy technique at the end, missing a tactic. It shows players are tired. The players are definitely entering that last phase of the tournament in which, I mean, exhaustion is definitely part of the ball game. As we do have one game still standing. Akshat Chandra, without being a big surprise, Akshat Chandra still playing, is playing against Awander Liang, but it's one of these two young players that could potentially end up on a tiebreak against the current leader, Caden Trough.
So we can have either a two-way tiebreak or a three-way tiebreak. So for example, if this game is a draw and Caden loses, so again, a lot of ifs. Caden loses tomorrow, Awander draws, and Akshat wins.
There you go.
So we can have a three-way tiebreak.
We could have a three-way tiebreak, yeah. And the same scenario happens if Akshat wins today, just with the other order of operations.
Right. If Akshat wins today, then Awander wins tomorrow, and Akshat draws together. Wait, Awander wins tomorrow, Akshat draws, and so basically, if Caden loses tomorrow,
things
open
up.
Is wide open. But as he said, it sounded like he's going to be extremely solid tomorrow. And when he had the point lead, we were talking about what his approach was going to be, and we said he's probably going to be solid and see if anyone can catch up. And unfortunately, it seems like several players are on the verge of catching up at least.
Is he going to go for a draw?
I don't think so. I think he's just gaining time because he is already
and then
very
wasting
low.
it again, all again on the next move.
He's already very low on the clock. I think he's down to 5 minutes and 20 seconds against 18 minutes from Awander. He needs to prove some kind of advantage in this position, especially considering the tournament situation. He needs to win.
Did Awander just make a move and leave?
Yes, that he does actually pretty often.
So yeah, this tournament is still wide open, and everything will depend on this game. And Akshat has had very long games, so he's really fighting it out. In the meantime, we do have Joshua Collis in the studio with us. So he hasn't had the best tournament, but he really influenced the standings today, and he's here in the studio with Cristian.
With one of the players that is currently playing the spoilers role, Joshua, take us through the game, especially after the opening. You came well prepared, but he was even better prepared. When you saw this bishop e4 move played instantaneously, what was your mindset?
Here in this position, I was kind of course, I was out of prep because I prepped for either rook to d1. But after Caden played bishop to e4, I was like, how do I get out prepped when I, surprised him at the opening? But here I just had to improvise and try to come up with the best idea. And I was looking at queen b6, and I was also looking at the move rook e8, but I wasn't sure which one was better. And did the computer say anything better?
I think rook e8 is one of the best moves. Rook e1 and bishop e6, queen takes d4, bishop to f8, defend the pawn on g7.
Right.
But okay, you have to assess this position as equal because you're going to take your pawn on a2, which is not an easy task.
Exactly, and I figured, he probably knows this very well, so I just try to play natural moves in this position.
So you play the move bishop e7, knight takes e4, knight to a6. What was your reaction when you saw this move g3 appear on the board?
When I saw g3, my eyes kind of lit up. I was confused a little bit. Maybe there's a sacrifice, but I didn't see any. So I played queen a5 pretty quickly, and I just thought I was better here. But after bishop g6, it gets a little complicated because my king is kind of weak, and he does get the exchange for two. He gets the exchange for two pieces, right? For a rook and 2 pawns, and I have to exchange. Yeah.
In this position, what were your candidate moves?
Queen f8, of course, and rook e8. I was looking at those two moves.
Did you consider this move knight to c5?
Knight c5, I figured he'd just play bishop to b1.
And then just play something like queen b4? Or it was just too scary to allow the queen?
Yeah, I just figured I just needed to get my queen back into the game, but I didn't see this idea. So the idea is just to play like king g8.
It's still far from winning. This is a very complicated position.
Right.
But he's not checkmating you anytime soon.
Okay.
And you did play queen f8, allowing him to get a better position. Knight to c5. When did you feel like your opponent is losing control over the game?
I think he lost some control when I brought my knight back into the game, especially to f7. I felt pretty comfortable here, but here it was kind of complicated because he has the 2 rooks, and what was going through my mind was those rooks are kind of strong, taking control of the files. So let me try to exchange a pair, which is what I did. And here, you know, I wasn't sure if, you know, the queen exchange was better for him or for me. It was one of those games where 3 results I think would have been, you know, possible. But I think after I continued with queen d3, I knew I was comfortable because here I don't have to force a queen exchange, and with queens on the board, it keeps it complicated. And
I think this is where he was mentioning he should have traded queens with queen e4, rook takes e4, and now try to swing the rook all the way to a4, rook a6, a4, b4, a5. Try to create some pass pawn and complicate matters. But instead of that, he played the move queen to c8, king h7, and now rook to e3. Were you happy that you maintained the queens on the board?
Yeah, I was happy, and I think Caden just didn't want to risk anything, you know, especially because in the position that he's in right now. So, yeah, I was pretty comfortable in this position. And after h5, I wasn't sure if, you know, what was going to happen. But here it could get a little complicated because if he went, which he took on a7, and if I try to win that rook on, if you keep going like a few moves. Queen b7. Here I was looking at queen d5.
Oops, sorry. In this position instead of queen b7, queen d5.
No, sorry. After queen e8, queen d5. Queen b7, queen e8, queen d5. And I didn't know how to assess this position because my next move is either, if he moves the queen out of that diagonal, is going to be knight e5, or I'm threatening knight h2 right now. So, but these pawns could be dangerous, and I didn't want to risk anything, so I just played king h6, and I figured that would just be a draw.
Well, still quite a nice bounce back. You just drew the leader of this event, a very experienced grandmaster. Who do you have tomorrow?
I have Ru Fangli.
A very difficult game.
Yeah.
Good luck. That's going to be a very exciting game for us to watch.
Thank you.
Guys, Joshua, call us.
Definitely a fighting spirit here till the very end. Not the best tournament for him, but he never gave up, even in today's game where he was against the wall in the majority of the game, I would say. And he salvages an important half point that for the standings is quite crucial.
Yeah, and the tournament now is wide open. As we mentioned, we have several possibilities, and if this game is a draw, Truff still might not win this tournament. So if he loses and the Wonder wins tomorrow,
well, even if
there's a lot of ifs going on right now.
Even if Akshat wins, right? We have the exact same
scenario. And as we mentioned, there are several scenarios for tiebreak. So we might have a 2-way tiebreak or a 3-way tiebreak. And then if we do have that, we are going to have a playoff because we need to have a winner for this tournament because it is a qualifying spot for the U.S. Championship. So if we have a 2-way playoff, it's going to be a 2-game rapid match with game 25 plus 5-second delay. And it's a 3 or 4 player, then it's going to be a round robin. And if there's no clear winner, they're going to play blitz. And they're going to play until there's a winner. And if those matches keep ending up in ties, there's going to be an Armageddon game. And that game is going to determine the champion of the tournament. And the way Armageddon works is white has less time, but black has draw odds. So the game is going to end. I mean, the game might end in a draw, but the match is going to be over somehow. Yeah. And I've played several Armageddons in my career, and they're pretty brutal.
I've played several Armageddons, and I've lost every single one.
I have too. I think I've lost every playoff I played in.
Well,
in the U.S. Championships.
And that's why we're here.
Yeah.
So
here we are.
After we have a couple of updates in the Akshat game, so you might as well look at it.
So we got excited for a second because we saw twofold repetition.
But not such thing. We have on this end game Then we reached the move king h3, trying to improve the king, queen g1, and here there's an offer of a pawn. After queen e4 check, a couple of repetitions, actually decides to accept it and take the pawn on a7, which gives him an extra pawn right now, but you can see the queen, at least temporarily, is not going to easily defend the king on h3.
Can I check you?
You can check.
You're going to block?
And I'm probably going to end up blocking with the bishop, taking advantage of the fact that you don't have the move bishop e5 because of the pin in the 7th rank.
But now I want to play queen f1. And I feel like this game is not going to go on for a long time.
Queen f1 has a double attack of queen f5 check and queen takes c4. And it's true that this doesn't seem like a great hope for the white pieces, because if we eliminate the 4 pawns on the queen side, the game is pretty simply drawn, 2 against 1, with so many pieces on the board.
Queen f5 is a checkmate threat.
Queen f5 is not a checkmate.
Oh, because I'm sorry. Yeah. Because I just in my head I was imagining the queen moving and then it's going to be a checkmate. Like if you try to defend.
Like if I play queen takes b6, then
it's a checkmate. That's what I meant.
Yeah, because of the bishop e5 possibilities that open. But more likely than not, what will happen is queen h1, bishop h2, queen f1, and then.
But the Wanderer has a lot of time.
Yeah, he has a lot of time to think in this position.
And actually doesn't.
And actually only has 2 minutes and 44. He knows he's risking. There you go.
Yeah,
check on h1, immediately bishop h2, and I also expect the move queen f1 to be played relatively quickly. This is a very logical move because the queen on h1 is no longer doing anything. It's on the corner of the board. He needs to return to the action, especially attack that pawn on c4, and I like that at the same time it's threatening, and the move queen f5. So queen f1 is by far the most logical move. I think Wanderer still has a draw in the bag.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be playing fast because his moves are logical, and he doesn't want to give his opponent a lot of time to think. So I don't think this game is going to go on for a very long time.
You would think not. I mean, the game is approaching the
very hopeful.
The drawish tendencies here are very high with such a weak king on h3. Got honestly the very big reduced amount of material. It's hard to imagine actually winning this, honestly.
Yeah, and I can't believe this tournament is almost over. The time went by so fast. It feels like every day was a long day, but this tournament overall felt like it went by really fast.
Very, very quickly. Well, it's what happens when we have such exciting games, and both the juniors and the girls have delivered on excitement from all sorts of directions, from crazy attacks to interesting endgames to missed opportunities to absolutely crushing victories. I think they've given us all they have in the tournament, and I've been very happy with the spectacle that we've had here.
Definitely, I really enjoyed doing this, and this is again the first of the series of tournament here, because just a week after, or less than a week after this ends, there's going to be the match of the Millennials, which is the second tournament during the summer that will be hosted in the St. Louis Chess Club, which is going to take place from July 26 to 29. It's going to be USA versus the world, the Millennials. There's 2 sections, under 14 and under 17. 4 players from the US in each section playing against 4 players from across the world in a Scheveningen style, which means everyone plays everyone, and I believe a double round. So that's going to be the very next event.
Yeah, and that's going to be a great experience for a lot of players. And if you've been following some world news, don't be surprised that we have some top-level talent here coming to the St. Louis Chess Club that one day perhaps will not be playing the match of the Millennials, but instead the upcoming tournament right after it.
And we do have some of the top players, some of the youngest top players in the U.S. We have Jeffrey Zhang, we have Sam Savian, so some of the top junior players in the world are American, and the current world junior champion is American, Jeffrey Zhang, who has won this tournament before and has qualified to U.S. championship from this tournament. But as you mentioned, the very next tournament is the biggest tournament of the year, being held right here in St. Louis, the Sinkfield Cup, which is going to be such an exciting event. Magnus Carlsen is going to be here, which is something I'm really looking forward to. I really want to see if he's going to be able to maintain his lead in the Grand Chess Tour and continue winning every tournament. I don't think he's won a classical tournament this year.
I don't think so, actually. I would have to go back and check on that. But he's not been on form in classical. He destroyed everybody in the blitz section of both Paris and Leuven.
And in the Rapids.
And in the Rapids, he did really, really well.
I can't think of a club because he didn't win in Vacancy, he didn't win in Norway, he hasn't won a classical event this year.
I don't think he has won a classical event.
Which one?
Since the World Championship.
He hasn't.
Yeah, I don't think so either, because he didn't win. He didn't play London. We have to see if he can actually keep his #1 spot, because remember that in classical chess there are several players that are inching closer and closer to his #1 spot. Wesley So is currently the #3 player in the world.
The current U.S. champion.
The current U.S. champion. He's the #3
and the
player in the world.
defending
Sinquefield Cup winner.
And the Grandchester.
And Grandchester winner.
Yeah, Wesley So has won a lot of tournaments this year.
He's going to be in the tournament, so he has an opportunity to overcome Magnus Carlsen, who he plays very well. The second player in the world, Kramnik, is also waiting to see if somebody can bite off some rating off of Carlsen. He can become the #1 player in the world. Also, Fabiano Caruana, America's #2 player, is very, very close behind as well. Any of them could emerge from the Sinquefield Cup as the #1 player in the world. But Magnus Carlsen is actually going to come here and say, I'm the #1, I want to extend my lead, and I want to defend it with all my might.
Right, so the Sinquefield Cup is going to take place from August 2nd to 12th. It's going to be a 10 people round-robin tournament. The wild card of the tournament is Peter Swidler. He was here last year playing in this event, 7-time Russian champion. So that's going to be a very exciting event. Definitely not something you want to miss. But again, the event that everyone is looking forward to is the one right after the Sinquefield Cup. This is the new addition to the Grandchester. That Grandchester has actually 5 legs instead of 4. So the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz tournament from August 14 to 19, right after the Sinquefield Cup, which is going to feature Gary Kasparov, which has been the news of the year.
Absolutely.
Ever since this news came out that Gary Kasparov is coming out of his 12-year retirement to be playing in the Rapid, first rated event in Rapid and Blitz. This is what everyone has been talking about, and I absolutely cannot wait to see Gary Kasparov playing live in St. Louis. And these 2 events are not the ones to be missed. Of course, we're still going to have coverage. We're going to have live coverage next door in the King side, so you can. It will be more interactive than what we're doing right now. We will have.
We have live grandmasters coming in just to talk to you. If you want to come by and drop by the club, this is the time to do it. You can see both Magnus Carlsen play, and then you can see Gary Kasparov play chess.
Unfortunately, not against each other, which is what everyone wanted to see. But the way the Grandchester works is there are 3 Rapid and Blitz tournament, and the players play in 2 out of the 3. And Magnus Carlsen had already committed to Paris and Leuven, which already happened. And the news that Kasparov was going to be a wild card was announced just a few days ago. But if he knew, maybe he would have played in St. Louis. Who knows?
That's just speculation.
Who knows?
What's important for you is to come down, come to the club. It's going to be an amazing time, really. The Sinquefield Cup is always a huge success, but now coupling it with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, I think is just going to be an even better spectacle.
And I think the live commentary is really great because it's very interactive. You have 2 grandmasters sitting there. You can ask them questions. This is not like us. We're in front of the camera. It's very interactive. You can ask them questions. They'll, you have this coverage, you have that coverage, and we interview the players. The players are here. You can get autographs if they're in a good mood. And I think there's a meeting. You can even there's an autograph session before the tournament.
There's a meet and greet just before the tournament.
Yeah. So all the information is on grandchester.org. These are going to be the 3rd and 4th legs. So 2 of the events of the Grandchester are over. So all the information is on the Grandchester. You can catch up with the standings, with all the recaps, all the photos, everything that happened, all the wild cards, how the Grandchester works. The format has changed over the years, so this year it featured even more players. So make sure you're checking it out, and you can purchase tickets to come and watch the players. And this is something you definitely want to do because you don't want to miss Gary Kasparov and Magnus Carlsen playing in person. So make sure you are checking out grandchester.org.
And I think we have a few updates in the Akshat game, so we're going to take it over to Christian, who is analyzing this deeply, trying to figure out what's going on in this endgame.
I say queen on g8.
It is still a draw, but in this position, a wanderer had to actually calculate for a very, very long time and a very deep variation, because after queen f1, queen to d7 was played controlling the square on f5, and now the only move to maintain the balance is actually take the pawn. But after this move, you're going to get tied up, at least for a few moves. Bishop e5 came on the board, queen went to g8, and right now h5 is on the board. I think perhaps king to h8 is already wrong. So in this position, you have to give a check, throw in a check, king to h2, go back, and basically say, come at me.
Why was king h8 wrong?
King h8 probably just take, and queen takes b6. I would.
Check and
queen d8 and queen takes b6.
Right. And I don't have I don't have perpetual, I'm assuming.
No,
no.
there's no perpetual.
Why?
There's no perpetual. Let's see why. If you go here, which is the only... No,
I
you
thought you
also
would
have
go
queen
G4.
queen c3. But I think I'm going to go king to h2 and your checks are over.
And
Oh,
queen
that was
c3
it.
and g3. That was it. You have one check.
And if you don't go queen d7, queen c3, g3, once
That's
again,
it.
your checks are over. And I think actually, if you play a move such as this one,
You have a
does
queen
queen
G6?
g6, take,
Why is this
take?
a win?
That's a good question.
Okay, so let's see. Let's amuse us. Oh,
Wow,
yeah,
okay.
Oh, look at those Grandmaster tactics.
The
Look
best
at that, look
Grandmaster
at those
tactics are the
skills.
ones given by the engine.
Now,
All right.
the trick is that I'm in
Square.
in the square and you're not. If you try to do the same thing, if you try to play something like king f5, I go a5 and you would have to be all the way to d5 to create the square with your king and to catch my pawn. If you go c4, once again, I'm going to go king to f3, c3, king to e3, and that's just game over. So the game is not over. Wonder and Akshat still have to calculate very, very deep lines. So I think we're going to have quite an interesting finale.
Yeah, definitely Akshat is still the one putting the pressure. I wonder is now tied up. I did really want to play the move king h8, but if I don't have it, it becomes a little bit difficult to make moves. That's why the computer just wants to play queen b3, queen back,
Can I
basically to pass the tempo.
But I mean, is that tempo important? Can I play queen f8?
Queen f8 is a very logical idea in this position. I'm trying to see if I can win a pawn with
Queen b7.
rook bishop
Oh,
takes
you cannot.
g7, queen takes, and check on d3, forcing you to go to the back rank, right? Because after king g8, for example, I have queen d8 check, and I'm going to take on b6 anyway.
So basically, we're getting the same position, except the king will be on h2.
But now I can
allow
go.
you queen e5.
Now I can go queen f8 and then queen f5.
Ah, that's a big difference. Queen f5 check. g4 doesn't help me, and I'm going to lose the pawn
Okay,
on
so
h5.
can I play queen f8 in that position, or I have to do that tricky checks?
Queen f8 looks logical. If you can play that, that's probably what I would do. Let's see if I have any problems with it.
And Akshat just went off the board. That's very strange with only 2 minutes left on the clock.
Well,
He must be nearby. I don't think he left the room.
I have to he didn't. Not to mention that you can't. After queen d7, I think queen f8 makes a lot of sense. I mean, I understand the computer wants to check and go back, but I don't see any problems with
No, queen f8 is also one of the potential moves that maintain the balance. Nevertheless, check is sort of a natural way of dealing with things in general.
So as long as you don't play king h8.
As long as you don't play king h8, I think he's fine, because any other move doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't want to push my pawn and pass it, because it just becomes weaker every time that I push it forward.
Yeah, usually you don't want to pass a move with a pawn move, because it's
It
you
just
cannot.
creates a weakness,
you cannot
yeah.
pick it back. So you. So
And
he
he
did
does
check.
go check. The computer was suggesting the move king h2 for white. I don't like, for example, putting my pawn on g3, because it opens up avenues for the queen to try to check my
An
king.
F1 or something.
An f1 or something along those lines. So king h2 does make a lot more sense. But the problem is that after queen g8 for white, it does seem difficult to find a way to make progress. If I take on...
Well, I can wait with the bishop, but I think the difference is if we go to that endgame, like let's say I go bishop c3, I pass, and you go king h8 now. We can go to the same position, but now you have queen e5 check.
Yeah, I agree with that. Check here takes, and I always have queen e5, and I'm winning the pawn on h5, and that's just a draw.
I have perpetual already.
You already have a perpetual, yeah. So Akshat here thinking what to play against queen b3. g3 is less natural than king h2, but after king h2, queen g8, I just don't see a way to make progress.
I don't see how to make progress after g3 either. So after g3, I have to go back queen g8, right?
Only move.
Yeah,
Only
but
move.
you have to defend against the checkmate. I mean, there's no other choice. But
So what to do?
Let's
try to find
that's the big
something.
deal, huh?
Always the big question is just
Somehow
what to
I
do.
feel like I have to bring my king on the f file, but I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. Like
Something like king g2?
g3, queen g8, maybe king to g2. But the problem
then
is I
check. I can
still
always
have the
check.
check on a2. Yeah, and what if I go here? How do I lose on the spot? Queen to b3? No. Okay,
Oh,
let's
king
go.
g4. Oh, why not G4? Oh, there's Queen C4
Well,
check.
Queen G4, King G4, Queen C4, yeah.
I mean, it seems like you're just getting chucked everywhere. I mean, here I can play even Queen F1, I thought.
So I
Queen
think this
C2
is going to
makes
be
better.
easy to blunder Queen trade on the bishop.
Right, because once
Yeah.
once you go on the D file, then Queen D3 comes on the board, and you just simply lose on the spot. So it doesn't seem like you are able to get out of these light square attacks with the Queen. I think this is just going to be a draw.
Yeah, so
Nevertheless, the pressure is still on Wander to find it.
Well, perhaps with a better way of doing so is that after the move King, which we do have King H2 and King Queen G8, to just go through G1, go through the dark squares, because after King G1 you don't have a check.
But I can still go for that same line with King H8 and then have Queen D4 at the end. And then I'm going to take on A4 at the very least.
I agree.
If I don't have
I don't see any big
King
deal.
H8, yeah.
Yep, King H8 seems to solve black problems. No, I agree. I don't see any good move here for Akshat. He needs to find one because he only has 38 seconds.
I mean, you can't just wait for it with the bishop.
Yeah, but that doesn't improve. No, I bet I have King H8. If you wait with the bishop, I'll play King H8 anyway.
With the king on the dark squares, I threaten the move King H8.
No, I understand. I'm just saying, like, he can always just do that if he doesn't find... I mean, I understand he cannot improve the position, but it's not hard for him to find a move.
That's true.
But, I mean, he has 17 seconds left, so we want to see what happens.
As long as
So
he
let's see
doesn't
what he's
flag.
reaching for. I mean, if he flags, then the game's over, so we're happy. Okay, yeah, he's going by King H3.
I felt those 2 minutes passed by really quick. I thought like he had 2 minutes 1 minute ago. You know?
I have a feeling he felt the same way.
And I felt a lot. Like
And
that
you know,
for
in the
past hour.
top 3 players, the Wander is the only one who has lost the game. No one else has lost the game.
I wonder if the only one that's lost a game?
In the top 3.
Huh, interesting.
He lost to Andrew Tang.
That's right.
In the second round.
Yeah, that's a very nice game. And Nicholas Chik, I would say the same about Nicholas Chik. Nicholas Chik lost his first game today.
Yeah, what a surprising game that was, honestly.
G3 was played on the board.
Okay.
Okay, and then King G8 is... Queen G8 is still completely forced. I mean, you have to defend the bishop, so not much to think there for a Wander in this
No.
position. I mean, you have to defend the bishop.
And not good made it.
Not gonna made it in 1. I'm not sure what he's thinking about.
I mean, he's thinking about, like, next move ever since something. But, I mean, it doesn't make sense when your opponent has no time.
Yeah, just put the move down. I wonder.
If I was actually out, you cannot write it down before the move happens.
Queen G8. How about some people? Sometimes you do.
I know, sometimes you do,
Sometimes
yeah.
you just write down because, I mean, he is going to play Queen G8. I mean, technically it's illegal, but who cares?
So I wonder what he's going to do after Queen G8.
That's the question. That's what he's figuring out right now, and that's why I think a Wander should play as quickly as possible, is because, I mean, if you only have one move, you shouldn't really think about it. There you go, Queen G8. And then
Queen is going
Queen
to-
somewhere.
Wait, where?
I don't know.
Check
Queen
maybe?
F5.
Queen F5.
Check.
King H8.
But then
First.
what?
Yeah, but why? I don't want to unpin you.
Queen
D3.
Queen D3 played.
Is he going to play Queen C3?
Well, you can always repeat, right? Queen D3, King H8. I don't know what I was talking about. He took
He
on
took-
G7, I think.
Yeah, so he's going to check and
Okay.
take. If he King takes, he's going to check and take on.
He takes on the
D6.
Queen,
Why?
which why not? Because after check on D8, I just have Queen G8, right?
Isn't this the position?
But Queen B6 is covering E6. That's actually not so trivial.
Okay, so.
So he takes Queen D8 is on the board.
No, but I'm going to
Play
go King H7, Queen D7.
Queen takes, and Queen D7 is an easy draw. You can't escape the perpetual. This Queen is completely cut off the king side.
Well, on the bright side, building something. Oh, he can repeat the position once.
He probably should.
I have a feeling he's going to spend like a minute to repeat the position to gain a minute. And this is something I've done before.
No, but this game is just completely drawn.
Well, we've been saying this for a while, so let's see what happens.
He's actually run out of resources because, I mean, black does have a powerful pass pawn on the c5 square, so he can't actually push too hard.
So let's go with Queen takes B6, Queen D7.
Yeah.
And after King
I have
G2,
G4.
are you going to take on A4 or are you going to try to check me?
I'm sorry, after which move?
King G2.
Why would I not go for the perpetual?
Wait, why can't I play G4 here?
I definitely cannot take this because of the check.
Yeah, which is why I want to play G4.
But I don't understand. Like, I'm just gonna perpetual you.
You don't have a perpetual. Oh,
How do I not have a perpetual in
You
this
don't
position?
have a check after King H4. That's how.
That
But you do have
is-
C4.
That's a great point. But after c4,
I don't have queen g6 anymore.
you don't have queen g6. This game is just a draw. I'm going to force you to make the draw very soon.
Are you though?
Yes.
The problem
No.
is you cannot get closer to my king.
Okay, a5.
Okay, but I think I'm faster, right?
So a6.
Uh-oh. This is where it gets crazy. You want to be cheeky?
Yes.
You want to give me
Lose?
the check and then go a7?
No. I'm gonna give a7 and then I'm gonna check you.
Let's wait, because I have a feeling we're going to reach that position.
Okay. He played king g2 instead.
Well, king g2, queen takes a4, does...
No,
queen
still
g6. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he can repeat the position once.
Yeah, he can repeat the position once. He probably should.
Wait, but now queen d2, king h3, queen d7.
Yeah, just the same position.
And he's going to play g4 next move.
And then what's the evaluation of that endgame?
Completely equal.
Of course.
But how? Is there like a force draw or?
No, I'm just going to play c4 as you guys were mentioning.
And then if I start pushing my pawn?
I haven't gotten that far. Haven't gotten that far.
All right,
I mean,
a5.
Nothing seemed... let's see, c3.
a6.
a6.
Where is draw? What is that?
Queen d2 threatening queen h2 mate.
Oh, queen h2. Oh, queen h2 mate can be stopped easily. That's not the move that scares me.
With one move. With what move?
Queen c7.
Queen c7, and then I'm going to put my king on g8.
Yeah, but I stopped the mate, so.
No, you do, but what I'm threatening is
No,
actually
I
just queen
understand
g5, queen d2,
But is that a perpetual?
and so on.
If I go a7, I feel like I'm gonna get mated with white very, very soon. Okay, that looks
There
like
is the perpetual. King to
wait, I don't have
Queen g3, queen takes a7.
Oh.
I think we're calculating a bunch of unnecessary stuff. Why are we checking on d2 and why don't we do what I wonder did and play queen d5 check?
Oh.
Well, why he should have played the g4. So
He probably should have played g4 and at least keep some chances alive. But queen d5 does look like a draw.
It's completely.
It's a perpetual.
He played the move.
No, it's not a perpetual, but I mean I can take on h5 on a bad day.
Yeah, but then I start pushing my pawn, and then we have this nonsense line again.
Maybe queen f5 also looks pretty good to me, honestly. King
Queen
f2,
what?
queen f5.
Queen
I'm going to perpetual you in this way. I don't want you going up the board, which is I'm assuming the point.
Okay, king e3.
Check.
King d2.
Check.
He's gonna exchange queens on before.
King c2.
All right.
Take the pawn with a check.
Okay, king
confused.
c1, king c1. King c1, queen a1.
No,
That's
not queen v1.
nice.
Not that move.
But I don't know, why did you take from f5? I couldn't check you from the side? Or you're gonna go around
I was
something?
worried about in this position that if you go check here, the king, I don't know, maybe goes this way. He did prefer the move queen f5, which I thought was more logical, and then actually bangs the clock with 2 seconds on the clock. And
12 seconds, I think.
Oh yeah, 12 seconds on the clock. But king e1.
Oh, I would be so scared to be playing this position.
With which?
Either side.
I mean...
Actually, more so with black, because my king is closer to that c5 pawn, so I don't think I can lose with white.
I wouldn't go that far, but everything's possible. But now there are a lot of variations where I don't have the choice to push the pawn because queen g6 will actually just win. So I need to be a little bit careful about that.
I think the point is that there are some mind squares that you can not go to. And after queen e4, king d2, queen d4, king c1, queen to c4, where are you going to go next?
That's a great question.
You cannot go on the king side because I'm just going to perpetual you on the 4th rank. So if you go on b2, we're going to go queen to d4, and there we have one mind square because c4 is going to come and that's just game over. If you go to a3, this is another mind square because queen a1, king b3, queen to b1. So you're probably going to have to go.
No, I cannot go there.
You cannot go there. Another mind square, yes, correct.
Okay, so
because
if every
queen takes
square
a4.
is a mind square, then I think I'm out of options.
Maybe
oh, we do have that. We have the position with the queen on c3. So he didn't play queen c4 check. There's a queen on c3.
And he's going to go king to b1, I would assume.
Well,
and then queen to d3, and once again we enter the mine
position.
Territory. Yeah. Well, now I can go here.
No, but then queen c2.
Queen c2 and
queen c2
and
and
it's a
king
perpetual.
a3.
Queen c3.
Queen c3.
Queen c3, queen a1. All
right. Queen B3, Queen A1.
No, it's already a perpetual. I don't see how you escape it. I think it's just going to be a draw.
What is the position? Oh, he played Queen
This is a perpetual.
Yeah, position is a perpetual already on the board. There's no way to escape it. What? That's an important result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, today's round was...
it's crazy. Crazy games.
I think, yeah, Caden, I don't know how Caden feels about this. I don't know what he wanted, actually. Did he say what result he wanted in this game?
No, I think he misunderstood the question. I think he understood that which piece he would rather be in the position, like white or black. But he didn't say...
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
he started analyzing the actual position.
The actual position. But I think that he is relatively happy with this because, again, Awander is his closest competitor and he plays black. That's what it comes down to.
No, Awander plays white. Actually, I think he would have
would have
preferred Akshat to win.
Sorry.
Wait, and Awander is playing... But Awander is playing someone super solid.
Super solid, but you're white. It doesn't matter who you play. Sometimes you got to push for the win. But playing somebody super solid.
Caden made it sound he's going to try to make a draw tomorrow. Because he said, if I make a draw, there's a playoff, and if I don't...
I don't think he's going to make a draw. I think he's just going to be... not risk.
That would be a big mistake, in my opinion.
To make a draw?
To try to make a draw from the beginning.
Yeah, that's how you go wrong. I think when you enter a game with a result on mind, that's
yeah, that's always
where everything
disastrous.
goes wrong.
All right, Queen C2 here is a draw.
Oh, so we have a handshake. There we go. So the round is over.
Not yet.
Oh, sorry.
I know that you're looking forward to it, but after Queen C2 check, King A3.
Oh,
now we can have a handshake after Queen C3 if they feel like it, because this is completely dead. You cannot escape the perpetual, and that's going to be the end of the game.
Wow, what a day!
What a day! What a day at the
I think the
office.
only person happy is actually the.
She was pretty happy. She won the tournament. Congratulations to her. She has clinched the U.S. Junior
And so
girls.
quickly too.
Yeah.
It's like in 3 hours the tournament's over, so she has like a full day.
Yeah, a full day.
Who's she even playing tomorrow?
They're
gonna have another party that we're not gonna be invited to.
Yeah, of course.
She is playing a Purva. I think.
Low-key bitter.
No. Just resentful.
So yeah, she's playing a Purva who's had a really bad tournament.
So I think she's gonna try to score another point.
Why not?
Gain some rating.
Gain some rating. Be part of the Olympic team. You gotta win that rating. All right, Queen B3 doesn't change anything. Queen A1 obviously, and that's already immediately a draw. Queen A2 is the only legal move. Queen C3 check. Queen B3 is the only legal move, and so on. Frustrating for Akshat, I'm sure, but that's how chess works.
Okay, so we need to have an intervention for Akshat.
Yes,
this time
management is just very frustrating to see him waste point, half point after half point.
I mean, he could have had
so many more points.
He could have had like 6 points right now.
Yes, easily. Instead of
no, actually 6.5. He should have won today. He should have won those other 2 games. He should have 2 points more. So he should have been leading the tournament. But okay, if we say who should have, could have, I mean, this could be a completely different tournament.
No, Akshat is definitely disappointed with this result, as the players quickly analyze what happened. I know that
I wonder if saw Bishop C6.
No, I wonder for sure saw that he was lost, but at that point he was really low on time, didn't have a lot of options. And Akshat, who is the one that was low on time, didn't see the win. Goes into a variation, which is still probably better for him, but nowhere near as clear.
Yeah, but when you're in a situation like you're losing, you're just making moves and you're just waiting to see if your opponent's going to see it or not. Like, there's nothing else you can do, right? If everything is forced.
Right.
But I wonder if he saw Bishop F3 line with Bishop C6 that Christian was showing that was winning.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that if you gave him an extra 5 minutes, he would have seen it. But that's the thing, that he consistently in time pressure.
No, I was wondering if Awander saw it. I don't think
Awander saw it.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Awander sees everything. But at that point, his position was already really bad.
Yeah, but I'm still wondering if he knew that he escaped or he thought it was still chances.
No, definitely. He's a very strong grandmaster already, I think, and I have no doubt that he knew he was in huge trouble, perhaps even lost.
Yeah, I think they need to come down and analyze here instead of there.
Yeah, we want to join in the conversation, so somebody needs to tell them to come downstairs, join us to see what are their thoughts on such a crucial game here between Akshat and Awander for the standings.
And I think every day we have the same thing, like Caden's game ends relatively early and like his opponents just fight it out. And I think Akshat had like 5-6 hour games like every day.
Every day. That's where you're here every day.
I don't think he's had a quick game this tournament.
He doesn't know.
Because he's always in time trouble, that's true. So he's always last to finish.
Yeah, and today was probably Caden's longest day, actually. He usually, as you say, finishes relatively early, and when it comes down to energy management, I mean, how much energy you have for the rest of the tournament, it's really nice to not have these marathon games every day. I mean, actually, he's been playing 6 hours of chess a day. That takes a huge toll on you physically.
I think actually Caden's longest game was against Akshat. It was at Bishop Rook against Rook.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Well, what's everybody's longest game of the tournament? Well, the one against Akshat, of course.
Wow, so we have Caden with 6 points. We're going to have Awander with 5.5 and Akshat with 5 points. Wow, what a close tournament.
Yeah, I'm sure that we'll have the standings for you very soon as the players prepare to go downstairs and share their thoughts over today's round.
Okay, let's take a look at the standings before the players come in. So we do have Caden Truff still leading the tournament, still by half a point, but it has become a lot closer than he would have wanted. He was leading by a full point for several rounds. I think starting since round 4, he was leading with a full point. And we did discuss what his strategy would be going into the rest day and the rest of the tournament. And we thought he would be he would try to be solid, but I think maybe it has backfired a little bit. And we have Awander Liang with 5.5, Akshat Chandra with 5 points. We have several players with 4.5, Rufeng Li, Michael Brown, Nicholas Cheka, Andrew Tank with 3.5, Mika Bratton with 3 points, Bobby Lee with 2.5, and Joshua Collis with 1 point.
Yeah, if he finishes last in the tournament, as he can't actually catch whoever is in the 9th place, Bobby Lou.
But he did his job. He spoiled the leaders tournament.
He did make it more exciting for us. So definitely, we have the potential tiebreak in the junior section if Caden draws and Awander wins, or if Caden loses and Awander draws, or Akshat wins, or a combination of this.
Yeah, the more we talk, the more we're going to confuse. But we do have several possibilities, so we can have a 2 or 3 way tiebreak.
Yeah, and let's remember that tomorrow the round is a little earlier. It is 2 hours before the usual start time. So if you're going to see all the action here from the Junior Championship, don't forget that the round starts earlier tomorrow precisely to accommodate a potential tiebreak that would happen if we have it at 5 p.m. Tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I can't wait until tomorrow. I cannot wait to see how this tournament ends. And all eyes are going to be on the junior section since the girls section is over.
It's pretty much done.
So tomorrow is going to be another exciting day for us, and cannot wait. As we do know, the pairings are going to be crucial, and
yeah, absolutely.
Caden's going to be black, and Awander's going to be white, so that might really turn things around.
Awander needs to prove his mettle. I mean, he's playing a very solid 2500 player, and he needs to find a way to win, to put that pressure on Caden. He cannot count on Caden losing tomorrow.
And we do have Akshat in the studio with us, with Christian.
With one of the players that is still in contention to win this tournament, but after today's result, it's going to be very, very difficult to do that. Akshat, take us through the game and take us to the critical moments, at least according to you.
I don't really know which moments were the critical ones. Maybe you could tell me.
We will tell you. We definitely. Who won the opening battle, in your opinion?
I think I did, because after I get this ED5 structure, it's just better for me. I was surprised he allowed that. I mean, he should just take and play some sort of a Benoni.
And it didn't seem like he is comfortable, because he was burning a lot of time.
Yeah, but I knew it was still very solid for him, so I mean, it's worse, but it's playable.
Bishop f4. And yes, okay, we will go to the critical moment. You brilliantly attacked his position, and right now you could have played this move, bishop to f3.
Ah, I missed that. I was only thinking about knight d5. I missed queen e4 actually on the 35th.
At the end, queen e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop f3, rook e8, and you have a move such as bishop c6. Rook e7 doesn't work because of bishop takes d6. I think the only move is knight g7.
Yeah, that's winning.
This is just winning. And after knight d5, another critical moment was after all this calculation, queen takes h5. Bishop d6 probably would have maintained some good chances.
Ah, okay. I wasn't sure. I mean, I thought he could play bishop g7 also. And then my pawns are kind of weak.
But if you manage to put your pawns on the light squares, maybe your position is going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah,
the king is still weak. The king is definitely still weak if you manage to play b3, a4, as you did in the game.
Okay, I mean, I should have played bishop f3. I mean, that was just a clear win.
And after that, I do not think there were a lot of chances.
Yeah, it seems he was holding always. So yeah.
Yeah, he defended quite well. Tomorrow you have a very important game. Who do you play?
Nicholas.
Nicholas, and if you win, you still have chances to actually catch the leader. But what is your strategy going into that game?
Okay, I'm black. He's a solid player. I'm just going to play normally and see what happens.
Are you going to take unnecessary risks?
I don't know. We'll see.
Well, guys, Akshay Chandra.
Well, still a little and on fire there. Your head is spinning after such a game. Definitely not the time to be thinking about tomorrow's game, but I think once he cools down over this very, very long marathon game, he will realize that tomorrow he needs to go for blood. It doesn't matter who he's playing against.
Yeah, because, I mean, for him, like, if he loses, then several players can surpass him, but I think at this point it doesn't matter. You either win or you don't.
You go for broke. You just go for broke in these types of tournaments. It is a round robin where the #1 goal is to qualify for the U.S. Championship. You only achieve that if you win the event, and sometimes you got to put yourself in a position where miracles might happen. He would need for a Wonder not to win and for Caden to lose, but that's what he is. That's how the tournament is.
Right. I mean, there is still prize money, but I think
at this point,
that's not what you're actually playing for. I mean, it's nice to get the prize money, but you are playing to win the tournament for the qualifying spot. So, you know, if you lose, then at least you tried.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think he's going to go for broke tomorrow. He plays against Nicholas Cheka with the black pieces.
And Nicholas lost his first game today, so...
Yeah, that's a good time. It's a good time to...
and we do have the pairings. We can look at exactly what we have tomorrow. So just our top pairings. So we have a Wonder with white against Michael Brown. We have Nicholas Cheka against Akshay Chandra, and we have Mika Bratton versus Caden Truff. And as we mentioned, that Mika Bratton had 2 losses and all draws. So
yeah,
it's been
very
pretty
solid
in
player.
this tournament.
It's not going to be easy for Caden to break through that, and we'll have to see if he's able to.
Yeah, definitely. And we do have a Wonder with us who is now only half a point behind the leader, and he's here in the studio after that marathon game to talk about his game with Cristian.
With one of the players that's keeping us on the edge of our seats, still breathing down the neck of the leader, a Wonder Liang. A Wonder, you escaped miraculously today.
Yeah.
Take us through the game, starting from the beginning. Did you know this opening, or did you feel uncomfortable in this opening?
I actually kind of prepared this against Caden, so he surprised me in that game. But I wasn't, I mean, I was kind of aware of Queen B3, but...
Queen C2 is the
main line, right. And after Queen B3, like, I couldn't really remember the subtleties in this position because he has, like, some Queen E3 check ideas, and it's kind of shaky. So I kind of remember the typical G6, D6, Bishop G7, but... I think this was
a Benoni type of structure.
Yeah, I think this was a kind of inaccuracy because it allowed him E4 that he can take back with the E pawn.
So maybe here you have to take first.
Yeah, I wasn't. I thought maybe he could take back with the knight. I'm not sure if this is playable.
So then maybe we should take here first.
Yeah, but then he has like some Queen E3 check ideas like Bishop G5. I'm not sure if this is really Bishop G7.
Bishop G7, Queen E3.
I wasn't sure about the endgame, but maybe it's just fine for black. Yeah. So it probably wasn't a very big problem. But yeah, after G6, yeah, this wasn't really the type of position I was hoping to get from the opening.
It's kind of played for 2 results.
Yeah, just kind of worse for black. So.
Another critical. Yeah.
I guess here it was kind of normalish. I guess somewhere around here I kind of messed up because I felt like it's still not so bad. I don't have very many visible weaknesses. I think F5 was definitely like not a great move because it doesn't really do much in this type of position, especially in this situation, and it just kind of created a lot of weaknesses. Like B5 is almost never a possibility now, so yeah, I guess.
Were you trying to play for a win in this position?
Well, we were kind of both in time pressure, so yeah, I guess I was hoping to confuse him a little bit, but it didn't really work out very well.
And in this particular moment, it seemed like he's pushing your pieces backwards, your rook back to A8, everything on every piece on their initial square. And now, after Bishop E2, H6 came this almost killing blow, we thought, knight to E6. And did you see this move, Bishop F3? in this position?
I didn't really consider it, actually.
So
yeah,
you were
I was
also
kind of
calculating knight
surprised.
d5?
Yeah, I thought knight d5 was actually winning, because initially I missed queen e4. But, yeah, I think after he could have tried bishop takes d6, maybe it was a better try. After, yeah, here bishop takes d6. Then I was hoping to go queen e4, but I wasn't so sure about this queen endgame. Bishop takes, king takes, queen takes each. Ah, okay.
At least he's going to still be a pawn up.
He's going to be a pawn up, so this looks kind of unpleasant, I guess.
Absolutely.
Maybe
And after
like
that, it
king
just
g7 or
became a draw quite quickly.
Yeah.
Because he has way too many weaknesses. You too have weaknesses, but it seems like once he grabs one of your pawns, you grab one of his pawns, and it just like simplifies into what we've seen. Tomorrow you have a crucial game, crucial matchup against Michael Brown. You're playing white. What is going to be your mindset going into this game?
Well, I guess I hope to win, but I guess I'll just try and play my best, treat it as any other game. Even if I don't win, it's still okay, but definitely I'll try and put the pressure with the white pieces, and I'll hope for the best.
There you have it, guys. Hope for the best, put pressure on your opponent, and just play your chess. I wonder, yeah.
It's good advice.
We had a crazy round today.
Definitely.
Not the highest quality that we've seen in the tournament, but still some spectacular chess. And that puts us with a done tournament pretty much in the girls section, as the Cheetah Gordy has dominated the event. And everything can still happen in the junior championship.
Coming into this round, we thought this round might be decisive, and it was for the girls section. We do have a clear winner, and now she's just playing for the glory to get as many points as she can. And in the junior section, now the tournament is just completely wide open.
Yeah.
After round 3 or 4, it was just Kaden, and now
anything can happen.
Anything can happen. 2-way tie, 3-way tie, clear winner. It's just completely wide open. Christian, some final thoughts?
What more can you want from a tournament? This is just keeping us on the edge of our seats, keeping the viewers online, keeping the players at the board. Everything is on the line, and tomorrow is going to be a festive day for us, for the players. Very exciting round ahead, and we're looking forward to bringing you all the action here from the St. Louis Chess Club.
This is exactly everything we were hoping for. Everything comes down to the last round. We're so excited to be covering this tournament and everything that has happened so far, and we cannot wait for tomorrow's round to see who wins this tournament, who is going to take that $6,000 paycheck, who is going to qualify to the U.S. Championship, who is going to take the title home. Please remember, tomorrow's round starts 2 hours early. We'll start the show at 10:50 to make sure we give room in case there are playoffs. So make sure you're tuning in tomorrow. Follow us on uschesschamps.com, and we'll be covering round 9 of the U.S. Junior Championship.